Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Tonight, we're leaving behind the busy highways, glowing city lights, and endless notifications of the modern world. Instead, we're traveling more than a century into the past, to the quiet American frontier, where the prairie stretches farther than the eye can see. Horses outnumber wagons on the trail, and the biggest event of the evening is watching the sun disappear behind the western hills. So, if you're already comfortable, let your eyes grow a little heavier. If you're still settling in, now is the perfect time to fluff your pillow, pull up your blanket, and allow yourself to slow down. As always, there's no need to stay awake until the end of tonight's journey. In fact, I hope you don't, because this isn't a story about racing toward an ending. It's a gentle walk through a peaceful evening in the Old West, where every mile is unhurried, every campfire burns low, and every star has all night to shine. Now, imagine that it's the summer of 1887. The sun is sinking over the vast American prairie, painting the sky in warm shades of gold, copper, and soft crimson. A cool breeze carries the scent of wild sage across the open grasslands, while distant cottonwood trees whisper beside a slow-moving creek. Your faithful horse walks at an easy pace along a dusty trail that seems to stretch forever. There is no rush, no schedule to keep, and no reason to hurry. Out here, the land has taught everyone the same quiet lesson. Everything happens in its own time. The only sounds are the gentle rhythm of hooves against the earth, the soft singing of meadowlarks preparing for the night, and the wind moving peacefully through the endless sea of prairie grass. Ahead, the first lanterns begin to glow from a small ranch tucked beneath the rolling hills, their warm light promising a simple meal, friendly faces, and a peaceful night beneath one of the clearest skies in America. As the last rays of sunlight slip below the horizon, you gently guide your horse toward the welcoming ranch, ready to discover what an ordinary evening in the Wild West was really like. The ranch comes into clearer view with every steady step your horse takes. It isn't the kind of place that would ever make the front page of a newspaper, and that is exactly what makes it special. This is a working family ranch, one of thousands scattered across the American frontier during the late 1800s, where most days begin with the sunrise and end long after the stars have taken their places in the sky. A white wooden fence surrounds a broad pasture where a small herd of horses grazes peacefully. Their tails swish lazily as they enjoy the cool evening air. Nearby, a red barn stands proudly against the fading light, its weathered boards glowing with the warm colors of sunset. A golden retriever notices your arrival first. The friendly dog lifts its head, stretches with an enormous yawn, and trots toward the gate with an easy, welcoming wag of its tail. It doesn't bark. It simply seems pleased that another traveler has found their way here before nightfall. You smile as the dog walks beside your horse, happily escorting you the final few yards to the ranch house. The front porch is wide, shaded by a sturdy roof supported by thick wooden posts. Two rocking chairs rest quietly beside the front door, gently moving back and forth in the evening breeze as though remembering conversations from countless peaceful nights. The smell reaches you before anyone opens the door. Fresh cornbread, a hearty vegetable stew slowly simmering over the stove, apple pie cooling on the windowsill, and the unmistakable scent of strong coffee that has likely been warming since early afternoon. It is the kind of comforting aroma that makes you feel welcome long before anyone says a single word. The screen door creaks softly. An elderly woman steps onto the porch, wiping her hands on a simple blue apron dusted with flour. Her silver hair is neatly tied beneath a light bonnet, and her kind smile seems as warm as the lantern glowing beside the doorway. "Well now," she says with a gentle laugh. "Looks like supper arrived just in time." You remove your hat politely and thank her for the welcome. "Any friend of the trail is welcome at our table," she replies. A tall rancher soon follows her outside. His broad hat has clearly seen many summers beneath the western sun, and his boots carry the dust of a day's honest work. He offers a firm handshake and introduces himself simply as Thomas. No long speeches, no grand introductions, just the quiet confidence of someone who has spent a lifetime living close to the land. He takes your horse's reins with practiced ease. "We'll make sure your friend gets fresh water and plenty of hay," he says, giving the horse a gentle pat on the neck. Your horse seems completely content, following Thomas toward the stable without the slightest hesitation. Inside the barn, the evening routine has already begun. One horse enjoys a bucket of oats. Another stands patiently while a young ranch hand brushes its coat until it shines softly beneath the lantern light. The slow scraping of brushes, the gentle rustle of straw, and the occasional contented snort create a quiet rhythm that feels almost like a lullaby. Nothing is hurried. Every task is done carefully. Every movement has been repeated so many times that it has become second nature. Beyond the barn, a small creek winds through the property, reflecting the first stars beginning to appear overhead. Fireflies drift lazily above the tall grass, blinking like tiny floating lanterns. You pause for a moment beside the fence. The prairie stretches endlessly beyond the ranch. There are no skyscrapers, no traffic lights, no distant sirens, only rolling fields, open skis, and the peaceful promise of another calm western night. The last light of day slowly disappears behind the hills, leaving the land wrapped in gentle shades of blue and silver. A cool breeze brushes across your face. It carries the scent of fresh-cut hay, cedar wood, and clean water from the nearby creek. For the first time in what feels like a very long while, you realize you have nowhere else to be. Tonight, that is more than enough. Thomas leads you across the ranch yard at an easy pace, and you follow without feeling the slightest need to hurry. The golden retriever trots a few steps ahead, occasionally looking back as if making sure you haven't lost your way. The porch lantern glows warmly against the deepening blue of the evening sky. Inside the ranch house, everything feels comfortably lived in. A sturdy oak table stands in the center of the dining room, its surface polished smooth by years of family meals. Handmade quilts decorate the walls, and shelves filled with well-read books sit beside a stone fireplace where a small fire crackles gently. The sound is soft, steady, comforting. It is the kind of fire that exists not to impress anyone but simply to make a home feel warm. Thomas pulls out a chair for you. "Have a seat," he says with a friendly smile. "Supper's ready." You thank him and settle into the chair. Soon, the rest of the family joins you. Mary, Thomas's wife, places a cast-iron pot of beef and vegetable stew in the center of the table. Steam rises slowly into the air, carrying the rich aroma of carrots, onions, potatoes, herbs, and freshly baked bread. Their daughter, Anna, who looks to be about 16, carefully sets down a basket of warm cornbread wrapped in a clean white cloth. Their youngest son, Samuel, no older than 10, quietly places small jars of homemade blackberry jam beside the bread. He smiles politely before taking his own seat. No one rushes to begin eating. Instead, everyone waits together. Thomas lowers his head for a brief moment. "Thank you for this day," he says softly. "For good weather, honest work, safe travels, and another peaceful evening together." Family quietly echoes, "Amen." Then supper begins. The meal is simple, yet every bite is satisfying. Fresh vegetables from the garden, bread baked only an hour ago, butter churned that very morning. Everything on the table has been grown, raised, or prepared by the family themselves. As you eat, conversation flows naturally, not loudly, not quickly, just gentle stories shared between people who know one another well. Samuel proudly explains that he spotted a family of deer near the creek earlier that afternoon. Anna laughs as she tells everyone how one stubborn chicken somehow wandered into the vegetable garden again. Mary smiles and promises that tomorrow she will finally repair the little fence around the tomatoes. Thomas simply listens, occasionally adding a quiet comment while enjoying another spoonful of stew. You notice something unusual. No one reaches for a clock. No one seems concerned about the hour. Outside, nature keeps the only schedule that matters. The sun has already set. The stars have begun appearing. That is enough. After supper, everyone helps clear the table. There is no discussion about whose job belongs to whom. Each person naturally picks up a plate, folds a cloth, or carries a pot toward the kitchen. Within only a few minutes, everything is clean again. Mary places a fresh apple pie on the table. Its golden crust shines beneath the lantern light. The sweet scent of cinnamon fills the room. She slices generous pieces for everyone. The pie is warm. The apples are soft. The cinnamon is gentle rather than overpowering. It tastes like home. As dessert comes to an end, Thomas stands and walks toward the front door. "The best part of the evening is about to begin," he says. Curious, you follow him outside. Night has fully settled across the prairie. The sky above the ranch is breathtaking. Thousands upon thousands of stars stretch from one horizon to the other, brighter than you have ever seen. Without electric lights, the heavens reveal every detail. The Milky Way forms a glowing band overhead, so clear that it almost seems to cast its own gentle light across the land. Thomas rests both hands on the wooden porch railing. "When I was a boy," he says quietly, "my father used to bring me out here every clear night. He points toward a group of bright stars. He taught me their names. His finger moves slowly across the sky. That one helped travelers find their way north. Another pause, and those guided wagon trains across hundreds of miles." He smiles softly, but mostly, he looks upward once again. "They simply reminded us how small our worries really are." Breeze grows cooler now. Somewhere in the pasture, one of the horses lets out a gentle snort before settling comfortably for the night. The golden retriever circles twice on the porch before lying down beside the rocking chair with a contented sigh. A lantern swings ever so slightly from its iron hook, casting warm circles of light across the wooden floorboards. Beyond the fence, the prairie stretches into darkness, peaceful, silent, endless. And for the first time since beginning your journey across the American frontier, you feel less like a traveler passing through, and more like someone who has quietly found exactly where they were meant to be. For several quiet minutes, no one speaks. There is simply no reason to interrupt a night like this. The breeze drifts across the prairie with a softness that almost feels alive, carrying the familiar fragrance of wild sage, fresh hay, and the cool water flowing through the creek behind the barn. Somewhere beyond the pasture, a meadowlark sings one final note before settling into the branches of a cottonwood tree. Thomas slowly lowers himself into one of the rocking chairs on the porch. The old wooden chair begins its familiar rhythm, forward, back, forward, back. Its gentle creak blends perfectly with the peaceful sounds of the ranch. Mary joins him with 2 warm mugs of chamomile tea. She offers one to you with a kind smile. "This recipe belonged to my grandmother," she says. "She always believed a quiet cup of tea could settle even the busiest mind." You wrap your hands around the warm mug. The steam rises slowly into the cool evening air, carrying the delicate scent of chamomile, honey, and a touch of mint growing beside the kitchen window. It is wonderfully calming. Samuel appears carrying a folded blanket nearly as large as he is. "I thought you might need this later," he says shyly. You thank him, and his face brightens with a proud smile before he hurries back inside. Thomas watches his son disappear through the doorway. "He reminds me of myself," he says with a quiet chuckle. "Always trying to help." Lantern hanging beside the porch casts a soft golden glow across everyone's faces. Beyond that gentle circle of light, the prairie becomes a peaceful ocean of silver grasses beneath the moon. You ask Thomas how long his family has lived here. He thinks for a moment before answering. "My father built this ranch in 1869. He looks toward the old barn. Back then there wasn't much more than open land, a small creek, and a dream." Mary smiles as she listens. "They built the first cabin themselves," she adds. "Just 2 rooms and a stone chimney." Thomas nods. "It wasn't easy. Every board, every fence post, every tree we planted became part of our story." He points toward a large oak tree standing proudly beside the house. "My father planted that tree when I was just a little boy." You study the great tree. Its thick branches stretch across the yard, offering cool shade during the day and shelter for countless birds. Tonight, an owl sits quietly among its highest branches, watching the moonlit fields below. "It's grown with our family," Thomas says softly. "Suppose we have grown with it." Words settle comfortably into the silence. Nothing more needs to be said. A gentle wind stirs the leaves overhead. They answer with a soft whisper, almost like applause. Far across the prairie, another lantern flickers in the distance. Then another, tiny points of warm light scattered across the vast landscape. "Our neighbors," Mary explains. "Most are a few miles away." You look surprised. "Few miles," she laughs gently. "Out here that's considered close." Thomas smiles. "If someone needs help, we saddle the horses and ride. Telephone, automobiles. Just neighbors helping neighbors." You imagine how different life must have been, when a broken wagon meant everyone nearby came to repair it, when a new baby brought fresh bread from every neighboring ranch, when harvest season became a community celebration instead of a busy deadline. The stars continue multiplying overhead until the sky seems almost too beautiful to comprehend. Samuel returns carrying a small telescope. "It belonged to Grandpa," he says. Thomas carefully adjusts its brass legs before inviting you to take the first look. You lean forward and peer through the eyepiece. The moon suddenly appears astonishingly close. Its craters and mountains stand out in remarkable detail. For a moment it feels as though you could simply reach out and touch its silver surface. Samuel grins. "Amazing, isn't it?" You can only nod. One by one, everyone takes a turn looking through the telescope. No one rushes. Each person quietly enjoys the simple wonder of the night sky. After a while, Thomas folds the telescope and carries it back inside. The porch grows quiet once more. The fireflies have returned to the pasture. Their tiny golden lights drift lazily through the grass, blinking on and off like slow-moving stars that somehow wandered down from the heavens. The horses remain peaceful. The barn stands silent. The creek continues its endless journey through the valley. Everything feels exactly as it should. Thomas stands and stretches. "I think it's time," he says with a smile. He picks up a lantern. "There's one place on this ranch I always visit before going to bed." You follow him down a narrow footpath leading away from the house. The grass brushes softly against your boots. The moon lights the trail so gently that the lantern seems almost unnecessary. Ahead, on a small hill overlooking the ranch, stands a simple wooden bench. Nothing fancy, just smooth pine boards, carefully built many years ago. Thomas places the lantern beside it. "This," he says quietly, "is where I come whenever I want to remember how peaceful the world can be." You sit together on the bench. Below, the ranch rests quietly beneath the stars, the barn, the house, the winding creek, the grazing horses, the fences stretching across the moonlit prairie. Everything appears wrapped in silver light. No voices, no engines, no hurry. Only the slow breathing of the American frontier beneath an endless sky. And as you sit there, listening to the gentle wind moving across the prairie, you begin to understand why so many people who lived in the Old West remembered the nights far more fondly than the busy days. The days were filled with work, but the nights belonged to peace. For a long while, you and Thomas simply remain on the hill, letting the quiet settle around you like a warm blanket. The moon climbs a little higher into the sky, bright enough to paint the prairie in soft shades of silver and blue. Every blade of grass catches a touch of moonlight, and the winding creek below reflects the stars so clearly that it almost seems to carry the night sky across the land. Thomas folds his hands over the top of his walking stick. "When I was young," he says at last, "I used to think the daytime was the most important part of ranch life." He smiles to himself. "I couldn't wait for sunrise. I wanted to ride horses, mend fences, help with the cattle, and explore every corner of the prairie." He lets out a quiet laugh. "But my father always told me the same thing." Thomas looks toward the endless horizon as though he can still hear those words spoken many years ago. "Never rush through the evening," he'd say. "If you do, you'll miss the finest hours the West has to offer." As a boy, Thomas admits, he never understood. After all, what could possibly be so special about sitting still? But as the years passed, something changed. He began to notice things that only appeared when the day slowed down. The way the wind became gentler after sunset. The way the horses relaxed once their work was finished. The way the birds offered one last cheerful song before settling into the trees. And above all, the stars. "So many people spent their lives looking down at the trail," Thomas says softly. "My father taught me to look up. You lift your eyes once more. The sky seems even larger now." The Milky Way stretches from one end of the horizon to the other, a glowing river of countless stars arching high above the prairie. Somewhere overhead, a shooting star glides silently across the darkness before disappearing into the distance. Neither of you makes a wish. Somehow, this moment already feels complete. A cool breeze moves across the hill, carrying the sweet scent of prairie flowers that close their petals at night. The air is fresh and wonderfully still. Far below, the ranch sleeps peacefully. The lantern on the porch burns with a steady golden light. Inside the barn, the horses shift quietly in their stalls before settling once again. From the cottonwood tree comes the gentle hoot of an owl beginning its nightly patrol. Nothing feels lonely. Every sound belongs exactly where it is. Thomas slowly stands. "Come," he says. "There's one more place I'd like to show you." You follow him down the opposite side of the hill, where a narrow path winds through waist-high prairie grass. The moon lights the way so clearly that your shadows stretch long across the ground. After several peaceful minutes, you arrive beside the creek. During the day, it must sparkle beneath the sunshine. But tonight it looks like a ribbon of liquid silver. The water flows so gently that it barely makes a sound. Small stones beneath the surface shine like polished glass beneath the moonlight. Thomas kneels beside the bank and dips one hand into the cool water. "My mother used to bring us here on warm summer nights," he says. "Sit right here and listen." "Wait, listen to what?" you ask quietly. He smiles. "Everything." You close your eyes for just a moment. At first it seems perfectly silent, but then you begin to notice it. The gentle movement of water around smooth stones, the distant rustling of tall grass, the quiet flutter of wings as a night bird passes overhead, leaves whispering together in the cottonwood branches, the soft breathing of the wind itself. Each sound is delicate, each one unhurried. Together they form a peaceful melody that no orchestra could ever recreate. Thomas nods, pleased that you've heard it too. "My mother used to say the land sings every night," he says. "You only have to become quiet enough to hear it." You remain beside the creek for several more minutes, saying nothing at all. There is nothing left to add. The prairie, the water, the stars, and the gentle breeze are telling the story now. Somewhere beyond the hill, the old ranch house waits with its warm quilts, glowing fireplace, and comfortable beds. But there is no reason to hurry back. The night is still young, and out here, beneath the endless American sky, time seems happy to slow down, allowing every peaceful moment to last just a little longer. The two of you eventually leave the creek, not because you are eager to go, but because the night has settled into that peaceful hour when everything seems to grow quieter with every passing minute. The narrow path back to the ranch is lit only by the moon and a single lantern Thomas carries at his side. Its warm glow reaches only a few feet ahead, while the rest of the prairie remains wrapped in soft silver light. The golden retriever appears from the darkness as if it has known exactly where to find you. Its tail sways happily, and it falls into step beside you without making a sound. "It never misses our evening walk," Thomas says with a smile. "I've taken this path nearly every night for 12 years. Dog seems to know every bend in the trail, every familiar scent, every stone beneath its paws." Halfway back to the house, Thomas pauses beside an old wooden windmill. Its tall frame rises quietly against the stars, and every few moments the blades turn with a slow, gentle creak as the evening breeze passes through them. Creak, pause, creak, pause. The sound is steady, almost sleepy. "It still pumps water from the well," Thomas says, resting one hand on the weathered wood. "My father built it before I was born." You look up at the towering windmill. The wood has faded beneath decades of sun, rain, snow, and wind, yet it remains strong like the great oak tree, like the ranch itself, built carefully, maintained patiently, made to last. Nearby, a small stone well reflects the moonlight. The bucket hangs neatly from its rope, gently swaying in the breeze. Thomas lowers it into the darkness. You hear the faint splash of water far below. A moment later, he pulls the bucket back up. The water is cold and wonderfully clear. He fills a small tin cup and hands it to you. The first sip is refreshing, cool enough to chase away the warmth of the day, yet gentle enough to feel comforting. "It tastes different," you say. Thomas nods. "It always does." He smiles. "Maybe it's the fresh spring below us. Or maybe everything simply tastes better after spending an evening beneath the stars." You cannot decide which explanation you prefer. Perhaps both are true. The three of you continue toward the ranch house. As you reach the front gate, the horses lift their heads for a moment before returning to their quiet grazing. Their coats shine softly beneath the moonlight. One young foal sleeps peacefully beside its mother, completely undisturbed by the calm sounds of the night. The porch lantern still burns with the same welcoming glow. Inside the windows, you can see Mary folding quilts while Anna quietly places another log on the fireplace. The warm light spilling through the curtains makes the house seem even more inviting than before. When you step inside, the familiar scent of cedar wood greets you once again. The fire crackles gently. A brass clock on the mantel quietly ticks away the evening. Tick, tick, tick. Its steady rhythm fills the room without ever demanding attention. Mary smiles as you enter. I thought you might enjoy a little something before bed. She places a small plate on the table, fresh oatmeal cookies, still slightly warm from the oven. Beside them sits a kettle filled with warm milk flavored with a touch of honey and vanilla. It was my mother's favorite bedtime drink, she says softly. She believed every peaceful night should end with something warm. You accept the mug with gratitude. The first sip is rich, smooth, and comforting. Outside, the wind brushes gently against the windows. Inside, the fire glows with a steady orange light. Samuel has already fallen asleep in a large armchair, one of his storybooks resting open across his lap. Anna carefully closes the book, smiles, and gently drapes a blanket over her younger brother without waking him. Thomas notices and quietly whispers. He's always determined to stay awake. Mary laughs softly. He never wins. Everyone smiles, no one laughs loudly. The house itself seems to encourage quiet voices. Thomas walks toward an old bookshelf standing beside the fireplace. From one of its shelves, he carefully removes a worn, leather-bound journal. The corners are faded. The pages have turned a warm shade of cream with age. He brushes a little dust from the cover. This belonged to my father. He places it gently on the table between you. He wrote in it almost every evening. You open the first page with great care. The handwriting is neat, simple, steady. The very first entry reads, "The prairie was calm tonight. The horses rested well. The stars were brighter than yesterday. I have everything I need." You turn another page, another evening, another quiet observation. Some entries mention rain arriving after weeks of dry weather. Others describe the first snowfall of winter. Many speak only of sunsets, birds, gentle breezes, or peaceful family suppers. There are no dramatic adventures, no thrilling escapes, no famous victories, just ordinary evenings. Beautifully remembered. Thomas smiles as he watches you read. My father believed ordinary days deserved to be remembered. He looks toward the glowing fire. I think he was right. You slowly close the journal. For reasons you cannot quite explain, those simple pages feel more valuable than any treasure chest. They preserve something easy to overlook, the quiet happiness of everyday life. Outside, the prairie remains peaceful beneath the endless American sky. Inside, the fire continues its gentle dance across the logs. The room grows warmer. Your eyelids feel just a little heavier. And somewhere beyond the windows, the vast Wild West settles deeper into one more calm, unforgettable night. Thomas carefully returns the journal to its place on the bookshelf, handling it with the same care someone might give a treasured family photograph. For a moment, everyone simply watches the fire. The flames rise and fall in a slow, steady rhythm, sending gentle shadows dancing across the log walls. The room feels wonderfully warm compared to the cool prairie air outside. The old grandfather clock in the corner quietly marks the passing minutes. Tick, tick, tick. There is nothing urgent about the sound. It does not rush the evening forward. Instead, it simply reminds you that another peaceful day has gently become another peaceful night. Mary stands and places another small log onto the fire. Tiny sparks float upward inside the stone fireplace before disappearing into the chimney. My grandmother always said a good fire should never be in a hurry, she says with a smile. If it burns too fast, it doesn't keep anyone warm for very long. Thomas chuckles. She seemed to have advice for everything. Mary laughs softly. Oh, absolutely. If the bread rose too quickly, she'd say it needed more patience. If the coffee brewed too fast, she'd insist it couldn't possibly taste right. If someone hurried through supper, she pauses with a grin. They'd probably miss the best conversation. Anna smiles. I think she would have liked tonight. So do I, Thomas replies. Outside, the wind gently brushes against the cabin walls, not a harsh wind, just enough to remind everyone that the great American prairie stretches far beyond the windows, peaceful beneath the moonlight. Samuel stirs slightly in the armchair but doesn't wake. Family dog lifts its head for just a second. decides everything is exactly as it should be, and lets out a contented sigh before falling asleep again at the foot of the fireplace. The quiet is comforting. It feels natural. No one reaches for entertainment. No one searches for something to fill the silence. The silence itself is enough. Thomas notices your eyes wandering toward the windows. "Come outside once more," he says. "There's something I never get tired of." You step back onto the porch together. The night has grown even calmer than before. The air is cooler now, carrying the clean scent of pine from the distant hills. The lantern beside the front door glows softly, while the ranch itself has settled into complete stillness. Even the horses are resting. Some stand peacefully with lowered heads. Others lie comfortably in the pasture, completely relaxed beneath the stars. Thomas points toward the eastern edge of the ranch. At first, you don't notice anything unusual then. Tiny lights begin appearing above the meadow, one, then another, then dozens more fireflies. They drift slowly through the tall grass like tiny floating lanterns, blinking gently as they rise and fall with the evening breeze. "It happens every summer," Thomas says quietly. "My mother used to call them the prairie stars. You watch them dance across the field. There is no pattern, no destination, only gentle movement." The little lights seem to answer the stars overhead, as though the earth itself has decided to create its own constellation. For several peaceful minutes, you simply watch the fireflies, the stars, the moon, the quiet ranch, the endless prairie. Everything exists together in perfect harmony. Thomas rests his elbows on the porch railing. "You know," he says thoughtfully, "people often ask me if life out here was difficult. You imagine the long days, the changing seasons, the hard work. It certainly could be," he continues. Storms, long droughts, broken fences, sick animals. There were challenging days," he smiles gently, "but somehow, the evenings always reminded us why it was worth it." His words drift into the cool night air. You understand exactly what he means, because tonight has asked almost nothing from you, only to slow down, only to notice, only to be present. A shooting star quietly crosses the sky. It leaves a thin silver trail that disappears almost as quickly as it arrived. Neither of you speaks. Some moments become more meaningful when they remain completely undisturbed. The breeze grows even softer. Somewhere across the creek, frogs begin their gentle nighttime chorus. The sound blends perfectly with the rustling grass and the distant turning of the old windmill. Everything moves slowly. Everything belongs. Thomas smiles. "My father used to say the prairie had a heartbeat." You look across the moonlit fields. "I think I finally know what he meant." Ranch breathes with the land. The creek keeps flowing. The wind keeps wandering. The stars keep shining. And beneath that endless American sky, you realize that the greatest luxury anyone could ever have is not wealth or fame. It is a peaceful evening with nowhere else to be. You take one long, slow breath of the cool western air, the scent of sage, fresh hay, cedar, and the faint sweetness of wildflowers carried across the prairie. It is a scent you know you will remember for a very long time. Above you, the moon continues its quiet journey across the heavens. Below, the peaceful ranch sleeps soundly, and the night, gentle as ever, carries you a little farther into the calm heart of the Old West. The porch grows quieter with every passing minute. The lantern beside the door burns with a small, steady flame, casting a warm circle of light across the weathered floorboards. Beyond that gentle glow, the prairie stretches endlessly into the darkness, peaceful and undisturbed beneath the wide American sky. Thomas takes a slow breath. "My grandfather used to say that every ranch has its own personality," he says. "I never believed him when I was young." He smiles to himself. "I thought a ranch was just land, fences, and a few buildings." He looks across the moonlit fields, but after enough years, you begin to notice. You notice the way the morning sun always reaches the barn first. You notice which cottonwood tree the bluebirds return to every spring. You notice where the deer like to cross the creek. You learn that every evening has its own quiet voice. You listen. Perhaps he is right. The ranch does seem alive, not because it moves, but because it breathes. The windmill turns once. The creek murmurs softly. The grass sways together like gentle waves upon a calm sea. Even the old porch seems to speak through the familiar creak of its wooden boards. From somewhere inside the house comes the faint whistle of the old tea kettle as it cools. It is a small sound, easy to overlook. Yet somehow it belongs perfectly to this peaceful night. Thomas steps down from the porch. "Come with me," he says. "I want to show you the eastern pasture." You follow him through the gate. The golden retriever happily joins you, walking a few steps ahead before stopping every so often to glance back with patient eyes. The moon lights the narrow trail well enough that no lantern is needed now. The tall prairie grass brushes gently against your boots as you walk. Tiny drops of evening dew have begun collecting on the blades of grass, sparkling like scattered diamonds whenever the moonlight touches them. The air feels cooler now, not cold, simply fresh, refreshing, comfortable. After several minutes, the pasture opens before you. It is even larger than it appeared from the porch. Rolling hills fade softly into the horizon, where earth and sky seem to meet without a single building interrupting the view. Thomas stops beside a weathered fence post. "My father brought me here on the night of my 12th birthday. He rests one hand on the smooth wood. I asked him why we lived so far away from town." Thomas chuckles quietly. "I thought life in town must be exciting." You smile. "What did he say?" Thomas looks upward. He pointed at the sky. You follow his gaze. The stars seem brighter than ever. He asked me one simple question. "How many stars can you count?" Thomas laughs softly. I told him there were too many. Nodded. "Exactly," he said. "Out here you never have to choose between looking at the stars and looking at the streetlights." Thomas pauses. "I didn't understand then. I do now." Two of you stand quietly by the fence. No one speaks. There is no need. A gentle herd of cattle rests peacefully farther across the pasture. Some lie comfortably in the grass. Others stand together beneath the moonlight, barely moving except for an occasional flick of a tail. There is no restlessness among them. The long day's work is over. Now the prairie belongs to the night. A soft breeze carries the distant fragrance of blooming prairie clover. You notice how different the land smells after sunset. Cooler, sweeter, calmer. Somewhere beyond the hill, a tiny stream joins the larger creek, its gentle trickling blending with the nighttime chorus of crickets. The sounds are so perfectly balanced that they almost disappear into one another. Thomas quietly removes his hat for a moment. "My parents are buried beneath that oak tree." He points toward a gentle rise overlooking the ranch. From where you stand, you can just make out two simple white wooden markers beneath the spreading branches. There isn't a grand monument. There never needed to be. He smiles warmly. They loved this land. They always wanted to stay here. For a few peaceful moments, you both simply look toward the old oak tree. The breeze stirs its leaves with a gentle whisper, almost like a quiet greeting. Thomas places his hat back on his head. "I still talk to them sometimes," he smiles, "mostly about ordinary things, how the horses are doing, whether the apple trees had a good season, what Samuel learned this week." He laughs softly. "Suppose they'd find those stories much more interesting than anything dramatic." You nod. There is something deeply comforting about that thought. A life measured not by extraordinary moments, but by countless peaceful evenings just like this one. The moon continues climbing higher overhead. Its silver light washes across the ranch, the fields, the creek, and the quiet little house waiting in the distance. The windows still glow with warm golden light. Home, simple, steady, welcoming. As you begin the slow walk back across the pasture, your footsteps become almost perfectly synchronized with Thomas's. The prairie grass whispers around your boots. The stars watch silently above. And somewhere far beyond the western hills, tomorrow is already making its slow journey toward another sunrise. But tonight still belongs to the peaceful heart of the American West. The walk back to the ranch is unhurried. Thomas doesn't seem to measure the distance in miles. Instead, he measures it in quiet moments. The sound of the wind through the prairie grass, the steady rhythm of your footsteps, and the familiar sights that have greeted him nearly every evening for decades. As you near the house, a faint glow appears beyond the barn. It isn't the porch lantern, nor is it the moon. It is a small campfire. Several ranch hands have finished their work for the day and gathered a respectful distance from the house, allowing the family to enjoy their own peaceful evening while sharing a quiet hour together before turning in for the night. "There they are," Thomas says with a warm smile. "Good men, hard workers." You walk toward the fire. No one is speaking loudly. In fact, the conversation pauses entirely as everyone watches a few glowing embers drift lazily upward into the night sky. One of the ranch hands notices you and tips his hat. Evening. Others greet you with the same simple kindness. No introductions are long. No stories begin with grand adventures. Life on the frontier has taught these men that respect is often shown with few words rather than many. A black coffee pot hangs above the fire from a sturdy iron hook. Its gentle bubbling fills the silence with a comforting sound. One of the men pours a cup for Thomas. Another offers you a mug filled instead with warm apple cider, lightly spiced with cinnamon. The drink is pleasantly warm against the cool night air. Nearby, an old chestnut horse stands quietly beneath a cottonwood tree, enjoying a late-night mouthful of hay. One ranch hand, whose name is Benjamin, gently brushes the horse's mane while humming a tune so softly that it nearly disappears beneath the whisper of the breeze. The melody is slow, peaceful, almost like a lullaby. No one asks him to stop. No one applauds. It simply becomes another beautiful sound of the evening. After a few minutes, Benjamin sets the brush aside. "My grandfather taught me that song," he says. "He used to sing it to the horses after a long cattle drive." Thomas smiles. "I remember hearing your grandfather," Benjamin nods. "He always said horses sleep better when the people around them are calm." Everyone glances toward the animals. The horses certainly seem calm tonight. Their ears rest comfortably. Their breathing is slow. Some have already closed their eyes. The fire crackles gently. A log settles deeper into the glowing coals, sending a brief shower of tiny sparks into the air. For a moment, those sparks resemble a second constellation rising from the prairie itself. One of the younger ranch hands quietly points toward the northern sky. There it is. Everyone looks up. The North Star shines steadily above the horizon, bright and unwavering. Thomas smiles. "My father trusted that star more than any compass." Benjamin chuckles. "Mine too." For a little while, the conversation turns to old trails that cross the Great Plains, stagecoaches that once stopped at nearby trading posts, and families who built homes one careful board at a time. No tales of shootouts, no famous outlaws, only stories of ordinary people who worked hard, shared what they had, and watched the same stars that shine above you tonight. Thomas stirs the fire gently with a long stick. "My father always believed history remembered the loudest people." He watches another spark drift upward. But the West was really built by the quiet ones. Everyone nods. The statement needs no explanation. It feels true simply because it matches everything you have experienced since arriving here. The peaceful ranch, the shared meals, the careful work, the gentle conversations, the kindness offered without expecting anything in return. You take another slow sip of the warm cider. Its sweet apple flavor mixes with cinnamon and a hint of clove. The warmth spreads comfortably through you. Benjamin glances toward the eastern horizon. "Looks like tomorrow will be clear." "How can you tell?" you ask. He smiles. "My grandmother taught me." He points toward the sky. "When the stars shine this steadily and the breeze carries the scent of dry sage instead of damp earth." He shrugs. "Morning usually arrives bright and calm." Thomas laughs quietly. Never known him to be wrong. Ranch hands begin wishing one another good night. Not because anyone is tired of talking, simply because dawn comes early on a working ranch. One by one, coffee mugs are emptied. The fire is carefully covered so that only a gentle glow remains. Hats are tipped, quiet smiles are exchanged. Within minutes, everyone disappears toward their cabins, leaving the prairie exactly as peaceful as they found it. You and Thomas remain beside the fatting embers. The silence returns naturally, never feeling empty. Above you, the Milky Way stretches across the American sky like an endless ribbon of light. Below, the last glowing coals pulse softly in the darkness. Thomas looks across the sleeping ranch. "You know," he says, "people travel thousands of miles looking for peaceful places." He smiles. "Been lucky enough to live in one all my life." You follow his gaze, the house, the barn, the windmill, the creek reflecting the moon, the quiet horses, the endless prairie. Everything rests together beneath the same gentle sky. And in that moment, it feels as though the entire American West has settled into a slow, peaceful breath, waiting patiently for another beautiful dawn. The last of the glowing embers fades into a soft orange glow, and Thomas gently places the iron poker beside the fire ring. For a few quiet moments, neither of you moves. The warmth from the fire lingers. mixing with the cool night air that drifts across the prairie. Somewhere in the distance, a gentle breeze rolls through the tall grass, creating long, whispering waves that travel across the fields like ripples on a calm lake. "It sounds different at night," you say softly. Thomas nods. It does. He listens for a moment before speaking again. "During the day, the prairie is busy. You hear wagons, horses, people calling across the fields." He smiles. "But at night," he pauses. "The land gets to tell its own stories." Two of you begin walking once more, this time following a narrow trail behind the barn. The ranch becomes quieter with every step. The lantern hanging over the stable door casts a warm circle of light onto the packed earth below. Inside, the horses sleep peacefully, some standing with their heads lowered, others resting so completely that they hardly seem to move at all. Thomas quietly slides open the stable door. The familiar scent of clean hay, worn leather, and fresh pine fills the air. A beautiful Palomino mare lifts her head for just a moment. Recognizing Thomas, she lets out a gentle breath before returning to her peaceful rest. He walks slowly from stall to stall. Without saying a word, he checks each horse. A soft pat on a neck, a quiet scratch behind an ear, a quick glance to make sure every water bucket is full. The horses seem comforted simply by his presence. "They've worked hard today," Thomas whispers. "They deserve a peaceful night." You notice how carefully he moves, never making sudden sounds. Even his footsteps seem to respect the stillness of the barn. Outside, the moonlight slips through the open doorway, creating long silver beams across the wooden floor. Tiny specks of dust drift lazily through the light, floating so slowly that they almost seem suspended in time. After checking the final stall, Thomas closes the stable door just enough to keep the cool breeze flowing through the building. "Perfect," he says quietly. The golden retriever has curled into a comfortable circle just outside the stable entrance. One ear twitches as you pass. But the faithful dog is already drifting toward sleep. The ranch itself now feels almost dreamlike. The windmill turns slowly. The creek continues its endless journey through the valley. The porch lantern glows softly in the distance. Every sound is gentle. Every movement is slow. As you return toward the house, you notice something standing near the old oak tree. It is a wooden swing, simple, strong. Its ropes have clearly been replaced many times over the years, but the wooden seat has been polished smooth by countless evenings. Thomas smiles the moment he sees you looking at it. "My father built that swing." He walks over and gently brushes a few leaves from the seat. "My mother loved to sit here after supper." He gives the swing the smallest push. It begins moving back and forth almost silently, forward, back, back. "Remember sitting beside her when I was Samuel's age." He laughs softly. "She could sit here for an hour without saying more than a sentence or two." What would she do? Thomas looks toward the moonlit pasture. Mostly, she watched. Horses, the clouds, the stars, the seasons changing. He smiles. She believed the world always had something beautiful to show you if you were willing to slow down long enough to notice. You sit on the swing. It moves gently beneath you. The motion is slow and steady, almost like floating on calm water. The breeze brushes lightly across your face. Somewhere above, the leaves of the old oak rustle together, creating a soft whisper that blends perfectly with the distant song of the creek. The entire ranch seems wrapped in a blanket of peaceful silence. Thomas remains standing nearby, looking out across the moonlit fields. "You know," he says after a long pause, "I've traveled a little, very far. Far enough to see busy cities, seen streets crowded with people, heard factories running through the night, watched trains arrive every hour." He smiles kindly. "Impressive. They never helped me sleep the way this place does." You understand exactly what he means here. There is no pressure to keep moving, no race against the clock, no endless noise, only the comforting rhythm of nature. The swing slows almost to a stop. The breeze grows even gentler. Above, the stars continue their silent journey across the vast American sky, just as they have for countless generations of travelers, ranchers, farmers, and families who once called this frontier home. Tonight, they shine just as brightly for you. And somewhere in the peaceful distance, the first faint hint of midnight settles over the sleeping prairie, calm, quiet, and wonderfully unhurried. The swing finally comes to rest. For a moment, the only movement is the slow dance of the cottonwood leaves above your head. They shimmer softly beneath the moonlight, their silver undersides catching every gentle breath of wind. Thomas glances toward the house. Most of the lanterns have been turned down now. Only the one on the porch still burns brightly, a welcoming beacon that has guided travelers home on countless peaceful nights. My grandfather had a saying, Thomas says as the two of you begin strolling toward the front gate. He believed every ranch should leave one light burning. You look toward the lantern. Why? Thomas smiles. Because you never know who might still be on the trail. The words settle comfortably into the quiet. In the Old West, the distance between ranches could stretch for many miles. A traveler delayed by a broken wagon, a tired horse, or an unexpected rainstorm might still be searching for shelter long after sunset. A single lantern could mean warmth, a meal, a safe place to sleep, or simply the comfort of knowing someone would greet you with kindness. As you reach the gate, Thomas rests one hand on the smooth wooden post. This lantern has been hanging here for nearly 40 years. He points toward the brass frame. My father polished it every Sunday afternoon. When I was old enough, he smiles. He handed the cloth to me. You step closer. The lantern is beautifully simple. Its glass has tiny imperfections that gently soften the light, giving it a warm golden glow instead of a harsh brightness. Even its light feels peaceful. Beyond the gate, the ranch road winds quietly through the prairie before disappearing over a gentle hill. By daylight, it would simply be another dusty trail. Tonight, beneath the moon, it almost looks like a silver ribbon stretching toward the horizon. Thomas follows your gaze. Watched that road for most of my life. Some evenings no one came. Nights we'd welcome 3 or 4 travelers. He chuckles. My mother somehow always had enough stew for everyone. Laughs softly. How? Thomas shrugs. I never figured that out. She always said that kindness has a way of making room at the table. A cool breeze drifts across the yard. It carries the faint scent of fresh apples from the small orchard behind the barn. Rows of apple trees stand quietly in the moonlight, their branches heavy with late summer fruit. Thomas notices you looking. Would you like to see the orchard? You nod. The path between the trees is narrow and shaded. Moonlight filters gently through the leaves, creating shifting patterns across the soft grass beneath your feet. The air here smells wonderfully sweet. Apples, fresh earth, and the faint fragrance of wild mint growing beside the fence. Thomas reaches up and carefully twists a ripe apple from one of the branches. He hands it to you. Its skin is cool from the evening air. When you take a bite, it is crisp and wonderfully juicy, sweet, with just the slightest hint of tartness. It tastes different than apples from the store, you say. Thomas laughs quietly. My grandmother would be happy to hear you say that. He takes one for himself. She believed fruit always tasted better when you picked it yourself. 2 of you continue walking between the rows. The orchard is peaceful. Somewhere above, a tiny owl watches silently from one of the higher branches. It blinks once, turns its head, and quietly continues its nightly watch. Near the end of the orchard stands a simple wooden bench. Unlike the one on the hill, this bench faces west. Even though the sun has long since set, Thomas explains why it was built there. My parents sat here almost every evening. They never wanted to miss a sunset. He runs a hand across the smooth wood. My father always finished work 10 minutes early, every single day, just to make sure he was sitting here before the first colors touched the sky. You imagine them together, 2 cups of coffee, no hurry, watching another ordinary sunset become another treasured memory. It suddenly seems like a beautiful way to measure a life, not by the busiest days, but by the evenings you made time to enjoy. The breeze stirs again. A few apple leaves drift gently to the ground. They land without a sound. Thomas looks up toward the stars. You know, he says softly, people often think peace is something you find. He shakes his head. My father believed something different. What was that, you ask? He believed peace was something you practiced. He smiles. You practiced it by sitting together after supper, by helping your neighbors, by listening more than speaking, noticing the stars, by ending every day with gratitude. Neither of you says anything for a while. The words seem complete exactly as they are. Some lessons don't need explaining. They only need to be lived. Above the quiet orchard, the Milky Way stretches from one horizon to the other. Below it, the apple trees stand patiently beneath the moonlight, just as they have through countless peaceful seasons. And somewhere beyond the hills of the American frontier, Another calm midnight hour gently settles across the sleeping land, wrapping the ranch, the prairie, and every quiet trail in a silence so comforting that it feels almost timeless. Leaving the orchard behind, you and Thomas follow a narrow footpath that curves gently toward the back of the ranch house. The grass is cool beneath your boots, still damp with the first drops of nighttime dew. Every step releases the faint scent of clover and fresh earth, and somewhere nearby a cricket begins a slow, steady song that seems perfectly timed with the rhythm of your walk. The ranch is asleep now. The kitchen windows have gone dark. The last lantern inside the house has been turned low. Only the porch light remains, glowing softly across the yard like a quiet promise that anyone arriving late would still be welcome. Thomas smiles as he notices you looking back. My mother was always the last one awake, every single night. What was she doing, you ask? Oh, a little of everything, he chuckles quietly. Make sure tomorrow's bread dough was covered. Check that every window was latched. Fold the quilts. Before going upstairs, he points toward the porch lantern. She'd make sure that light was still burning. The two of you continue walking until you reach a small wooden bridge crossing the creek. During the day, it would probably be one of the busiest places on the ranch, with horses stopping for water and children running back and forth between the pastures. Tonight, it belongs entirely to the moon. The creek slips beneath the bridge so gently that it barely disturbs its own reflection. The stars shimmer on the surface, stretching and bending each time the water passes over a smooth stone. Thomas rests both hands on the bridge railing. This creek has never stopped flowing. He smiles thoughtfully. In my lifetime, it slows during dry summers. It rises after spring rains. Somehow, it always keeps going. You listen carefully. The water never rushes, it never struggles, it simply continues, steady, patient, certain of its path. For several peaceful minutes, neither of you speaks. The creek seems to say everything that needs saying. A cool breeze drifts beneath the bridge, carrying the clean scent of water mixed with the fragrance of wildflowers growing along the banks. Tiny frogs call softly from the reeds. A fish creates a single ripple before disappearing once more beneath the silver surface. High above, an owl glides silently across the moonlit sky. Its wings make no sound at all. Thomas watches it disappear toward the western hills. My grandfather believed owls were the night watchmen of the prairie. He smiles. He said they looked after everyone while the rest of us slept. Whether the story is true hardly matters. It feels like the sort of gentle tale grandparents have shared for generations. The kind of story that makes the night seem even kinder. As you leave the bridge, the path begins climbing a gentle hill behind the ranch. The climb is easy. There is no hurry. At the top stands a small white building with a single bell hanging beneath its roof. It is a one-room schoolhouse. Its windows are dark now, but the moonlight reveals neat rows of desks inside. Thomas opens the door slowly. The old hinges give a quiet, familiar creak. My sister learned her letters here. So did I. He smiles at the memory. And years later, he glances toward the empty desks. Anna and Samuel sat in those very same seats. You step inside. The room smells faintly of pine boards, chalk, and old books. On the teacher's desk rests a worn globe, its colors faded by time. Maps of the United States hang neatly on the wall, their edges curling ever so slightly with age. A slate chalkboard still carries the faint outline of yesterday's arithmetic lesson. Everything has been left exactly as it was, not forgotten, simply resting until morning. Thomas runs his hand lightly across one of the desks. When school ended each afternoon, we thought the day was over. He smiles. But my mother always said, the best lesson begins after supper. What did she mean, you ask? He laughs softly. She meant sitting together, listening, watching the sunset, learning the names of the stars, helping a neighbor. Those were lessons you couldn't find in any school book. Nod quietly. Some of the most valuable things really are learned outside a classroom. The breeze slips gently through the open window, carrying the distant scent of hayfields and cedar. The little bell above the roof moves just enough to give a tiny, delicate chime. Not loud, just one soft note. It hangs in the still night for a moment before fading away. Thomas smiles. Always loved that sound. Reminds me that even the smallest things can make an evening memorable. You step back outside. The hill offers a wide view of the sleeping valley. The ranch rests peacefully below the barn, the orchard, the winding creek, the quiet pasture, the porch lantern still glowing faithfully in the darkness. Beyond it all, the American prairie stretches toward the horizon beneath a sky filled with more stars than anyone could ever count. The night feels endless, not because time has stopped, but because there is no reason for it to move any faster. And as you stand there beside the old schoolhouse, breathing the cool western air, you begin to understand why generations of families chose to build their lives in places like this. Not for excitement, not for riches, but for evenings exactly like this one, calm, simple, and filled with the quiet beauty that only the American frontier could offer. You remain on the hill for a little while longer, letting your eyes wander across the sleeping valley. From this height, the ranch looks almost like a tiny island of warm light in an endless sea of prairie. The porch lantern still glows faithfully beside the front door, while the moon washes the fields, fences, and winding trails in soft shades of silver. The little schoolhouse stands quietly behind you, the creek winds through the valley below, and beyond it all the great plains seem to stretch forever, disappearing into the distant darkness where tomorrow's sunrise patiently waits. Thomas breathes in the cool night air. "When I was a boy," he says, "I thought this hill was the highest place in the world." He smiles. "I used to climb up here with my brother almost every Saturday evening." "What did you do?" you ask. "Oh," he laughs softly. "Lie on our backs in the grass, watch the clouds until the stars came out. Then we'd try to count them." You smile. "Were you ever successful?" "Not even close." He chuckles. "We usually made it to a few hundred before one of us fell asleep." The thought makes both of you laugh quietly, not the loud laughter of excitement, just the gentle laughter that naturally belongs to peaceful memories. Thomas begins walking again, this time along a trail that follows the crest of the hill. The grass is shorter here, swaying gently in the breeze. Small wildflowers grow along the edge of the path, their petals folded for the night until the morning sun returns. The moonlight gives everything a dreamlike softness. Nothing feels sharp, nothing feels hurried, only calm, only stillness. After several minutes, you notice something resting on a smooth patch of prairie grass. It is an old quilt, carefully folded, protected inside a small wooden chest beside the trail. Thomas smiles as soon as he sees your curious expression. "My grandmother kept it here every summer." He kneels beside the chest and gently lifts the quilt. Its pattern is made of deep blues, soft creams, and faded reds, stitched together by hand many decades ago. Every square is slightly different. No two pieces of fabric are exactly alike. "She sewed this herself," Thomas says. "Whenever the weather was clear, she'd bring it up here after supper." He spreads the quilt across the grass. "There." He pats one corner. "Have a seat." You lower yourself onto the soft fabric. The quilt still carries the faint scent of cedar from the wooden chest where it has been carefully stored. Above you, the sky is astonishing. The Milky Way stretches from horizon to horizon, brighter than ever now that the night has reached its deepest hours. Thomas lies back comfortably with his hands folded beneath his head. You do the same. For a while, neither of you says anything. The earth beneath you is pleasantly cool. The breeze brushes gently across your face. The prairie grass whispers all around. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote calls once across the open land. A few moments later, another answers from many miles away. The sounds are calm. They belong to the night just as naturally as the stars belong to the sky. Thomas points upward. "You see those 3 bright stars?" You follow his finger. "Easy to find. My grandfather used to call them the travelers." "Was that their real name?" you ask. He smiles. "No. That's what he liked to call them. Believed they reminded every traveler that no matter how long the journey, the sky remained the same." You continue looking upward. Some constellations are familiar, others are completely new. Yet together they form a sky that has watched over generations of ranchers, settlers, native peoples, explorers, and families who all pause, just as you are doing now, to admire its quiet beauty. A faint breeze moves across the hill. The quilt shifts ever so slightly beneath you. The smell of wild sage returns once more. It mixes with the scent of cool earth and distant pine carried from the hills beyond the valley. Thomas closes his eyes for a moment. "My grandmother believed the prairie had its own lullaby." You listen. "What was it?" He smiles without opening his eyes. "Wind, the creek, the crickets, the leaves." the horses breathing in the pasture, said if you listened carefully enough. You'd realize they were all singing the same peaceful song. You stopped trying to hear individual sounds. Instead, you simply let them blend together: the breeze, the insects, the distant water, the rustling grass, the occasional soft hoot of an owl. Together they become one gentle melody, not loud, not complicated, simply peaceful. You can understand why someone might call it a lullaby. Minutes pass without either of you noticing. Time feels wonderfully unimportant beneath the endless American sky. The stars continue their slow journey overhead. The moon drifts a little farther west. The ranch below sleeps peacefully, wrapped in silver light. And lying there upon the old handmade quilt, surrounded by the quiet beauty of the frontier, it becomes almost impossible to imagine a more peaceful place to spend a summer night in the Wild West. Neither of you feels any need to move. The old quilt rests comfortably beneath you, and the prairie seems to breathe in one slow, peaceful rhythm. Somewhere below, the creek continues its gentle journey through the valley, while above, thousands of stars quietly follow paths they have traveled for countless generations. After several unhurried minutes, Thomas opens his eyes. My grandmother always stayed up later than everyone else during the summer. He smiles at the memory. She said there was a special hour after midnight. What was so special about it? You ask. He folds his hands across his chest. She believed that after midnight the prairie belonged to itself. He lets the words settle into the stillness. Work is finished. The horses are resting. The children are asleep. The fires have burned low. For a little while, the land gets to enjoy its own quiet. You listen. It feels true. There are no wagon wheels rolling along distant roads, no voices drifting across the fields. Even the breeze has softened, moving through the tall grass so gently that it sounds more like a whisper than a wind. A single cloud floats slowly across the moon. For a few moments the silver light grows softer. The shadows become deeper. The entire valley seems wrapped in a gentle blue glow. Then just as quietly the cloud drifts away. The moon shines brightly once more. Thomas sits up and brushes a few blades of grass from his sleeves. Would you care for one last walk before bed? You nod. There is something comforting about the idea of stretching the evening just a little longer. He folds the quilt with practiced hands, smoothing every corner before placing it carefully back inside the cedar chest. My grandmother always said quilts deserve to be treated kindly. He smiles. They spend their whole lives keeping people warm. Together, you begin following a narrow trail that winds along the ridge before descending toward the western meadow. The grass here is shorter, and tiny wildflowers dot the hillside, their blossoms closed until the morning sun returns. Halfway down the slope, Thomas suddenly pauses. Listen. You stop walking. At first, everything seems completely still, then you hear it, a faint jingling sound, soft, gentle, almost musical, from across the meadow. Several cattle wear small brass bells around their necks. As they shift in their sleep, the bells ring ever so lightly. Chime. A long pause, another quiet chime. The sounds drift across the open prairie, carried by the cool night air. My grandfather liked those bells, Thomas whispers. He said they reminded him that everyone was safe. You smile. The tiny notes are strangely comforting, not loud enough to interrupt the silence, just enough to become part of it. The trail continues toward a broad meadow covered in waist-high grass. Moonlight turns every blade into silver. The meadow ripples gently as the breeze passes through, looking almost like waves rolling across a quiet ocean. Thomas removes his hat for a moment. Walked through this meadow in every season. He gazes across the open land, seen spring wildflowers cover every inch, watched summer thunderstorms roll across these hills, heard autumn geese flying overhead. I've stood here after winter snow when everything was so quiet that even my footsteps sounded too loud. He places his hat back on his head. But I think summer nights are still my favorite. You understand why. The air is comfortable. The stars are brilliant. The prairie seems alive, yet perfectly peaceful. As you continue walking, the golden retriever suddenly stops beside a patch of tall grass. Its ears perk up. For a brief moment it watches quietly. Then a family of rabbits gently hops into the moonlight. There are 4 of them, one larger rabbit, 3 tiny ones following closely behind. They pause only long enough to nibble at the fresh grass before disappearing once more into the meadow. The dog simply watches them go. It has no interest in chasing them. Tonight, every creature seems content simply to share the quiet. Thomas smiles. That's not the first rabbit family we've seen this summer. Samuel likes to pretend they're neighbors stopping by for an evening stroll. Laughs softly. It seems exactly like something a 10-year-old would imagine. The meadow begins to slope gently back toward the ranch. In the distance, you can once again see the familiar porch lantern glowing patiently beside the house. Its warm light feels reassuring. Like a friend waiting for your return. The grandfather clock inside will probably strike another hour soon. Mary has likely already gone upstairs. Anna is surely asleep beneath one of the handmade quilts. Samuel is dreaming after another busy day of exploring the ranch. The horses rest quietly in the barn. The cattle sleep peacefully beneath the stars. Even the old windmill continues its slow, steady turning, never asking for attention, simply doing the work it has done for generations. The night has become wonderfully deep now. Not dark in a lonely way, dark in a comforting way. The kind of darkness that invites rest. The kind of darkness that reminds every traveler that tomorrow can wait. Tonight, beneath the endless skis of the American West, the world seems perfectly content to simply be still. The familiar porch lantern grows brighter as you and Thomas make your way back toward the ranch house. Its warm amber light spills gently across the front steps, creating a welcoming glow that seems to say the same thing it has said to every traveler for generations. You're home for the night. The golden retriever reaches the porch first. It climbs the 3 wooden steps, circles twice on the old welcome mat, and settles down with a satisfied sigh, resting its head on its front paws. Thomas smiles. I think he's decided the evening was a success. You quietly agree. The screen door opens with its familiar wooden creak as the two of you step inside. The ranch house has become even quieter. The fire in the stone fireplace has settled into glowing red coals, filling the room with a gentle warmth instead of bright flames. Their soft light flickers across the log walls, making the entire cabin feel peaceful and wonderfully still. The old grandfather clock continues its patient work. Tick, tick, tick. The sound blends so naturally with the silence that it almost disappears. Thomas lowers the flame on the oil lamp until it gives only the gentlest glow. There, he whispers. That's better. Room immediately feels softer, shadows become warmer, the evening becomes calmer still. On the dining table sits a simple ceramic bowl filled with fresh peaches picked that afternoon from a neighboring ranch. Beside it rests a handwritten note from Mary. Help yourself before bed. Thomas smiles as he reads it. She always leaves something. You each take a peach. Its skin is cool and velvety. When you bite into it, the fruit is perfectly ripe, sweet enough that no sugar could improve it. Thomas laughs quietly. My wife always says peaches taste best after sunset. You cannot argue with her. Outside, the wind brushes gently against the porch roof. The sound is almost like distant waves rolling onto a quiet beach. For a while, you simply stand beside the window. From here, you can see nearly the entire ranch. The barn rests peacefully beneath the moon. The windmill turns with its slow, familiar rhythm. The creek shines like a silver ribbon winding through the fields. The horses remain motionless, resting comfortably after a long day. Everything feels perfectly complete. Thomas notices an old framed photograph hanging beside the fireplace. He lifts it carefully from the wall. The black and white picture shows several generations of his family standing proudly in front of this very ranch house. Some wear wide-brimmed hats, some hold young children. One little girl smiles while holding a basket of wildflowers. Another boy sits proudly on a small pony that looks barely taller than he is. My great-grandfather is right here, Thomas says, pointing to a tall man with a thick beard. He built the first fence around this property. His finger moves to another smiling face. That's my grandmother, the one who made the quilt. You smile. You feel as though you already know her, not because you ever met her, but because her stories still live in every corner of this ranch. In the swing beneath the oak tree, in the cedar chest on the hill, in the porch lantern left burning each night. In the peaceful way this family ends every day. Thomas carefully hangs the photograph back where it belongs. Funny thing about old homes, he says. They remember people. You glance around the room, perhaps he is right. The smooth wooden floor has carried generations of footsteps. The rocking chair has soothed countless tired evenings. The fireplace has warmed families through endless winters. Even the walls seem to hold quiet echoes of conversations, laughter, songs, and bedtime stories shared over many decades. The house does not feel old, it feels loved. A gentle knock comes from outside. Thomas opens the front door. Standing on the porch is Mr. Wilson, the elderly rancher from the neighboring property. He removes his hat with a friendly smile. "Evening, Thomas." "Evening, Jack. I was baking a little too much cornbread again," Mr. Wilson says with a chuckle. "Thought you folks might help me solve the problem." Thomas laughs softly. "Suppose that's a burden we're willing to carry." Mr. Wilson hands over a neatly wrapped loaf still warm from the oven. The rich aroma of fresh cornmeal and butter fills the doorway. "Tell Mary it's best while it's warm," he says. "I certainly will." Two men exchange a few quiet words about tomorrow's weather, the health of the horses, and whether the apples will be ready for the town market next week. Nothing dramatic, nothing urgent, just neighbors checking in before another peaceful night. After wishing each other a good evening, Mr. Wilson tips his hat once more and slowly walks back down the moonlit road toward his own ranch. You watch until his lantern becomes a tiny golden dot in the distance. Thomas closes the door gently. "That's how it's always been around here," he smiles. "If someone has extra bread, everyone has extra bread." Fire gives one last gentle crackle. The grandfather clock continues its steady rhythm. Outside, the prairie rests beneath a sky so full of stars that it almost seems brighter than the land below. The entire ranch feels wrapped in a quiet sense of gratitude. Not because anything extraordinary happened today, but because ordinary days, shared with kind people in a peaceful place, are often the ones remembered the longest. And as the night drifts gently onward, the Wild West grows even quieter, inviting everyone beneath its vast American sky to slow down, rest, and simply enjoy the comforting silence. After Mr. Wilson disappears down the moonlit road, Thomas leaves the front door open for a few moments, allowing the cool prairie breeze to drift gently through the house. The curtains move softly. The lantern flame flickers just enough to remind you that the night is still awake outside. Somewhere beyond the barn, the windmill turns with its familiar sleepy rhythm creak. A long pause creak. It is a sound that no one on the ranch seems to notice anymore, not because it is unimportant, but because it has become part of home. Thomas places the warm loaf of cornbread on the kitchen table. Mary has left a clean linen cloth waiting there. He carefully wraps the bread before smiling to himself. She always thinks ahead. Kitchen is wonderfully quiet now. Copper pots hang neatly above the stove. A cast iron skillet rests where it has probably rested every night for years. A small bowl of fresh cream sits in the cool pantry beside jars of homemade strawberry preserves, blackberry jam, pickled vegetables, and honey collected from beehives behind the orchard. Everything has its place. Everything feels cared for. Thomas notices you admiring the shelves. "My wife says a tidy kitchen helps tomorrow begin peacefully." He laughs softly. Learns she's usually right. He takes a small lantern from a hook beside the pantry door. "I want to show you one last place before we finally turn in." Two of you step quietly onto the back porch. Unlike the front porch, this one faces the open prairie. There are no fences close by, no road, only fields stretching toward the horizon beneath the endless American sky. The lantern remains unlit. It isn't needed. The moon is bright enough to guide every step. A narrow path leads through a small vegetable garden. Rows of tomatoes, beans, carrots, pumpkins, and sweet corn rest peacefully beneath the silver light. Tiny droplets of dew sparkle on every leaf. The garden seems almost magical at this hour. Thomas bends down beside a patch of mint. He gently rubs one leaf between his fingers. Immediately, the cool, fresh fragrance fills the air. "My mother planted this many years ago." He offers you the leaf. You breathe in its clean scent. It is refreshing, simple, comforting. "The funny thing is," Thomas says, "every spring we wonder if it survived the winter." He smiles. "And every spring, there it is." Beyond the garden stands a small white fence surrounding a handful of beehives. At this late hour, everything is completely still. "The bees are sleeping now," Thomas whispers, almost instinctively lowering his voice. be busy again with the sunrise. You continue along the path until the land opens once more. The prairie stretches before you like a silver sea beneath the moon. Tall grasses sway together with every passing breeze. From somewhere far away comes the faint whistle of a distant train. The sound is barely noticeable. It drifts across the plains for a few moments before slowly fading into the night. Thomas smiles. When I was Samuel's age, hearing that train meant adventure, he laughs quietly. I used to imagine where all those passengers were going. He looks toward the horizon. Chicago, Denver, Francisco. They sounded so far away. He pauses. Now. I'm perfectly happy knowing exactly where I'm going. You glance toward the warmly lit ranch house behind you. Home. Thomas follows your eyes. Exactly. Two of you remain standing there for several quiet minutes. The prairie breeze brushes gently across your face. The scent of sage returns once again, mixed with fresh mint from the garden and the faint sweetness of ripening corn. High above, the moon has begun its slow journey toward the western horizon. The stars remain bright and countless. You notice how naturally your breathing has slowed since arriving at the ranch. Each breath is deep, easy, unhurried. Thomas seems to notice as well. This place has a way of doing that. He smiles kindly. It reminds people that they don't always have to be in a hurry. A shooting star quietly slips across the northern sky. It lasts only a heartbeat before disappearing. Neither of you speaks. Some moments ask only to be witnessed. The prairie falls silent once more. The grass whispers. The creek murmurs. The windmill turns. The ranch sleeps, and somewhere in the peaceful distance, the first faint hint of dawn is still many hours away, leaving the quiet heart of the American West wrapped in one more long, gentle, unforgettable night. Thomas quietly places the lantern back on its hook beside the porch door, though it was never needed. The moon has become the true lantern of the night. Its pale silver light stretches across every rooftop, every fence, every field, and every winding trail surrounding the ranch. Even the smallest puddles left from last week's rain reflect the sky like tiny mirrors scattered across the prairie. For a long moment, neither of you speaks. The silence has become a familiar companion, not empty, not lonely, simply peaceful. A soft breeze carries the sweet fragrance of prairie sage mixed with blooming evening primrose, flowers that wait all day for the coolness of night before opening their delicate yellow petals. Thomas notices them immediately. My mother loved those flowers. He kneels beside one growing near the porch. Most people never saw them. Not, you ask. They opened after sunset, he smiles. By morning, they were already beginning to close again. He gently touches one blossom. She always said some of the most beautiful things happen while most of the world is asleep. The words linger quietly in the cool night air. Together, you continue walking beyond the garden, following a narrow trail that curves toward the western pasture. The grass here grows a little taller. Tiny drops of dew now cling to every blade, sparkling beneath the moonlight like thousands of tiny crystals. Your boots move softly through the meadow. Nothing startles. Nothing rushes away. Even the rabbits seem content to watch quietly before hopping lazily into the grass. Ahead, the trail reaches a weathered split-rail fence overlooking the widest part of the valley. Thomas rests his arms on the top rail. This has always been my favorite view. You understand why. From here, nearly the entire ranch unfolds below. The farmhouse glows softly beneath the porch lantern. The red barn rests peacefully beside the stable. The creek winds through the valley like a silver ribbon. The orchard forms neat rows of dark silhouettes. Beyond them, the prairie rolls endlessly toward distant hills touched by moonlight. It feels less like looking at a ranch, and more like looking at a painting that somehow breathes. The breeze rises gently, tall grasses sway together. The cottonwood trees whisper. Far away, the cattle bells ring once again, soft, slow, comforting. Thomas smiles. When I was little, I used to think those bells were talking to each other. Laugh quietly. What did they say? He pretends to think very seriously. Everything's fine. Another pause. Everyone's safe. You both smile. Somehow, those simple imaginary words seem perfectly suited to the peaceful night. A pair of white-tailed deer slowly emerge from the edge of the woods. They step carefully into the moonlit meadow, pausing every few moments to nibble the fresh grass. One lifts its head. Its ears turn gently toward you. It watches for a few quiet seconds before returning to its meal, completely at ease. They come almost every night, Thomas whispers. We've learned to leave each other in peace. Deer continue grazing. The ranch continues sleeping. The stars continue shining. Everything feels wonderfully balanced. Above the eastern horizon, you notice the faintest hint of change, not daylight, not yet, just a barely noticeable lightening of the deepest darkness. Thomas notices it too. The night has reached its quietest hour. He smiles. My father always called this the hour of stillness. What happens now? For a little while. He looks across the silent prairie. Nothing at all. That's exactly what makes it special. You close your eyes for just a moment. The cool breeze brushes your face. The scent of sage fills the air. The distant creek murmurs patiently below. Somewhere, an owl gives one final gentle call before ending its nightly hunt. The cattle bells fall silent. Even the wind seems to soften. It feels as though the entire American frontier has paused for one peaceful breath. No wagons roll. No horses travel. No doors open. No voices call across the fields. The ranch, the prairie, the hills, and the endless sky all rest together in complete harmony. When you open your eyes again, the stars seem brighter than ever, as though they know their time is slowly giving way to morning. But dawn is in no hurry, and neither are you. So the two of you remain beside the old wooden fence, quietly watching over the sleeping ranch, grateful for one more perfect hour beneath the vast, peaceful skies of the American West. The hour of stillness lingers gently over the ranch. You and Thomas remain beside the old fence, saying nothing at all. There is a quiet comfort in simply sharing the view. The stars overhead seem brighter than ever while the moon slowly drifts lower toward the western horizon. Then, almost without warning, a tiny sound reaches your ears. Chirp. A single bird, just one. It comes from somewhere deep within the cottonwood trees near the creek. Thomas smiles without looking away from the valley. There it is. First bird of the morning. You glance toward the trees, but the little singer remains hidden among the leaves. My grandmother always said that bird had the easiest job on the ranch. You smile. What was its job? To remind the sun that morning was on its way. The thought is so gentle that it feels perfectly at home in this peaceful place. The two of you begin walking once more, following the fence line as it curves toward the eastern pasture. The grass glistens with fresh dew, and every step sends tiny drops sparkling beneath the fading moonlight. The air has changed. It is cooler now, cleaner somehow, the kind of cool that belongs only to the hours just before dawn. As you walk, Thomas points toward the horizon. You see that pale silver band. At first, it is difficult to notice. Then, little by little, you see it. The blackness of the night is no longer quite as dark. Far to the east, beyond the rolling prairie, the sky has softened into the faintest shade of blue-gray. Not sunrise, not yet. Just the quiet promise that another day will eventually arrive. There is still plenty of night left to enjoy. The horses begin to stir gently in the pasture. One lifts its head. Another stretches its neck before returning to a peaceful stand. None of them seem eager to begin the day. They simply sense that morning is slowly making its way across the Great Plains. Thomas opens the gate leading into the eastern pasture. The hinges move without the slightest squeak. My father oiled these every spring, he says with a quiet laugh. He couldn't stand noisy gates. You walk together through the field. The prairie grass brushes softly against your boots, leaving tiny beads of dew that shimmer like crystal in the moonlight. Near the center of the pasture stands an enormous cottonwood tree. Its trunk is so wide that it would take several people holding hands to reach all the way around it. This tree has watched over 5 generations of our family, Thomas says. My great-grandfather used to tie his horse here. My father taught me how to climb its branches. Now Samuel likes to read beneath its shade. The old tree stands silently above you, its branches spreading wide across the quiet meadow. A gentle breeze stirs its leaves. The familiar whisper returns, soft, patient, endless. Thomas rests one hand against the rough bark. You know, he says, trees are a little like old friends. They never ask for much. They're simply there whenever you need them. You place your own hand against the trunk. The wood feels cool from the night air, strong, steady, timeless. Above your heads, a small family of songbirds sleeps quietly among the branches, tucked safely beneath the leaves until the first rays of sunlight reach the prairie. The ranch lies peacefully behind you. The porch lantern is still glowing. The barn remains quiet. The windmill turns slowly. The creek continues its endless conversation with the stones beneath its clear water. Everything carries on exactly as it should. Thomas looks toward the horizon once more. My father believed every new day deserved a peaceful beginning. He smiles. That's why he never started work before watching the sunrise. You raise an eyebrow, even during busy seasons, especially then. Thomas laughs softly. He always said the ranch could wait 5 more minutes. The thought makes perfect sense here. The fences are not going anywhere. The horses know their home. The fields have stood patiently for centuries. Nothing on this quiet ranch seems interested in rushing. A second bird begins to sing, then another, not a loud chorus. Just a few gentle notes floating across the sleeping prairie. Morning is stretching, slowly, carefully, without disturbing the peace of the night. You and Thomas remain beneath the great cottonwood tree, listening to the first voices of a new day while the last stars continue to sparkle overhead, refusing to leave until the sun is truly ready to take their place. And for a little while longer, night and morning exist together across the American frontier, creating one final moment of perfect stillness before another peaceful day begins. The eastern sky continues to brighten by the smallest of degrees, not enough to erase the stars, not enough to awaken the ranch, just enough to remind the prairie that another day is quietly making its way across the horizon. Thomas and you leave the great cottonwood tree behind, following a narrow trail that winds gently toward the highest rise on the property. The grass is cool with morning dew now, and every step releases the fresh scent of damp earth mixed with wild sage. The air feels wonderfully crisp, carrying the clean promise that only the hours before sunrise can bring. Neither of you feels the need to hurry. The hill has waited here for centuries. It will still be waiting when you arrive. As you climb, the first hints of color begin appearing in the east, a touch of pale blue, then soft lavender, a whisper of rose along the horizon. The stars closest to the sunrise slowly begin to fade, while those high overhead continue shining with quiet determination. Thomas smiles as he notices the changing sky. My father called this the painter's hour. You look toward him. Painter's hour. He said no artist could ever mix colors quite like these. You look back across the horizon. He was right. The colors don't arrive all at once. They drift gently into one another, as though someone were carefully brushing them across an endless canvas. At the top of the hill sits a single wooden bench. Its wood has been worn smooth by decades of quiet mornings. Thomas brushes away a few leaves before sitting down. You take a seat beside him. From here, the entire valley lies peacefully below: the farmhouse, the barn, the orchard, the winding creek, the pasture where the horses still stand quietly beneath the fatting moon. Everything is wrapped in a gentle blue light that belongs to neither night nor day. For a while, you simply watch. The silence feels different now, not because it has become louder, but because it is beginning to wake. A robin sings from the orchard. Another answers near the creek. Farther away, a meadowlark offers a cheerful melody from the top of a fence post. The sounds arrive one at a time, patiently, as though nature itself understands that mornings should never be rushed. Thomas folds his hands in his lap. My grandfather always came here before breakfast. Every day, as often as he could. What did he do? Thomas smiles. Nothing. Laughs softly. Sit right here. He'd watch the sunrise. Thank God for another day. He'd walk home for breakfast. Thomas looks toward the brightening horizon. He believed that if you began the day with gratitude, the rest of the day usually found its proper place. Words drift gently into the cool morning air. You find yourself thinking about them while watching the sky continue its slow transformation. The moon now hangs low in the western sky, becoming softer with every passing minute. The stars quietly surrender one by one, not disappearing, simply making room for the sun. A gentle breeze crosses the hilltop. It carries the scent of fresh-cut hay from a neighboring ranch, mixed with pine from the distant hills and the faint sweetness of apple blossoms lingering in the orchard. Below, one of the horses begins walking toward the water trough. Another follows at an easy pace. The ranch is beginning to stir, not with noise, with gentle movement. The golden retriever steps onto the front porch, stretches from nose to tail, and yawns so widely that Thomas cannot help but smile. Looks like someone finally decided morning has arrived. Dog glances toward the hill, spots the two of you, and gives a slow wag of its tail before wandering toward the barn to begin another peaceful day. Thin curls of smoke begin rising from the ranch house chimney. Mary is awake. Perhaps she is already placing a kettle on the stove. Perhaps fresh biscuits are going into the oven. Perhaps coffee is beginning to fill the kitchen with its familiar aroma. The simple routines of ranch life begin once again. The same routines, the same kindness, the same peaceful rhythm that has carried this family through one season after another. Thomas leans back on the bench. You know, he smiles. People sometimes ask me if I ever wished for a different life. He thinks for a moment. Suppose when I was very young I did. I imagined busy cities, grand hotels, railroads stretching across the country. He chuckles softly. But every time I traveled, he looks across the valley. I found myself missing this view. Ranch below glows softly beneath the growing light. The fields, the creek, the old windmill, the porch lantern, now barely visible against the brightening sky. It has done its job. It watched over the ranch all night. Soon, Mary will step outside, gently blow out the flame, and prepare it for another evening. Thomas notices the lantern too. It never fails. He smiles, just like the sunrise. And together, you remain seated on the old wooden bench, quietly watching as the peaceful American frontier welcomes another beautiful day, slowly, gently, and without ever asking the world to hurry. The first edge of the sun finally appears above the distant prairie. It does not burst into the sky. It arrives quietly. A thin ribbon of golden light touches the horizon, spreading slowly across the rolling grasslands until the entire valley begins to glow with the soft colors of early morning. The dew covering the prairie catches that light first. Every blade of grass sparkles like tiny drops of crystal. The creek becomes a ribbon of gold instead of silver. The barn casts a long shadow across the pasture. And the old windmill, which spent the entire night turning beneath the moon, now greets the morning with the same calm patience. Thomas removes his hat. Neither of you speaks. Some moments deserve complete silence. The sun climbs a little higher. Warm light reaches the ranch house. A few seconds later, it touches the porch, then the orchard, then the stable, almost as if the entire ranch is waking room by room. The morning birds grow a little more confident now. A robin sings from the fence. Bluebirds flutter between the apple trees. A pair of swallows swoop gracefully above the creek, skimming so close to the water that tiny ripples spread behind them. The horses begin moving toward the pasture gate. One young foal trots happily beside its mother before stopping to investigate a butterfly resting on a patch of wildflowers. The butterfly lifts gently into the air. The foal watches with quiet curiosity before returning to its mother. Thomas smiles. Every morning feels a little like the first day of spring. You understand exactly what he means. No matter how many sunrises someone has seen, each new one still feels full of possibility. A faint aroma drifts up the hill. Fresh coffee. Warm biscuits, perhaps a little bacon sizzling in a cast iron pan. The smell reaches you before any sound does. Thomas laughs softly. Mary's breakfast. I don't think anyone could sleep through that. You both stand. The wooden bench gives one quiet creak as it is relieved of your weight. The walk back toward the ranch is slow. Neither of you wishes to rush the beginning of the day. The path winds gently down the hillside, passing clusters of purple prairie flowers now opening to greet the sunlight. Honeybees have already begun their work. They move calmly from blossom to blossom, never seeming hurried despite the busy day ahead. As you cross the little wooden bridge once more, the creek sparkles brilliantly beneath the morning sun. The water that whispered beneath the moon now laughs softly in daylight. Its cheerful sound fills the valley without disturbing its peace. Near the barn, Samuel bursts through the door carrying a small wooden bucket almost as big as he is. He spots Thomas and waves enthusiastically. Good, cheerful voice echoes gently across the yard. Morning, Samuel, Thomas replies. Did you sleep well? I dreamed I was riding across the prairie with hundreds of wild horses. Thomas chuckles. That sounds like quite an adventure. Samuel nods seriously. They all knew my name. You smile. Children have a wonderful way of making dreams sound completely believable. Anna steps onto the porch carrying a basket of freshly gathered eggs. She walks carefully, smiling as the warm morning sunshine reaches her face. Mary follows with a flour-dusted apron and waves warmly toward the hill. Breakfast is ready. Her voice is gentle, welcoming. The kind of voice that instantly makes a house feel like home. Thomas looks toward you. "Shall we?" Together, you walk across the familiar yard. The golden retriever happily circles everyone before settling beside the porch steps, content simply to watch the family begin another ordinary day. Inside, the dining table is already waiting. Fresh biscuits wrapped in a clean linen towel, golden butter, homemade blackberry jam, honey gathered from the ranch hives, warm oatmeal, a pot of fresh coffee, a pitcher of cool milk. Nothing extravagant, everything prepared with care. Before anyone reaches for the food, the family quietly joins hands around the table. Thomas bows his head. "Thank you for the peaceful night, for the sunrise, for this home, and for another day together." "Amen," everyone answers softly. The room grows quiet once more. Outside, sunlight continues spreading across the endless American prairie. The porch lantern has been gently extinguished. Its work is finished until evening. The stars have faded. The moon has slipped beyond the western hills. A new day has begun, and as warm laughter, the smell of fresh bread, and the golden light of morning fill the old ranch house, you realize that the greatest treasure of the Wild West was never hidden in gold mines or buried beneath lonely deserts. It was found here, around a family table, beneath an endless sky, living one peaceful day at a time. The end. A peaceful train journey across America tonight. There is nowhere you need to be except right here. So, if you're already comfortable, let your shoulders relax. Allow your breathing to settle into a slow, gentle rhythm as you prepare for a peaceful journey across one of the most beautiful landscapes in America. Imagine that it is the early 1950s, long before smartphones, busy highways, or crowded airports. Train travel was one of the gentlest ways to see the country. You arrive at a quiet railway station just before sunset. The platform is calm. A few travelers stand beside neatly stacked leather suitcases. A porter pushes a polished brass luggage cart across the platform, its wheels making a soft clicking sound against the smooth concrete. Somewhere farther down the station, a conductor checks his silver pocket watch before smiling warmly at each arriving passenger. Above you, a large station clock quietly marks the hour. The hands move almost silently. There is no rush here. Everyone seems to understand that a train journey is not simply about reaching a destination. It is about enjoying everything in between. Then, from somewhere beyond the curve of the tracks, you hear it, a long, gentle whistle. The sound floats through the evening air before slowly fading into the distance. Moments later, the train appears. Its polished stainless steel cars catch the golden light of the setting sun, glowing like ribbons of silver. The powerful locomotive rolls forward with quiet confidence, not racing, simply arriving exactly when it is meant to. Steam rises softly into the evening sky. The wheels slow. The brakes release with a gentle sigh. The train comes to a smooth stop beside the platform. A conductor wearing a crisp navy blue uniform steps onto the platform and tips his cap. "Good evening," he says with a friendly smile. "Welcome aboard." You climb the wide metal steps. The handrail feels cool beneath your fingers. Inside, the train is wonderfully peaceful. Warm lamps glow softly along the ceiling. The polished wood panels shine with years of careful care. Large picture windows stretch nearly from shoulder height to the ceiling, promising endless views of America's beautiful countryside. The carpet beneath your feet is thick and quiet. Every detail has been designed for comfort rather than speed. A smiling attendant leads you toward your private sleeping compartment. As you walk through the train, you pass travelers already settling into the evening. An elderly couple quietly shares a crossword puzzle. A young mother reads a bedtime story to her little daughter beside the window. Two brothers gaze excitedly at the passing station, wondering what adventures await them farther west. No one speaks loudly. Conversations drift through the cars like soft music. The attendant stops beside a polished wooden door. "This will be your room." He slides it open. Inside, everything feels cozy. A comfortable seat rests beside a wide window. Above it, a neatly folded sleeping berth waits for later in the evening. Fresh white linens have already been prepared. A small reading lamp casts a warm golden glow. On the tiny table sits a glass bottle filled with cool spring water beside a single fresh white carnation in a crystal vase. The room is simple, elegant, peaceful. You place your suitcase beneath the seat before sitting beside the window. Outside, the station platform remains calm. Families wave goodbye, friends exchange one final handshake. The conductor walks slowly along the platform. Aboard. His voice is cheerful without disturbing the peaceful evening. A few moments later, the whistle sounds once again. The locomotive gives a gentle pull. You barely feel the movement at first, then, almost magically, a platform begins to drift away. The station clock slowly disappears behind you. The waving families grow smaller. The town slips quietly into the distance. Ahead lies thousands of miles of rivers, forests, mountains, rolling plains, peaceful little towns, and endless American skis. The wheels settle into their steady rhythm. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound is gentle, almost like a lullaby. You lean comfortably against the window. Outside, the last golden light of the day stretches across open fields where old red barns stand peacefully beneath the evening sky. A farmer closes a white wooden gate before walking toward the warm lights of home. A small church bell rings softly from a distant village. Cows graze quietly beside a winding creek that reflects the colors of the setting sun. Everything outside seems wonderfully unhurried. Inside the train, the gentle rhythm continues. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. It feels less like traveling, and more like being gently rocked toward a peaceful night's sleep as your unforgettable journey across America quietly begins. The train settles into a smooth, steady pace. The gentle rhythm of the wheels becomes as dependable as a heartbeat. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You hardly notice the motion anymore. Instead, it feels as though the train is quietly carrying you through a dream. Outside your window, the small town slowly fades into the distance. The last storefronts give way to open farmland. Wide green fields stretch toward the horizon, divided by white wooden fences that seem to go on forever. Golden hay bales rest quietly beneath the fatting sunlight. A red tractor sits beside an old weathered barn, its day's work already finished. Near a small pond, a family of ducks glides peacefully across the still water, leaving gentle ripples that catch the evening light. The sky becomes even more beautiful. Soft shades of orange melt into pink. Pink slowly fades into lavender. Above it all, a deep blue evening sky patiently waits for the first stars to appear. The train passes through a quiet farming community. Children wave enthusiastically from a crossing. The engineer answers with one friendly whistle, not loud, not startling, just a warm greeting shared between neighbors. The children wave until the last silver passenger car disappears around the bend. Inside the train, everything feels wonderfully calm. The attendant quietly walks through the corridor. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," he says with a gentle smile. "The dining car will be serving supper shortly." His voice is warm and welcoming, never interrupting the peaceful atmosphere. You decide to stretch your legs. Leaving your compartment, you make your way through the softly lit corridor. Large windows on both sides of the train reveal endless views of the American countryside. Every few moments, another peaceful scene glides past. A wooden bridge crossing a slow-moving river. An old grain elevator standing proudly beside the tracks. A tiny country station where a single lantern already glows beside the platform. A herd of horses grazing quietly beneath enormous oak trees. Everything outside seems to move slowly, not because the train is slow, but because the evening itself has chosen not to hurry. You arrive at the dining car. The moment you step inside, you understand why so many travelers remember these journeys for the rest of their lives. White tablecloths cover every table. Fresh flowers rest inside tiny glass vases. Small lamps with cream-colored shades cast a warm golden light across polished wood walls. Silverware shines softly. Crystal glasses sparkle each time the train gently rounds a curve. A waiter greets you with an easy smile. "Good evening." He leads you to a table beside one of the large picture windows. This view is especially beautiful at sunset. You thank him as you settle into your seat. Outside, the landscape continues rolling gently past. The train follows a winding river now. Its calm waters reflect the sky so perfectly that for a moment it becomes difficult to tell where the river ends and the heavens begin. Dinner arrives. A warm bowl of homemade vegetable soup, fresh bread with creamy butter, roasted chicken seasoned with herbs from the kitchen garden, mashed potato, steamed green beans. For dessert, a slice of warm apple pie with just a hint of cinnamon. Everything is simple, everything is comforting. The waiter pours fresh coffee for those who would like it. For you, he brings a cup of warm chamomile tea. It helps many passengers sleep well, he says quietly. The fragrance is gentle, calming. Perfect for an evening like this. Around the dining car, conversations remain soft. An elderly couple reminisces about the first train trip they took together after their wedding. A retired schoolteacher writes postcards to her grandchildren. A young musician quietly sketches melodies inside a small notebook while watching the sunset beyond the fields. No one seems interested in rushing through dinner. Every meal feels like part of the journey itself. As the last rays of sunlight slip below the horizon, tiny lights begin appearing across the countryside. Farmhouses, small towns, distant churches. Each one glows warmly against the growing darkness, like little beacons welcoming travelers home. The waiter clears your table with quiet efficiency. I hope you enjoyed your supper. It was wonderful, you reply. He smiles. Chef says food always tastes a little better on a train. Perhaps he is right. Or perhaps everything simply feels a little more peaceful when the world is gently passing by outside your window. You thank him before making your way back through the quiet corridor. The lamps have been dimmed slightly now. Most passengers speak in whispers. Some have already returned to their sleeping compartments. Others sit comfortably in the observation lounge, watching the first stars appear above the endless American landscape. The steady rhythm continues, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Each mile carries you farther across America, farther from busy schedules, farther from noisy streets. Closer to the quiet comfort of the open rails, where the gentle rocking of the train, the warm glow of the lamps, and the peaceful beauty beyond every window promise a long, restful night ahead. After returning from the dining car, you decide not to go straight back to your compartment. Instead, you continue toward the last carriage of the train. A polished brass sign beside the doorway reads, "Observation Lounge." The attendant opens the door with a friendly smile. "I think you'll enjoy it back here." The moment you step inside, you understand why. Unlike the other cars, the observation lounge feels wonderfully open. Comfortable armchairs are arranged beside enormous wraparound windows that curve gently around the rear of the train. From here, you can watch the tracks stretching endlessly into the distance behind you. The train glides forward with effortless grace. The rails disappear beneath the final car before merging into the quiet darkness beyond. Soft lamps cast a warm amber glow across polished walnut walls. A small fireplace, electric but beautifully designed, adds a gentle warmth to the room. Bookshelves line one side of the lounge. Their shelves are filled with travel journals, classic American novels, books about national parks, railroad history, and beautifully illustrated atlases. A chessboard waits on a nearby table. Halfway through a friendly game someone plans to finish tomorrow. The atmosphere is peaceful. Almost like a quiet library gently traveling across America, you settle into a deep leather chair beside the rear window. The cushion welcomes you immediately. Outside, twilight has faded into night. The first stars sparkle above the open countryside. Tiny farmhouse lights drift slowly away as the train continues westward. Each light remains visible for only a few moments before disappearing into the peaceful darkness. The rhythmic music of the train continues, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Its steady melody blends perfectly with the soft hum of the locomotive far ahead. An elderly gentleman quietly enters the lounge carrying a well-worn notebook. He tips his hat politely before choosing a chair across from you. For several minutes, he simply watches the night passing beyond the windows. Finally, he smiles. Crossed America by train more than 30 times. His voice is gentle, unhurried. "What keeps bringing you back?" you ask. He looks out toward the stars. Silence. He chuckles softly. Most people think trains are noisy. He shakes his head. But after a while, you stop hearing the wheels. You begin hearing the country instead. You listen carefully, he is right. Beneath the steady rhythm of the rails, other sounds quietly emerge. The gentle wind slipping along the sides of the train, the distant whistle echoing across open valleys, the soft creak of polished wood as the carriage gently sways. Everything blends together into one comforting symphony. The gentleman opens his notebook. Inside are small watercolor paintings. A lighthouse in Maine, golden wheat fields in Kansas, snow-covered mountains in Colorado, a peaceful desert sunset in Arizona, a misty forest in Oregon. Every journey has left behind a memory carefully painted by hand. I make one painting every trip, he says. Nothing complicated. Just something I'd like to remember. You slowly turn the pages. Each painting feels calm, gentle, like a postcard from another peaceful evening somewhere across America. My wife used to travel with me, he says quietly. We visited every one of the 48 states together. He smiles warmly. She always insisted that the observation car had the best seats on the train. He looks around the lounge. I still think she was right. Train enters a long valley. Moonlight spills across a winding river that runs beside the tracks. For several miles, the train and the river travel together. The water reflects the stars so clearly that it almost seems another sky is flowing quietly beside you. The elderly gentleman closes his notebook. This part has always been my favorite. Neither of you speaks again. There is no need. Sometimes the most meaningful conversations end in comfortable silence. The attendant quietly appears with a silver tray. On it rests a teapot, 2 porcelain cups, and a small plate of butter cookies. Compliments of the house, he whispers. The fragrant herbal tea is warm and soothing. The cookies are lightly sweet with a hint of vanilla. Outside, the train crosses an old steel bridge. The sound changes for just a moment. The wheels hum gently against the rails. Then, as the bridge gives way to solid ground once more, the familiar rhythm returns. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Steady, comforting, timeless. You lean back into the chair, watching the moonlit landscape drift peacefully behind the train. The miles slip quietly away. The stars grow brighter, and somewhere beyond the next bend in the tracks, another beautiful chapter of your peaceful journey across America is waiting to unfold. The observation lounge grows even quieter as the evening deepens. One by one, the remaining passengers smile politely, wish each other a peaceful night, and make their way back to their sleeping compartments. Soon, only you, the elderly traveler, and the gentle rhythm of the train remain. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The attendant returns carrying a small brass lantern. Although the train has electric lights, he lowers the brightness throughout the lounge and places the lantern on a small table near the window. Its warm glow makes the room feel even cozier. We dim the lights after 10, he says with a smile. It helps everyone enjoy the night outside. He quietly wishes you both good evening before disappearing down the corridor. The elderly gentleman closes his notebook. I think it's time for me to turn in. He stands slowly, tips his hat once again, and smiles warmly. I hope your journey is filled with peaceful memories. Yours as well, you reply. With that, he quietly leaves the lounge. Now the observation car belongs almost entirely to you. Outside, the countryside has become wonderfully dark, yet it is not an empty darkness. It is alive with tiny lights. A farmhouse window glowing softly in the distance. A lonely windmill outlined beneath the moon. A quiet country road where an old pickup truck slowly makes its way home. Everything passes gently behind the train, becoming another memory. The train rounds a broad curve. For the first time, you catch sight of the locomotive far ahead. Its bright headlight shines confidently into the night, guiding the long silver train across the sleeping landscape. Behind it, every passenger car follows faithfully, connected like a string of softly glowing lanterns stretching across the prairie. It is a beautiful sight. Almost magical, the moon climbs a little higher. Its silver light pours across open meadows where wild grasses ripple in the breeze. Here and there, small ponds reflect both the moon and the stars, creating tiny islands of light in the darkness. The gentle rocking of the train becomes even more relaxing, back and forth, never enough to disturb you, only enough to remind you that the journey continues. Eventually, you rise from the comfortable chair and begin walking back toward your compartment. The hallway is peaceful. The carpet softens every footstep. Small wall lamps glow just brightly enough to guide passengers without disturbing anyone who may already be asleep. As you pass each compartment, you notice little signs of quiet life. Behind one door comes the faint turning of a book page. Behind another, someone softly hums an old American folk song before the melody fades into silence. Farther down the corridor, a child sleeps soundly while a teddy bear rests safely beside the pillow. The train seems to carry dozens of separate dreams, all traveling together through the American night. You reach your compartment. Someone has prepared it while you were away. The seat has been transformed into a comfortable bed. Fresh white sheets are tucked perfectly into place. A thick wool blanket rests neatly across the mattress. The reading lamp has been dimmed. The window curtain remains open just enough to allow a perfect view of the moonlit landscape outside. On the small table sits a handwritten card, "Sleep well." Breakfast will be served after sunrise. Beside it rests a tiny piece of dark chocolate wrapped in silver paper. A thoughtful little tradition. You smile. The room feels wonderfully welcoming. You remove your shoes and settle beneath the warm blanket. The mattress is surprisingly comfortable, not too soft, not too firm, just right for a peaceful night's rest. Outside your window, forests begin replacing the open fields. Tall pine trees stand quietly beneath the moonlight, their dark silhouettes sliding gracefully past the glass. Occasionally the train passes a tiny mountain stream. The water flashes silver for only a second before disappearing back into the darkness. The whistle sounds once, long, gentle. Its echo rolls softly through the forest before fading among the trees. Rather than startling you, the sound feels reassuring. Like an old friend announcing that the journey continues safely through the night, you rest your head against the pillow. The wheels continue their timeless lullaby, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train rocks gently from side to side. The forest glides quietly past your window. The moon keeps faithful watch above the sleeping landscape. And somewhere far ahead, beyond rivers, mountains, forests, and peaceful little towns, the rails continue stretching westward beneath the endless American sky, carrying you ever deeper into one of the calmest nights you have ever known. The night grows wonderfully quiet. Wrapped in the warm blanket, you lie comfortably as the train continues its steady journey across America. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound no longer feels like wheels on steel rails. Feels like the gentle rhythm of a heartbeat. Outside the window, the moon follows the train through a peaceful forest of tall pines and graceful fir trees. Their branches sway softly in the cool night breeze. Every so often, the trees open just enough to reveal a crystal-clear mountain lake. Its surface is perfectly still. The moon rests upon it like a silver coin. Then, just as quietly, the forest returns and the lake disappears behind the trees. You begin to feel delightfully sleepy, not because you are tired, but because everything around you encourages rest. The rocking of the carriage, the quiet hum of the locomotive far ahead, the warm air inside your compartment, the cool moonlight outside your window. Together, they create a feeling of complete comfort. Just before midnight, the train gently slows, not suddenly, almost so smoothly that you notice it only by watching the scenery outside. The wheels continue their familiar song, only a little softer now. Click, clack, click, clack. The train glides into a tiny mountain station. The platform is empty except for a station master holding a brass lantern. He wears a dark blue coat and an old-fashioned cap. As the train rolls past, he lifts the lantern in a quiet greeting. The engineer answers with one soft whistle. The station master smiles. No passengers board. No one leaves. The train simply pauses for a minute, as if offering a respectful hello to the quiet little town sleeping beneath the mountains. A small wooden sign beside the tracks reads, "Silver Creek only." 3 lamps illuminate the station. Beyond them stand a post office, a tiny general store, and a white church whose steeple reaches gently toward the stars. Everything is peaceful. Everything seems asleep. After a short pause, the locomotive gives another gentle pull. The station slowly slips behind you. Its warm lights grow smaller and smaller until they become tiny golden dots among the dark trees. Inside the train, almost every compartment has gone quiet now. Passengers have settled beneath warm blankets. Some dream peacefully. Others sleep while gently rocking with the movement of the train. Even the corridors seem to breathe more slowly. The conductor makes one final walk through the cars. His polished shoes make almost no sound on the thick carpet. He quietly checks each door. Satisfied that everyone is comfortable, he smiles to himself before continuing toward the front of the train. He has performed this simple routine for nearly 30 years. Every night, every journey, always making sure his passengers can rest without worry. Outside, the forest begins climbing higher into the mountains. The air looks cooler somehow. Tiny wisps of mist drift between the pine trees. A narrow river runs beside the tracks, laughing softly over smooth stones. For several miles, the train and the river travel together. Neither seems to be in any hurry. Far above, you notice something new: snow. Not enough to cover the ground. Only a light dusting on the highest mountain peaks. Even beneath the moonlight, they glow softly against the dark sky. The sight is breathtaking. You cannot help but smile. The train enters a long tunnel carved through solid rock. For a few quiet moments, only darkness surrounds you. The rhythm changes. The gentle sounds echo softly through the tunnel walls. Click-clack. Echo. Click-clack. Echo. Then, almost without warning, the train emerges on the other side. The view takes your breath away. An enormous valley stretches below. The moon hangs high above it. A winding river sparkles like polished silver. Small cabins rest peacefully beside quiet meadows. Thin streams of smoke rise from stone chimneys where families sleep warmly inside. The mountains stand all around, calm and timeless. The train follows the edge of the valley, giving you an uninterrupted view through your window. It feels almost as though the whole country has paused to let you admire its beauty. Gradually, your eyelids become heavier. The valley begins to blur gently as sleep draws closer. The steady rocking of the train becomes softer. The whistle sounds once more in the distance, long, gentle, comforting. You take one last look at the moon shining above the snow-capped mountains. Then you close your eyes. Outside, America continues gliding peacefully past your window. Inside, the train carries you onward through the quiet night, gently rocking you toward the most peaceful sleep imaginable. Sometime during the night, while you are peacefully asleep, the train continues its graceful journey across America. It crosses quiet rivers, it rolls through sleeping forests. It glides past little towns where porch lights glow softly beneath the stars. You don't notice any of it, and somehow that makes the journey even more peaceful. The train simply carries you onward, steady, gentle, safe. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The rhythm becomes part of your dreams. Hours pass unnoticed. Outside your window, the moon slowly begins its journey toward the western horizon. The stars remain brilliant overhead, but little by little, the deepest darkness of night begins to soften. Far to the east, a thin ribbon of pale blue quietly appears. Morning is still a long way off, yet the world has begun preparing for it. Inside your compartment, everything remains wonderfully still. The blanket keeps you warm. The cool night air slips gently through a small ventilation window. The scent of clean cotton sheets mixes with the faint aroma of polished wood that has filled this train for decades. Nothing disturbs your rest. Somewhere farther down the corridor, the night attendant quietly begins his final rounds. He walks slowly through each carriage, making sure every passenger is comfortable. If a blanket has slipped onto the floor, he gently folds it back into place. If a reading lamp has been left on, he carefully dims it without waking its owner. He moves almost silently, like someone who understands that protecting peaceful sleep is one of the most important jobs in the world. Outside, the train begins following a broad river. The water reflects the final stars like tiny diamonds scattered across its surface. Tall cottonwood trees line the riverbanks. Their leaves shimmer softly whenever the cool breeze passes through them. A family of deer drinks quietly at the water's edge. They lift their heads as the train glides past. For a moment they simply watch, then seeing no danger they return to the peaceful river. The locomotive gives one gentle whistle. Its echo rolls across the valley before disappearing into the distant hills. The sound is calm, friendly, almost like the train quietly announcing, "We're still here." Rails carry you onward across an old steel bridge. Below, the river flows patiently toward places you cannot yet see. Above, the sky continues changing. The black of midnight becomes deep navy. The navy slowly turns to blue-gray. Along the eastern horizon, a delicate band of soft lavender begins to appear. Morning approaches one careful step at a time. The train never rushes to meet it. In the dining car, the chef has already begun preparing breakfast. Fresh bread goes into the oven. Coffee beans are carefully ground. A kettle begins to sing softly. The comforting aroma of cinnamon, warm butter. And fresh coffee slowly drifts through the quiet train, not enough to wake anyone, only enough to promise that a peaceful morning awaits. The conductor checks his silver pocket watch. He smiles. Right on schedule, he whispers to himself. For him, every sunrise scene from the railway is a little different. Every valley has its own colors. Every river reflects the morning in its own way. Even after thousands of journeys, he still looks forward to that first golden light. Back in your compartment, you stir just slightly, not fully awake, only shifting beneath the warm blanket as the gentle rocking of the train continues. Outside your window, mist rises from open meadows. It drifts lazily above the grass like soft white clouds resting upon the earth. A small red farmhouse appears in the distance. Thin smoke curls from its chimney. A lone horse grazes peacefully in a nearby pasture, enjoying the cool air before the warmth of the day arrives. The train passes without disturbing the quiet morning. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A familiar rhythm continues as dependable as ever. The stars slowly fade. The sky grows brighter. The countryside begins stretching awake. Yet inside your cozy compartment, there is still nothing to do, nowhere to hurry, no reason to leave the comfort of your bed. Only the peaceful knowledge that the train is carrying you gently across America, one quiet mile at a time, toward another beautiful sunrise waiting just beyond the horizon. A little while later, your eyes open naturally, not because of an alarm, not because of noise, simply because your body has enjoyed a long, peaceful night's sleep. For a few quiet moments, you remain comfortably beneath the warm blanket, listening. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The familiar rhythm is still there, gentle, steady, reassuring. Sunlight now spills softly through the large window beside your bed. The golden morning light paints warm patterns across the polished wood walls of your compartment. Outside, the world has completely changed. The mountains have fallen behind. Now the train glides across wide open plains where the horizon stretches so far that earth and sky seem to meet in perfect harmony. Golden grasses sway gently in the morning breeze. Small herds of cattle graze peacefully behind long wooden fences. Here and there, an old red barn stands proudly beneath an enormous blue sky. Everything feels fresh, new, full of quiet promise. A gentle knock comes at your compartment door. "Good morning," the familiar attendant says warmly. "I hope you rested well." "I did," you reply. He smiles. "Breakfast is now being served whenever you're ready." He leaves you with a folded morning newspaper resting neatly outside your door. You notice that many passengers have not even opened theirs. The scenery beyond the windows seems far more interesting. After washing up with the cool water provided in the small washroom, you get dressed and step into the softly lit corridor. The atmosphere feels completely different from the evening before. Yesterday, everyone was arriving. Today, everyone seems wonderfully relaxed. A little boy presses his face gently against a window, pointing excitedly toward a group of wild horses running freely across the prairie. His grandfather smiles. Never seen him this quiet. You smile too. Sometimes beautiful scenery speaks louder than words. Farther along the corridor, an elderly woman carefully waters the little white carnation resting on the windowsill beside her seat. She notices you watching. "Carried fresh flowers on every train journey I've ever taken," she smiles. "They remind me that every day deserves a little beauty." You continue toward the dining car. The warm aroma reaches you long before the doorway. Fresh coffee, buttered toast, cinnamon rolls just out of the oven, maple syrup warming gently beside stacks of pancakes. The comforting scent fills every corner of the carriage. Sunlight pours through the wide windows, making the polished silverware sparkle. The waiter greets you with the same welcoming smile as the evening before. "Good morning." Saved you a window table. You thank him and take your seat. Outside, America rolls peacefully past. The train follows a broad valley where fields of golden wheat ripple like gentle waves beneath the morning breeze. Farmers drive slow-moving tractors through distant fields. Windmills turn lazily. A small white church stands proudly beside a quiet country road, its bell tower glowing in the early sunlight. Breakfast arrives. Fluffy pancakes topped with fresh blueberries, warm maple syrup, scrambled eggs, crisp bacon, fresh orange slices, hot biscuits with creamy butter and homemade strawberry jam. Beside it all rests a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee, or if you prefer, a comforting mug of hot tea. Everything is simple, fresh, prepared with care. As you enjoy your breakfast, the train crosses a long wooden trestle above a peaceful river. The morning sunlight dances across the water. A fisherman stands quietly in a small wooden boat, casting his line with patient movements. He watches the train pass and gives a friendly wave. Several passengers wave back through the windows. No one knows his name. Yet for a brief moment, everyone shares the same peaceful morning. The waiter quietly refills your cup. "Beautiful day for traveling," he says. "It certainly is," he smiles. "My grandfather worked these trains. My father did too. Now here I am." He glances toward the passing landscape. "Seen this route hundreds of times. Every sunrise feels different." You look out the window once more. He is right. The sunlight, the clouds, the fields, the rivers. No two mornings are ever exactly alike. As breakfast comes to an end, passengers linger over their coffee instead of rushing away. Some read books, some quietly write postcards to loved ones. Others simply watch the countryside drift by. No one seems interested in checking the time. The train itself has gently encouraged everyone to slow down. Outside, a flock of birds rises together from a quiet meadow, circling gracefully above the golden fields before disappearing into the endless blue sky. The locomotive continues westward with calm confidence. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The rails stretch far beyond the horizon, promising more rivers, more forests, more welcoming towns, and countless peaceful miles still waiting to be discovered. And with another warm sip of coffee and the gentle rhythm of the train beneath your feet, your peaceful journey across America continues into a beautiful new morning. After breakfast, no one seems eager to leave the dining car. The plates have been cleared away, coffee cups are refilled. Sunlight pours through the wide windows, filling the room with a soft golden glow. Outside, the train rolls steadily across the heart of America. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A familiar rhythm has become a comforting companion. It is no longer simply the sound of wheels meeting the rails. It feels like the quiet pulse of the journey itself. The waiter walks through the car carrying a small basket of freshly baked blueberry muffins. "One for the road." He asks with a friendly smile. You gladly accept. The muffin is still warm from the oven, and the sweet aroma of blueberries and vanilla fills the air. You carry it with you as you wander back through the train. Sunlight streams through every window now. The polished wood gleams warmly. Brass handrails shine like gold. The entire train feels bright, peaceful, and welcoming. As you pass one compartment, soft music catches your attention. A young woman sits beside the window with a small violin resting beneath her chin. She is playing quietly, almost as if she is playing only for herself. The melody is gentle, slow, comforting. It blends perfectly with the rhythm of the train. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Several passengers pause for a moment. No one applauds, no one interrupts. They simply smile and continue on their way, carrying the peaceful tune with them. You continue toward the observation lounge. During the night, it had felt cozy and dreamlike. Now it feels open and full of light. The enormous rear windows frame miles of railway stretching behind the train. The countryside glides away in a peaceful ribbon of green fields, winding rivers, and distant hills. You settle into the same leather chair as the evening before. The train passes through a broad valley where wildflowers bloom on both sides of the tracks: yellow, purple, blue, white. The colors ripple gently in the breeze like a living quilt spread across the prairie. Butterflies drift lazily from flower to flower. Honeybees begin another busy day. A pair of hawks circle high above the open fields, riding the warm morning air without flapping their wings. Everything outside moves with quiet confidence. Nothing rushes, nothing struggles. Everything simply follows its own peaceful rhythm. The train slows slightly as it approaches a small riverside town. A white water tower rises above the rooftops. Children ride bicycles along quiet streets. An old brick library stands proudly beside the town square. Outside a baker places fresh loaves of bread in the display window while waving cheerfully toward the passing train. The engineer answers with one gentle whistle. The whole town seems to pause for just a moment. Shopkeepers look up from sweeping their sidewalks. A mail carrier tips his cap. A golden retriever sitting outside the post office lazily wags its tail as the silver train glides by. Within a minute, the town begins to disappear behind you. Its church steeple becomes smaller, then the water tower, then the rooftops. Soon, only the memory remains. The elderly painter from the previous evening quietly enters the observation lounge. He recognizes you immediately. Good morning. Morning. He takes the seat beside the window and opens his notebook once again. Today, he begins painting the river that now runs beside the tracks. The sunlight dances across the water. Cottonwood trees lean gently over the banks. A fisherman sits quietly beneath one of them, completely content with the peaceful morning. The painter smiles. You know, he dips his brush into a little watercolor palette. Learned something after all these years. What is that? He continues painting without looking up. Country isn't measured by miles. He adds a touch of blue to the river. It's measured by quiet moments like this. You look outside again. The river, the trees, the sunlight. The steady movement of the train. You cannot think of a better way to describe it. For several peaceful minutes, neither of you says another word. The train continues westward. The wheels continue their timeless song, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Beyond the next gentle curve, new landscapes wait patiently to be discovered, while behind you, another beautiful morning quietly becomes a treasured memory on your peaceful journey across America. Late in the morning, the landscape begins to change once again. The endless prairie slowly gives way to gentle rolling hills. The fields become smaller. Clusters of maple and oak trees appear beside quiet country roads. Every few miles, the train passes a peaceful little town where life seems to move at its own comfortable pace. The rhythm beneath your feet remains unchanged. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The steady sound is as familiar now as your own breathing. You leave the observation lounge and wander through the train once more. Every carriage has its own quiet personality. In one car, a retired couple works together on a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle spread across a small table. They smile every time another piece finds its place. In another, a father quietly teaches his daughter how to play checkers. She laughs each time she captures one of his pieces. He pretends to be surprised every single time. Farther along, a college student sits beside the window writing in a leather journal. Every few minutes, he pauses to admire the scenery before adding another sentence. Perhaps years from now, he will open that journal and remember this peaceful journey. The train enters a broad valley where a winding river keeps pace with the tracks. Its clear water sparkles beneath the late morning sun. On the opposite bank, you notice a family enjoying a quiet picnic beneath a row of tall sycamore trees. A red and white blanket is spread across the grass. Children chase colorful butterflies. A grandfather leans comfortably against the trunk of an old tree, watching the river flow by. As the train passes, the family waves with cheerful smiles. Many passengers wave back. For a brief moment, strangers share a simple greeting across the distance. Then the valley gently slips behind. Soon afterward, the train begins climbing into low mountains. The climb is so gradual that you hardly notice it. The engine works a little harder now, but never loudly. Its deep, steady hum blends with the familiar rhythm of the rails, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The air outside looks fresher. Pine trees begin replacing the broad-leafed forests. The scent of evergreen drifts faintly through a slightly open window in the corridor. You take a slow, deep breath. It smells wonderfully clean. At a gentle curve in the tracks, everyone on the left side of the train receives an unexpected gift, a waterfall. It tumbles gracefully down a rocky hillside before disappearing into a crystal-clear stream below. Sunlight catches the mist, creating a delicate rainbow that lingers for only a few moments. Passengers quietly admire the view. No one rushes for a camera. Some moments are simply meant to be experienced. The train continues climbing. Soon it reaches a high meadow where hundreds of wildflowers bloom beneath the brilliant blue sky. Yellow daisies, purple lupins, bright red Indian paintbrush. Tiny white blossoms dancing in the breeze. The meadow stretches almost to the horizon. It feels as though nature has carefully arranged every flower by hand. The conductor appears in the doorway of the observation lounge. "Ladies and gentlemen," he says with a warm smile, "we'll be crossing Eagle Pass in just a few minutes. It's one of the most peaceful views on the entire route." His words are met with quiet excitement. Passengers gather near the windows, not pushing or crowding, simply standing together to enjoy the scenery. The train rounds one final bend. Then Eagle Pass comes into view. Below lies a wide mountain valley covered in green forests and silver streams. Far in the distance, snow-capped peaks rise into the clear blue sky. An eagle circles effortlessly above the cliffs, riding the warm mountain air with slow, graceful movements. No one speaks. The only sounds are the gentle hum of the locomotive, the steady rhythm of the wheels, and the occasional soft gasp of someone seeing the view for the very first time. The train glides across a tall stone viaduct spanning the valley. Looking down, you can see the clear river winding far below like a ribbon of glass. The crossing is smooth and unhurried. It feels almost as though the train itself slows down out of respect for the beauty surrounding it. When the viaduct is finally behind you, the passengers quietly return to their seats. Some smile. Some close their eyes for a moment, holding on to the memory. The elderly painter carefully adds one more watercolor to his notebook: the eagle, the mountains, the peaceful valley beneath the morning sun. He gently closes the notebook and smiles. "Another beautiful page," he whispers. Outside, the mountains continue welcoming the train deeper into their peaceful embrace, while ahead, countless quiet miles of America still wait beyond the next bend in the tracks. By early afternoon, the mountains begin to soften. The tallest peaks slowly fade behind the train, replaced by broad valleys filled with sparkling rivers, peaceful ranches, and quiet forests. The sunlight has become warmer now. It pours through the windows, filling every carriage with a gentle golden glow. The train continues westward without the slightest hurry. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A familiar rhythm has become part of the day itself. Passengers have settled into the peaceful routine of train travel. Some read, some knit. Some quietly gaze through the windows, perfectly content to watch America unfold one beautiful mile at a time. You return to your compartment for a little while. The window is slightly open, allowing a cool breeze to drift inside. It carries the fresh scent of pine, wildflowers, and clean mountain air. You lean comfortably against the seat. Outside, a narrow country road follows the railway for several miles. Every now and then, an old pickup truck appears, traveling at nearly the same speed as the train. A farmer lifts 2 fingers from the steering wheel in a friendly greeting. The engineer answers with a short, cheerful whistle. The pickup turns toward a small ranch, while the train continues on its quiet journey. Soon the tracks begin following a wide river once again. This river is calmer than the mountain streams. Its waters move slowly, reflecting clouds that drift lazily across the bright blue sky. Willow trees lean over the banks, their long branches gently brushing the surface of the water. On a grassy shore, a family enjoys a lazy afternoon. Children skip smooth stones across the river. Their parents sit beneath a large cottonwood tree sharing sandwiches from a wicker basket. A golden retriever splashes happily in the shallow water before racing back to shake itself dry, making everyone laugh. The train glides by so quietly that the peaceful afternoon remains undisturbed. Farther ahead, the conductor announces a brief stop. "Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be arriving at Cedar Glen in just a few minutes. It will be a short stop, just long enough to stretch your legs." You decide to step off when the train arrives. The brakes whisper softly. The locomotive slows with effortless grace. Finally, the train comes to rest beside a small wooden station surrounded by flower gardens. A hand-painted sign reads, "Cedar Glen." The station is charming. White clapboard walls, green shutters, a wide porch with rocking chairs facing the tracks, colorful flower boxes bloom beneath every window. The air smells of fresh cedar and warm sunshine. Passengers quietly step onto the platform. No one rushes. Some simply stretch their arms. Others admire the little station. A local woman stands beneath a striped awning selling homemade lemonade and oatmeal cookies. Her smile is as warm as the afternoon. "Fresh lemonade?" she asks. You accept a cool glass. The lemonade is lightly sweet with a hint of fresh mint. It tastes wonderfully refreshing after the morning's journey. Nearby, a young boy carefully waters baskets of bright red geraniums hanging from the station roof. An elderly station master chats with the conductor about the weather, tomorrow's schedule, and the apple harvest beginning next week. These conversations seem to have happened every summer for years, perhaps even decades. The whistle sounds gently, not as a warning, more like a friendly reminder, time to continue. Passengers climb back aboard with relaxed smiles. The station master removes his cap. The local children wave enthusiastically. The train begins moving once again, slowly, smoothly. The little station drifts away behind you until it becomes another peaceful memory along the rails. Back inside, the attendant has placed a small vase of fresh wildflowers on the table in your compartment. A handwritten note rests beside it. Collected this morning near Eagle Pass. Enjoy the afternoon. You smile at the thoughtful gesture. The flowers are simple blue lupins, tiny white daisies, a few sprigs of lavender. Their gentle fragrance fills the room without overwhelming it. Outside, the river continues winding through the valley. White clouds drift overhead. The train rocks softly from side to side. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You lean back comfortably, letting the peaceful motion carry you forward. The afternoon stretches ahead with no deadlines, no hurry, and no destination more important than the quiet beauty waiting just beyond the next curve of the tracks. The peaceful afternoon slowly begins to mellow into early evening. The sunlight softens, losing its bright midday sparkle and taking on a warm, honey-colored glow that stretches across the countryside. The train continues westward at its familiar, unhurried pace. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Outside your window, the valley gradually widens. The river drifts away from the tracks, winding lazily toward distant hills. Open ranchland begins to appear once more. Wooden fences trace gentle lines across rolling meadows where horses graze peacefully beneath the afternoon sky. You decide to visit the open-air vestibule at the very end of the observation car. The conductor unlocks the small rear platform for passengers. "Hold the handrail," he says with a friendly smile. You step outside. Immediately, a cool breeze greets you. It carries the scent of pine forests slowly fatting behind the train, mixed with warm grass and fresh earth from the valleys ahead. Standing safely on the platform, you watch the rails stretch endlessly behind the train. They shimmer beneath the golden light before disappearing over gentle hills. The sound of the train changes slightly here. The rhythm feels deeper, fuller. The wheels sing beneath you, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The breeze whispers past your ears. Far above, a hawk circles effortlessly in the clear sky. Its broad wings hardly move as it rides invisible currents of warm afternoon air. For several peaceful minutes, you simply stand there, breathing slowly and watching America quietly unfold behind you. Eventually, another passenger joins you. It is the retired schoolteacher you noticed on the first evening. She smiles warmly. "Always loved this part of the train." "So have I," you reply. She looks toward the endless tracks. "When I was teaching history, I used to tell my students that railroads connected America." She pauses thoughtfully. "Now I think they connected something even more important." "What was that?" She smiles. "People. You think about all the travelers you've met, the painter, the violinist, the friendly waiter, the conductor, families, children, neighbors waving from little towns." She is right. This journey has never been only about landscapes. It has been about quiet kindness shared between strangers. The schoolteacher reaches into her handbag. She removes a small cloth pouch. Inside are smooth river stones collected from different places across the country. She hands you one. "This one came from a creek in Vermont. Stone is cool and perfectly smooth. Carried it for years," she says. "It reminds me that every journey leaves us with something worth keeping." You thank her and gently hand the stone back. She smiles and slips it safely into the pouch. The two of you remain quietly watching the countryside. The train passes an old covered bridge crossing a narrow stream. Children stand on the bridge waving brightly colored hats. The engineer answers with one cheerful whistle. The children cheer as the silver train glides beneath them. The bridge quickly disappears into the distance. Soon afterward, the conductor announces something special. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be entering Sunset Canyon shortly. It's one of the most beautiful stretches of railway anywhere in America. Passengers quietly gather beside the windows once again. No one wants to miss it. The train rounds a gentle curve. Then the canyon opens before you. Towering sandstone cliffs glow deep shades of gold, orange, and soft red beneath the lowering sun. A crystal-clear river winds gracefully along the canyon floor, reflecting the colors of the sky like polished glass. Cottonwood trees line the banks, their green leaves shining in the evening light. The locomotive slows slightly, almost respectfully. The only sounds are the gentle rumble of the train, the whisper of the breeze, and the quiet murmur of the river below. The sun continues sinking toward the western horizon. Its light paints every cliff with richer colors. Long shadows stretch across the canyon. The entire landscape seems to glow from within. For several peaceful miles, the train follows the river through this magnificent place. No one speaks. Everyone simply watches. Sometimes beauty asks for silence instead of words. At last, the canyon begins to widen. The cliffs slowly fall away. The open sky returns. Ahead, the first soft colors of evening begin spreading across the horizon once more. Another peaceful day aboard the train is gently drawing toward its close, while somewhere beyond the glowing western sky, another quiet American night patiently waits to welcome every traveler aboard. As the train leaves Sunset Canyon behind, the evening settles gently across the landscape. The golden light slowly deepens into shades of amber, then rose, then lavender. The sky becomes a masterpiece of quiet colors, stretching from one horizon to the other. Inside the train, the atmosphere changes almost without anyone noticing. The bright afternoon conversations become softer, books are closed, coffee cups are replaced with warm mugs of tea. The lamps along the ceiling are turned down one by one, filling each carriage with a cozy, honey-colored glow. The gentle rhythm never changes, click-clack. Click-clack, click-clack. You return to the observation lounge, where several passengers are already sitting comfortably in deep leather chairs. No one is speaking loudly. Most are simply watching the sunset. The painter quietly opens his notebook again. The violinist rests her instrument beside her chair. The retired schoolteacher slowly knits a small blue scarf. Each person enjoys the evening in their own peaceful way. The train crosses a broad plain where the grasses sway like waves upon a calm sea. The setting sun shines through them, turning every field into flowing gold. Far away, a small herd of bison grazes peacefully. Massive and calm, they move slowly across the prairie, just as their ancestors have done for countless generations. Several passengers smile as they catch sight of them. The conductor quietly says, "They've been here much longer than the railroad." His words seem perfectly suited to the moment. The train continues onward soon. The first ranch houses begin appearing, white fences, red barns. Windmills turning lazily in the evening breeze. Thin trails of smoke curl upward from stone chimneys as families prepare supper. Warm lights begin glowing inside farmhouse windows. For a brief moment, you glimpse a family gathered around a dinner table. Then the train gently carries the scene away. One peaceful home after another drifts past. Each one tells a story without saying a word. The waiter appears carrying a polished silver tray. Tonight's evening tea is ready, chamomile, peppermint, or warm apple cider with a touch of cinnamon. You choose the apple cider. The mug warms your hands. Its gentle aroma reminds you of autumn afternoons and quiet country kitchens. Outside, the sun finally reaches the horizon. For a few magical minutes, the entire sky glows in brilliant shades of orange and crimson. The river beside the tracks reflects every color perfectly. It feels as though the train is traveling through the sky itself. No camera could truly capture this moment. It belongs only to those quietly watching. Then, slowly, the sun slips beyond the distant hills. The colors soften. Orange becomes pink. Pink becomes violet. Violet fades into the deep blue of evening. One bright star appears above the western horizon. Soon another joins it. Then another. The The first stars of the new night quietly return. The observation lounge grows even quieter. Someone gently closes a book. Another passenger pulls a wool blanket over their knees. The violinist lifts her instrument once more. This time, she plays an old American folk melody so softly that it almost blends into the rhythm of the train itself. The notes drift gently through the carriage. Nobody applauds. Nobody interrupts. Everyone simply listens. The melody ends as peacefully as it began. Outside, the prairie has become silver beneath the rising moon. The train's windows now reflect the warm lamps inside, creating the comforting feeling of traveling within a glowing home that moves gently through the quiet American night. The conductor walks slowly through the lounge. He smiles at each passenger. "I hope you've enjoyed another beautiful day." Everyone quietly nods. No one seems ready for the journey to end. And as darkness settles completely across the wide-open plains, the silver train continues its graceful westward journey beneath a sky filling once again with countless stars, carrying every passenger deeper into another calm and unforgettable night across America. Night settles completely over the train. The last colors of sunset have faded from the horizon, leaving behind a deep velvet sky filled with countless stars. The moon rises slowly above the open plains, bathing the silver train in a soft, peaceful light. From a distance, it looks almost like a ribbon of gentle light gliding silently through the darkness. Inside, the conductor makes a quiet announcement. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A few moments, we'll be opening the sky dome." A ripple of quiet curiosity spreads through the passengers. The sky dome is a special glass-roofed lounge near the center of the train, reserved for clear nights like this one. You follow the softly lit corridor until you reach a curved staircase. As you climb, the ceiling gradually becomes glass. Then suddenly, you are standing beneath the open sky. The sky dome is breathtaking. Comfortable chairs are arranged in a circle beneath a wide glass roof that stretches from one end of the carriage to the other. There are no bright lights. Only small reading lamps glowing softly near the floor, allowing everyone to see the stars clearly above. Passengers speak only in whispers. Many simply lean back, looking upward. You choose a chair near the center. The glass overhead is so clear that it almost disappears. It feels as though there is nothing between you and the night sky. Above, the stars seem endless. The Milky Way stretches like a pale river across the heavens. Tiny constellations sparkle from horizon to horizon. Every few minutes, a shooting star slips silently across the darkness before fading away. A young boy quietly points upward. There, his grandfather smiles. "I saw it too." Neither of them wishes for anything. Watching is enough. The train continues its gentle rhythm below. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound travels upward through the carriage like the steady heartbeat of the journey. Outside, the landscape is peaceful beyond words. The train passes through open grasslands where moonlight turns every field silver. Occasionally, a lonely windmill stands quietly against the sky. Its blades turn slowly in the cool night breeze. Far away, a small lake reflects both the moon and the stars so perfectly that it seems to hold another universe within its calm waters. The attendant quietly walks through the sky dome carrying a tray. On it are small mugs of warm cocoa, herbal tea, and freshly baked oatmeal cookies. He offers one to every passenger with a gentle smile. "No charge tonight," he whispers. Stars are the evening's entertainment. Soft laughter fills the carriage, not loud laughter, just the kind that naturally belongs among strangers sharing a peaceful moment. You wrap your hands around the warm mug. The rich scent of cocoa mixes with the clean night air that slips gently through the train's ventilation system. It feels wonderfully comforting. The elderly painter sits nearby. Tonight, he does not open his notebook. Instead, he simply watches the stars. "Some things," he says quietly, "are too beautiful to paint." No one disagrees. Minutes pass, or perhaps an hour. Time feels wonderfully unimportant beneath such a sky. The train glides over another quiet river. The moon follows faithfully above. The stars remain brilliant. Inside the sky dome, several passengers begin growing sleepy. One woman quietly closes her eyes while still smiling. A little girl rests her head on her mother's shoulder. The rhythmic motion of the train gently rocks everyone, just as a cradle rocks a child. The conductor steps quietly into the carriage one final time. He removes his cap for a moment and looks up through the glass roof. "My father worked these rails," he says softly. "He used to tell me that every journey has one perfect moment." He smiles toward the stars. "Think this might be tonight's?" No one answers. No answer is needed. Beyond the glass roof, the endless American sky watches over the peaceful train. Below, the wheels continue their timeless lullaby, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The silver train glides onward through the sleeping countryside, carrying every passenger gently westward beneath a blanket of stars, where the quiet beauty of the night seems destined to last forever. One by one, the passengers quietly leave the sky dome. Some carry empty mugs of warm cocoa. Others pull soft wool blankets around their shoulders. Everyone moves slowly, almost as if they are careful not to disturb the peaceful night waiting just beyond the glass. You remain for a little while longer. Above you, the stars continue their silent journey. Below you, the train continues its own click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. At last, you rise from your chair and make your way back through the softly lit corridor. The lamps have been dimmed even further now. Their gentle amber glow reflects from polished brass handrails and smooth wooden walls. Everything feels warm, safe, comfortable. As you pass the dining car, you notice that it has been transformed for the night. The white tablecloths have been cleared away. Only a few small lamps remain lit. On a sideboard rests a silver tray holding fresh apples, warm milk, herbal tea, and a plate of oatmeal cookies for any passenger who wakes during the night. A handwritten card beside the tray reads, "Please help yourself." Sleep well and enjoy the journey. The simple message makes you smile. It feels less like a train and more like visiting the home of an old friend. The waiter notices you walking by. He smiles warmly. "Would you care for a cup of warm milk before bed?" You nod. He pours it carefully into a white porcelain mug. The milk is gently warmed with a touch of honey and vanilla. Nothing more, nothing less. It is simple comfort. You thank him and continue toward your compartment. Along the way, you pass a small reading room tucked between two sleeping cars. During the day, it had been filled with travelers reading books and writing letters. Now it is nearly empty. Only one elderly woman remains. She quietly closes the final page of a novel before placing a ribbon between the pages. She notices you. "Read this book 5 times. She smiles. "It always feels different on a train." You wish her a peaceful night. "And to you," she replies softly. Back in your compartment, everything has once again been thoughtfully prepared. The blanket has been turned down. A fresh glass of cool water rests beside the bed. The little vase of wildflowers from Cedar Glen still sits on the table, looking just as cheerful as it did earlier in the afternoon. Outside, the moonlight paints long silver ribbons across the passing fields. Occasionally, the train glides through small towns already fast asleep. A lonely street lamp glows beside an empty platform. A church steeple rises quietly above dark rooftops. A water tower stands like a patient guardian beneath the stars. Each town appears for only a few peaceful moments before gently slipping into the darkness behind you. You leave the curtains slightly open. The moon deserves to travel beside you tonight. Settling beneath the blanket, you notice how naturally your breathing matches the rhythm of the train, click-clack. Breathe in, click-clack. Breathe out, slowly, comfortably. Without effort, somewhere far ahead, the locomotive gives one long, gentle whistle. Its echo drifts across wide-open fields before fading into the quiet distance. The sound is never lonely. It simply reminds every traveler that the journey continues safely through the night. Beyond your window, fireflies begin dancing over quiet meadows. Their tiny golden lights rise and fall among the tall grass like little floating lanterns. For a few magical moments, it almost seems as though the stars have come down from the sky to accompany the train on its journey. The silver rails stretch endlessly into the darkness. The moon keeps faithful watch overhead. The wheels continue their timeless lullaby, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Wrapped in warmth, surrounded by silence, and gently carried across the sleeping landscapes of America, you close your eyes once more, knowing that somewhere beyond the peaceful night, another beautiful morning patiently waits along the rails. During the deepest hours of the night, The train seems to become part of the landscape itself. It no longer feels like a machine traveling across America. Instead, it feels like a quiet companion, moving gently through forests, valleys, rivers, and open plains without ever disturbing their peaceful rhythm. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound is softer now, almost like a lullaby carried on the cool night air. Outside your window, the moon begins its slow descent toward the western horizon. Its silver light filters through tall pine forests, painting delicate patterns across the polished floor of your compartment. The trees pass one by one, patiently, gracefully, like old friends standing beside the railway to wish every traveler a peaceful night. You open your eyes for just a moment, not fully awake, just enough to notice the quiet beauty outside. A crystal-clear lake appears between the trees. Its surface is perfectly still. The moon reflects so clearly upon the water that it seems there are two moons, one above, one below. A family of swans drifts silently across the lake. Their white feathers glow beneath the moonlight. Within moments, the forest gently closes again, and the lake disappears behind the passing pines. You smile softly before settling deeper beneath the blanket. The train continues rocking with gentle care. Far ahead, the locomotive rounds a graceful curve. From your window, you can briefly see the silver cars stretching through the darkness, each glowing warmly from within. It looks like a necklace of golden lights winding through the American wilderness. Somewhere farther down the train, the night attendant quietly checks the corridor once more. He notices a blanket that has slipped from a sleeping child's bed. Without making a sound, he gently tucks it back around the child's shoulders. The little traveler never wakes. The attendant smiles and continues on. Outside, the train begins following another river. This one is wider than the others. Its calm waters reflect not only the stars but also the soft lights of the train as it glides along the shoreline. Every now and then the train crosses small wooden bridges. The rhythm changes for only a few seconds, a gentle hum. Then the familiar song returns, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The countryside remains wonderfully still. A small cabin rests beside the river. One lantern glows warmly in its window. Smoke rises lazily from its stone chimney. Perhaps someone inside is reading beside a fire. Perhaps they have already gone to bed. The train quietly passes, leaving their peaceful night undisturbed. The stars begin to shift slowly overhead. The familiar constellations move gently toward the western sky. Far to the east, the faintest silver line begins touching the horizon. It is almost impossible to notice. Morning is still far away, yet the night has quietly begun preparing for it. The air feels cooler now, fresh, clean, comforting. The scent of pine drifts faintly through the ventilation, mixing with the subtle fragrance of polished cedar from the train's wooden walls. Everything encourages rest. Everything whispers peace. Your breathing slows once again. The wheels continue their steady rhythm. The river keeps pace beside the train. The moon faithfully watches from above. And somewhere beyond the quiet forests and sleeping valleys, another sunrise patiently waits for its turn, while the peaceful silver train carries you ever onward through the calm heart of America. At some quiet moment before dawn, you awaken once more, not because anything has disturbed you. In fact, it is the remarkable stillness that gently brings you back to awareness. For a few peaceful seconds, you simply listen, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The familiar rhythm is still there, steady, patient, comforting. Outside your window, the world is wrapped in the soft blue light that belongs only to the hour before sunrise. The moon has nearly disappeared beyond the western hills. Most of the stars still shine overhead, though the brightest ones now stand alone against a sky that is slowly beginning to light. You remain beneath the warm blanket, watching the quiet countryside drift past. The train has entered a broad valley surrounded by gentle hills. A thin layer of morning mist rests above the fields like a soft white blanket. Old wooden fences appear and disappear through the fog. Small ponds reflect the fading stars. Everything seems suspended in peaceful silence. The locomotive gives one long, gentle whistle. Its echo rolls across the valley before slowly fading into the distance. Soon afterward, the train crosses a wide stone bridge. Beneath it, a calm river flows patiently toward the waking countryside. On its banks stand graceful willow trees, their long branches almost touching the water. A great blue heron stands perfectly still in the shallows. It waits quietly for breakfast, never seeming impatient. The train glides past without interrupting its peaceful morning. You quietly rise and dress, careful not to disturb the calm feeling that fills your compartment. Opening the door, you step into the corridor. Only a few passengers are awake. An elderly gentleman sits beside a window with a steaming cup of coffee. A young woman quietly sketches the misty landscape in a notebook. Near the end of the car, the conductor stands by the window, watching the first hints of dawn. He notices you and smiles. Awake early. I didn't want to miss the sunrise. He nods knowingly. Neither did I. Together, you stand by the wide window. No conversation is needed. The train continues forward, carrying both of you toward the eastern horizon. Little by little, the sky changes. Deep blue becomes pale blue. Pale blue blends into lavender. Then comes a delicate ribbon of soft pink stretching across the distant hills. The mist over the fields begins to glow. Every blade of grass catches the growing light. The entire valley seems to awaken without making a sound. Far away, a farmhouse porch light quietly switches off. Its work is done. A rooster crows somewhere beyond the fields. Moments later, another answers from a neighboring farm. The first birds leave their nests, flying low above the river before disappearing into the trees. The train slows gently as it passes through a peaceful little town. The station platform is almost empty. A baker unlocks the door to his shop. A newspaper delivery truck waits beside the curb. An elderly man waters bright flowers growing beneath the station sign. He pauses just long enough to wave at the passing train. The conductor lifts his cap in return. The train never stops. It simply shares a quiet good morning before continuing westward. As the town fades behind you, the sun finally appears, just the smallest edge at first, a brilliant golden line touching the horizon. Then slowly, the warm light spreads across the valley. The mist begins to disappear. The river changes from silver to gold. The windows of distant farmhouses sparkle like tiny jewels. Inside the train, the morning begins gently. The aroma of fresh coffee drifts through the corridor. Somewhere ahead, the chef is already baking cinnamon rolls. A little boy, still rubbing sleep from his eyes, looks out the window and whispers to his mother, "Look, the whole world is waking up." She smiles. "I think you're right." You continue watching as the peaceful train rolls steadily onward beneath the growing morning sun. Another beautiful day has quietly begun. The rails stretch endlessly ahead. The countryside glows with fresh light, and your peaceful journey across America continues, one calm mile, one gentle sunrise, and one unforgettable moment at a time. The sunrise slowly fills the train with warmth. Golden light pours through every window, replacing the soft glow of the night lamps. One by one, the attendants gently switch the lamps off, allowing the morning sunshine to become the only light the carriages need. The train rolls steadily onward, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A familiar rhythm seems brighter somehow, as though even the rails are welcoming the new day. You make your way toward the dining car once again. The polished corridor smells wonderfully inviting. Fresh cinnamon rolls, warm biscuits, newly brewed coffee, a hint of maple syrup. The comforting aromas drift through the train like an invisible invitation. As you enter the dining car, the waiter greets you with his familiar smile. "Good morning. I believe today's view is even better than yesterday's." You take your usual seat beside the large picture window. Outside, the scenery has changed again. The broad plains have given way to gentle vineyards stretching across rolling hills. Long rows of grapevines shimmer beneath the morning dew. Beyond them stand white farmhouses with wraparound porches, their gardens already blooming with roses and lavender. A farmer drives an old blue tractor slowly between the rows, while two border collies happily trot beside him. Everything moves with calm purpose. Nothing is hurried. Breakfast arrives on warm white china, a basket of freshly baked croissants, creamy scrambled eggs with herbs, seasonal berries, thick slices of toasted sourdough with homemade blackberry jam, a small bowl of yogurt drizzled with local honey. Beside it all rests a steaming mug of freshly brewed coffee. Or for those who prefer, fragrant Earl Grey tea. The meal is simple, fresh, comforting, As you enjoy breakfast, the train glides through a broad valley where morning mist still lingers among the vineyards. The rising sun slowly burns it away, revealing neat rows of vines stretching toward distant hills. The sight is peaceful enough to make everyone pause between bites. No one wants to miss it. Across the aisle, the little boy from earlier watches the landscape with wide eyes. He quietly asks his grandfather, "Do you think the train ever gets tired?" His grandfather smiles. "I don't think so. Not because every day it gets to see something beautiful." Boy thinks carefully before nodding. "I'd like that job." You smile into your cup of coffee. Outside, the vineyards slowly disappear behind the train. Soon, orchards take their place. Apple trees, peach trees, cherry trees, each one heavy with green leaves dancing gently in the morning breeze. Workers move slowly between the rows carrying wooden baskets, greeting one another with relaxed smiles as another peaceful day begins. The train crosses a graceful stone bridge. Below, a narrow river winds through the orchards. Its clear water sparkles beneath the bright morning sun. A pair of ducks glides lazily downstream, completely unbothered by the train passing overhead. The waiter quietly refills your coffee. "You know," he says softly, "my favorite part of this journey isn't the destination." You glance toward him. It's breakfast. He laughs gently. Because of the food. He looks out the window. It's because every morning outside these windows is different. Yesterday it was mountains. Today it is vineyards and orchards. Tomorrow, who knows? That uncertainty feels comforting rather than unsettling. The journey always has another peaceful surprise waiting beyond the next bend. As breakfast comes to an end, passengers linger over one final cup of coffee. Nobody seems eager to leave. Sunlight fills the carriage. Soft conversations drift gently through the air. The train continues westward with quiet confidence. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Beyond the windows, another beautiful corner of America patiently waits to welcome every traveler aboard, proving once again that sometimes the greatest joy is not arriving somewhere new, but peacefully watching the world unfold along the way. The morning passes gently, almost unnoticed. Time aboard the train has its own quiet rhythm. There are no traffic lights, no crowded highways, no hurried footsteps, only the steady movement of the rails beneath your feet. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. After breakfast, many passengers gather in the lounge with books, journals, or simply a desire to watch the countryside. Some knit quietly, others play a friendly game of chess. A little girl carefully colors a picture of the train with bright red and blue pencils while her father reads beside her. The atmosphere feels less like public transportation and more like a peaceful neighborhood where everyone happens to be traveling together. Outside, the scenery begins another graceful transformation. The orchards slowly fade behind you. Ahead, the land becomes greener. Gentle hills roll toward distant forests. White fences wind through broad meadows where sheep graze beneath scattered oak trees. A narrow creek follows the tracks, its clear water tumbling over smooth stones polished by countless seasons. Every few miles, the train passes an old wooden station. Some are no larger than a single waiting room with a flower garden beside the platform. Others have charming brick buildings with tall clocks and wide benches shaded by maple trees. At one tiny station, a station master stands proudly in a crisp navy uniform. As the train glides past, he raises a green flag in greeting. The conductor answers with a respectful wave from the rear platform. It is a tradition that has quietly survived for generations. You decide to spend some time in the train's small library. The room is wonderfully peaceful. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves line the walls. There are travel journals, collections of poetry, classic American novels, books about birds, rivers, forests, railroads, and national parks. Sunlight streams through the windows, falling across comfortable leather chairs. A grandfather quietly reads a storybook to his granddaughter. She curls beside him beneath a soft blanket, listening carefully as the train gently rocks them both. You choose a beautifully illustrated book about America's great rivers. Opening it at random, you read a few pages before your attention drifts back to the scenery outside. Sometimes the landscape itself is the best story. The train enters a broad forest where towering maple trees arch over the tracks like the ceiling of a grand cathedral. Their leaves shimmer softly in the breeze. Sunlight filters through the branches, creating moving patches of light and shadow across the train. The effect is almost hypnotic. Passengers naturally begin speaking in quieter voices, as though the forest itself deserves respect. Far ahead, a white-tailed deer steps cautiously from the trees. It pauses beside the tracks, watching the passing train with calm curiosity. For a brief moment, your eyes meet. Then with one graceful leap, it disappears back into the peaceful woods. The journey continues, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Soon the forest opens onto a wide meadow covered with wildflowers, blue cornflowers, golden black-eyed Susans, purple asters dancing gently in the warm breeze. Butterflies drift from blossom to blossom. Honeybees hum quietly as they begin another busy morning. The elderly painter smiles as he looks outside. Painted mountains, painted rivers, fields like these. He gently shakes his head. Impossible to improve. No one argues, nature has already done the work perfectly. As noon slowly approaches, the train climbs a gentle rise. From the top, the view stretches for miles. Rolling green hills, silver rivers, tiny villages, old red barns, church steeples reaching toward the blue sky. Everything appears peaceful beneath the bright summer sun. The conductor quietly walks through the carriage. "Ladies and gentlemen," he says with his familiar warm smile, "we'll soon be reaching one of the oldest railway bridges on this route. It has carried trains safely across the valley for more than a century." Passengers naturally look toward the windows with quiet anticipation. The train rounds a gentle curve. Ahead, the graceful stone bridge appears, spanning a deep valley where a sparkling river winds through ancient forests below. The locomotive crosses first. Then the passenger cars follow one by one, smoothly, steadily, without the slightest hurry. Looking down through the wide windows, you see kayaks drifting peacefully along the river. Families enjoy picnics beneath towering sycamore trees. An artist sits on a folding stool painting the bridge itself. For a few quiet moments, the worlds above and below meet. The travelers on the train wave. The people by the river wave back. Then the train continues onward. The bridge slips behind. The valley becomes another cherished memory. And somewhere beyond the next hill, another peaceful chapter of your journey across America is already waiting to unfold. By the time the train leaves the old stone bridge behind, the sun has climbed high into a cloudless blue sky. It is nearly midday, yet aboard the train, no one seems concerned about the hour. Time has become wonderfully gentle. The steady rhythm continues beneath the floor, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Outside, the valley slowly gives way to a broad plateau where the land stretches toward distant mesas rising from the horizon. The colors begin to change once again. Deep green forests become golden grasslands. Silver rivers become winding streams that sparkle beneath the bright afternoon sun. Clusters of cottonwood trees gather wherever fresh water flows. The air outside looks warm but inviting. From your window, you notice a herd of wild pronghorn antelope moving gracefully across the open plain. They pause for a moment to watch the passing train before continuing their quiet journey through the grass. Not far away, a lone ranch house stands beneath the shade of a giant cottonwood tree. A white porch swing rocks gently in the breeze. Someone has left a pitcher of lemonade on the porch table, catching the sunlight like liquid gold. The image disappears almost as quickly as it appeared, but it leaves behind a feeling of simple contentment. You decide to stroll through the train once again. Near the center carriage, you discover a small writing desk beside a panoramic window. A sign above it reads, "Letters from the journey." On the desk are sheets of thick cream-colored stationery, fountain pens, envelopes, and a polished wooden box where passengers may leave letters to be mailed at the next major station. Several travelers are already writing. One young woman is sending a postcard home. An older gentleman carefully writes to his grandchildren, describing the mountains he crossed the day before. Another passenger simply writes, "I wish you could see this view with me." You smile. Some experiences are difficult to capture in photographs. They belong best in memories and in heartfelt letters. You sit at the desk for a while. The train gently rocks as your pen moves across the paper. Outside the window, the landscape rolls by in peaceful silence. You write only a few lines, not about the destination, not about schedules, only about the feeling of watching America unfold mile after quiet mile. When you finish, you fold the letter carefully and place it into the polished wooden box. Perhaps it will reach someone hundreds of miles away. Perhaps it will simply remind them to slow down for a while. As you continue walking, the aroma of fresh bread begins drifting through the corridor once again. The chef is preparing lunch. Passengers smile knowingly. No announcement is necessary. The delicious scent finds everyone. Soon, the dining car fills with quiet conversation. White tablecloths have returned. Fresh wildflowers brighten each table. Sunlight sparkles through crystal glasses as the train glides steadily onward. Today's lunch is wonderfully comforting. A bowl of creamy tomato soup, a warm grilled cheese sandwich with crisp golden bread, a fresh garden salad with cucumbers, tomatoes, and herbs. For dessert, a slice of homemade peach cobbler served warm with a small scoop of vanilla ice cream. Simple food, prepared with care, perfect for a peaceful afternoon on the rails. Outside the dining car windows, the scenery changes yet again. The train follows the edge of a wide canyon, not dramatic or rugged, but gentle and welcoming. Layered cliffs glow softly beneath the midday sun. A narrow river winds through the valley below, bordered by tall cottonwoods whose leaves shimmer in the breeze. A bald eagle glides silently above the water before disappearing behind a rocky outcrop. No one in the dining car rushes through lunch. Between bites, passengers pause to admire the view. Some smile quietly, others simply watch in peaceful silence. The waiter refills glasses of iced tea and lemonade. "There is no better dining room than this," he says with a grin, nodding toward the endless view outside. You have to agree. The scenery changes with every mile, yet somehow each view feels just as calming as the last. As lunch comes to a close, the train enters a long, gentle curve. From your window, you can see nearly the entire silver train ahead, winding gracefully across the landscape like a shining ribbon beneath the summer sun. It is a beautiful reminder that every passenger, every carriage, and every quiet moment is part of the same peaceful journey, one that still has many relaxing miles to travel before reaching the far western coast of America. The afternoon unfolds with the same quiet grace that has accompanied the journey from the very beginning. The silver train leaves the gentle canyon behind and continues across a landscape that seems to grow wider with every passing mile. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The familiar rhythm is as steady as ever. Outside, the sky stretches from horizon to horizon without a single cloud. The air shimmers gently above fields of tall golden grass. Here and there, weathered wooden windmills stand patiently beside old ranches, their blades turning slowly in the warm breeze. The train passes a long line of cottonwood trees following a narrow creek. Their leaves sparkle like tiny mirrors whenever the sunlight catches them. Beyond the trees, a group of cowboys rides quietly across the open range. There is no rush. They guide their horses at an easy walk, following a small herd of cattle toward a distant pasture. One rider notices the train. He removes his hat and lifts it in greeting. The engineer answers with two short, friendly whistles. For just a few seconds, two different ways of crossing America share the same peaceful afternoon. Then the riders slowly fade into the distance. Inside the train, the lounge has become pleasantly lively, not noisy, simply comfortable. The little girl who had been coloring earlier now proudly shows everyone her finished picture. She has drawn the silver train crossing a bridge beneath a bright blue sky. She has even remembered the conductor's navy blue cap. The conductor laughs warmly. "I believe you've made me look much younger." Everyone chuckles. The girl smiles with quiet pride. The conductor asks if he may keep the drawing. She nods happily. "Hang it in my office," he promises. "It will remind me of this journey." Drawing is carefully tucked into a folder beside his timetable. Some gifts are measured not by their cost, but by the kindness behind them. The train continues onward. Gradually, the land begins to rise once again, not into towering mountains this time, but into broad rolling hills covered with long fields of wild lavender. The breeze carries the flowers in gentle waves across the hillsides. Even through the closed windows, it almost feels as though you can imagine their sweet fragrance. The afternoon sunlight gives the fields a soft purple glow. Passengers quietly gather by the windows. Someone whispers, "It looks like an ocean." In a way, it does. A peaceful sea of flowers stretching farther than the eye can see. The elderly painter opens his notebook again. He studies the hills for several moments before picking up his brush. This time he works slowly, very slowly. "There are some colors," he says softly, "that deserve patience." No one interrupts him. The train glides through the lavender fields for many peaceful miles. Bees drift lazily among the blossoms. White butterflies dance above the flowers. A narrow country road winds alongside the railway. An old bicycle leans against a wooden fence outside a tiny farmhouse. On the porch, an elderly couple sits in matching rocking chairs. They stop rocking for just a moment to wave as the train passes. Passengers wave back with warm smiles. The distance between strangers feels very small. As the afternoon begins to drift toward evening once again, the sunlight softens. The shadows grow longer. The golden light returns, painting the hills with warm shades of amber. The conductor quietly checks his watch before making another gentle announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, before sunset, we'll cross the great river." It's one of the final great landmarks before we continue toward the Pacific coast. A quiet excitement spreads through the train, not the excitement of reaching the end, but the quiet joy of knowing that another unforgettable view is still waiting. You settle comfortably beside the wide observation window. The train rolls steadily forward, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Ahead, beyond the softly glowing hills, a ribbon of sparkling water begins to appear on the horizon. The great river is waiting, and with it, another peaceful chapter in your unforgettable journey across America. As the afternoon slowly leans toward evening, the shimmering ribbon of water ahead grows wider with every passing mile. The great river stretches across the landscape like a sheet of polished glass, reflecting the warm colors of the lowering sun. The train eases its speed, not because it must, because this is a place meant to be admired. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The familiar rhythm becomes softer as the locomotive approaches the bridge. Passengers quietly gather near the windows. No one speaks above a whisper. Even the little boy who had spent the morning asking questions simply rests his hands on the window and watches. The bridge appears around a gentle bend. It is a graceful steel arch rising high above the broad river, its silver beams glowing in the golden light. Built many decades ago, it has carried countless travelers from one side of the country to the other. Today, it carries you. The locomotive rolls onto the bridge. The sound changes ever so slightly. A deep, gentle hum replaces the steady rhythm for a few moments. Far below, the river moves with quiet confidence. A paddle steamer drifts slowly downstream, its white hull shining beneath the afternoon sun. People on its upper deck notice the passing train. They wave. Passengers aboard the train wave back. For a few brief moments, two peaceful journeys meet in the middle of the river. Then each continues on its own way. Halfway across the bridge, the conductor quietly pauses beside your seat. "When I was a young apprentice," he says softly, "my father told me something." You glance toward him. He said, "A river teaches patience." Conductor smiles. It never rushes to the sea. It simply keeps moving. He tips his cap and quietly continues down the aisle. You look back at the water. The river flows calmly around small green islands where tall cottonwood trees stand motionless in the evening breeze. A pair of great blue herons rises gracefully into the air. Their wings beat slowly, effortlessly. They glide across the river before disappearing toward the western shore. The bridge finally gives way to solid ground once again. The familiar rhythm returns, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. On the far side of the river, the landscape begins changing in subtle ways. The air looks drier. The hills become broader. Golden grasses stretch across wide open country, broken only by scattered oak trees and quiet ranches. Far in the distance, low mountains rest beneath a sky slowly turning shades of amber and rose. The waiter appears in the observation lounge carrying a polished silver tray, fresh lemonade, iced tea, slices of chilled watermelon, small oatmeal cookies, simple afternoon refreshments for anyone who wishes to enjoy them while watching the scenery. You accept a glass of lemonade. Its cool, refreshing taste matches the peaceful feeling of the journey. The elderly painter closes his notebook for the day. "I think I'll leave this evening unpainted," he says with a gentle smile. Some sunsets belong only to memory. Violinist, seated nearby, quietly lifts her instrument once more. A slow, gentle melody fills the lounge. It is light enough not to interrupt conversation, soft enough to blend with the rhythm of the train. Outside, the sunlight grows warmer by the minute. Long shadows stretch across the fields. A small herd of horses runs freely along a distant ridge, their manes flowing in the evening breeze. For a few magical moments, they seem to race alongside the train before gradually falling behind. The passengers watch in quiet delight. Nobody reaches for a camera. Everyone simply enjoys the gift of the moment. As the first hints of sunset begin coloring the western sky, the silver train continues steadily onward. Beyond the next range of gentle hills lies the final stretch toward America's Pacific coast. But there is still no hurry. There are still stories to collect, quiet smiles to share, beautiful landscapes to admire, and countless peaceful miles waiting beneath the rails. The wheels continue their timeless lullaby, click-clack, 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 while outside, the evening sky slowly transforms into another masterpiece, welcoming every traveler toward yet another calm and unforgettable night aboard the peaceful train across America. The evening deepens with quiet elegance. The train glides onward, leaving the great river far behind as the western sky begins its slow transformation into another unforgettable sunset. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The familiar rhythm has become more than a sound. It has become a gentle companion, carrying every passenger peacefully toward the Pacific. Outside the windows, the hills slowly flatten into a broad valley bathed in golden light. Long rows of towering oak trees cast graceful shadows across quiet fields. A winding country road follows the railway for several miles before disappearing into the distance. Along the roadside, an old wooden sign welcomes travelers to a small farming community. The train slows slightly as it approaches. The station is modest but beautifully cared for. Fresh flowers bloom in colorful beds beside the platform. An American flag stirs gently in the evening breeze. A few local residents have gathered simply to watch the evening train arrive. Some sit on wooden benches. Others stand with bicycles resting beside them. There is no rush, no crowd, just neighbors ending another peaceful day. The locomotive comes to a smooth stop. The doors open quietly. Only a handful of passengers step onto the platform. A young couple beginning their honeymoon. An elderly man returning home after visiting family. A woman carrying a wicker basket filled with fresh bread from a nearby bakery. The station master greets each of them by name. It is the kind of place where people still remember one another. While the train waits, a local musician sitting on the station porch begins playing a gentle tune on an old acoustic guitar. The melody floats softly through the warm evening air. Several passengers open their windows to listen. No concert has been announced. No audience has gathered. It is simply music offered to whoever happens to be passing by. The conductor smiles. "Every Thursday evening," he says quietly. "He's been playing here for almost 20 years. The melody continues as the final passengers board. Then, with one gentle whistle, the train begins moving once more. The guitarist lifts his hand in farewell without missing a note. Soon, the little station slips behind the train, becoming another treasured memory carried westward. The valley grows quieter. The sky changes from gold to soft orange. Orange slowly melts into pink, then lavender. The first evening breeze ripples through fields of tall grass, creating gentle waves that shimmer beneath the fatting sunlight. Inside the observation lounge, several passengers gather for what has quietly become an evening tradition. The waiter places a large wooden puzzle on one of the tables. Piece by piece, strangers work together. No one worries about finishing it. The joy comes from sharing the quiet moments in between. Nearby, the retired schoolteacher reads a few pages from a book of American poetry. Her voice is calm and soothing. The words drift gently through the carriage, blending naturally with the rhythm of the train. When she finishes, no one claps. Instead, everyone simply smiles. Sometimes silence is the greatest compliment. Outside, the train enters a grove of ancient oak trees. Their wide branches arch over the tracks, forming a leafy tunnel glowing in the last light of day. Sunbeams slip through the leaves, creating moving ribbons of gold across the windows. The effect lasts only a few minutes. Then the forest opens again ahead. The horizon stretches wide and clear. Far to the west, a faint silver-blue line appears where the sky seems to meet the earth. The conductor notices you looking. He smiles knowingly. "On a clear evening like this," he says softly, "that's the first glimpse of the Pacific air." You look again. Perhaps it is only a distant haze. Perhaps it is something more. Either way, it fills the carriage with quiet anticipation. The journey is drawing closer to the ocean. Yet no one wishes to hurry. Every mile has become a memory, every whistle an old friend, every sunrise and sunset a quiet gift. The silver train continues its graceful westward journey beneath the glowing evening sky. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And somewhere beyond the gentle hills ahead, where the scent of salt air will soon mingle with the fragrance of pine forests, another peaceful chapter patiently waits to welcome every traveler aboard. The last glow of sunset slowly fades behind the distant hills. A gentle blue twilight settles across the land, and with it comes a welcome coolness after the warmth of the afternoon. The silver train continues westward, steady, unhurried, faithful. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Outside, the scenery begins to change in subtle ways. The air looks fresher. The hills become greener. Tall evergreen trees appear once again, standing proudly along winding streams. The train has traveled across plains, rivers, mountains, ranches, forests, and valleys. Now it is entering the quiet country that leads toward the Pacific coast. You lower the window just an inch. A cool breeze slips gently into your compartment. There is something different about it. It carries the familiar scent of pine. But beneath that, there is another fragrance, clean, fresh, almost impossible to describe. The conductor passes by just then. He notices you breathing in the evening air. "You smell it, don't you?" he asks with a smile. You nod. The ocean. He looks out the window. It's still many miles away. On evenings like this, the breeze sometimes arrives before the water does. You close your eyes for a moment. Perhaps he is right. The air somehow feels larger, as though it has traveled a very long distance before finding the train. Outside, the forest grows denser. Towering Douglas firs rise toward the darkening sky. Their trunks glow softly in the fading light. The train follows a winding river whose clear waters reflect the first stars of the evening. A family of elk grazes quietly in a meadow beside the tracks. They barely lift their heads as the train passes. Life here moves at its own peaceful pace. Inside the lounge, the waiter lights a few small table lamps. Their amber glow makes the room feel wonderfully cozy. Tonight's refreshments are simple: hot chocolate, peppermint tea, fresh blackberry pie, small vanilla biscuits. Passengers gather near the windows, enjoying dessert while watching the forest drift by. The violinist quietly begins another melody. This one is slower than before, gentler. It seems almost written for the whispering pines outside. The elderly painter listens with his eyes closed. When the music ends, he smiles. I think every forest has its own song. Outside, a light mist begins rising between the trees. It curls gently above the river like soft white ribbons. The moon, nearly full now, climbs above the forest and fills the valley with silver light. The train crosses a wooden trestle high above a narrow gorge. Far below, the river tumbles over smooth rocks, sparkling beneath the moonlight. The crossing is smooth. The only sound is the quiet music of the wheels. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Soon afterward, the conductor makes a gentle announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, if the weather remains clear, tomorrow morning we'll catch our very first full view of the Pacific Ocean. A quiet smile spreads through the carriage. No one cheers. No one applauds. Everyone simply looks out the windows with calm anticipation. After all these peaceful days crossing America, the ocean is finally drawing near. You return to your compartment. The attendant has folded the blanket neatly across your bed. A small note rests on the pillow. Tomorrow, the sea. Sleep well. You place the note inside your travel journal. It is too lovely to leave behind. Outside, the forest slips quietly past beneath the moon. The cool evening breeze carries that faint hint of salt once more. The train rocks gently from side to side. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. With every peaceful mile, the silver train moves a little closer to the western edge of the continent. where the endless Pacific waits patiently beneath tomorrow's sunrise, ready to welcome every traveler who has crossed America one quiet rail at a time. The night becomes deeper as the train continues toward the western edge of America. The forests grow quieter. The rivers become darker beneath the moonlight. The stars shine brighter above the endless railway. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The familiar sound follows you into the night once again. It is amazing how something so simple can become so comforting. The train is no longer just carrying you across the country. It feels as though it is carrying every memory you have collected along the way, the golden fields, the mountain valleys, the quiet station, the friendly faces, the peaceful sunsets, all of them travel with you now. Outside the window, the evergreen forest continues for miles. Tall trees stand like silent guardians beside the tracks. Occasionally, the moon reveals a small clearing where wildflowers grow beneath the trees. A wooden cabin appears in the distance. A warm light shines through one window. Someone inside is enjoying a quiet evening by the fireplace. Then, just as gently as it appeared, the cabin disappears behind the trees. The train enters a long mountain tunnel. For a few moments, the outside world vanishes. Only the soft reflection of the carriage lights remains in the window. The wheels echo against the stone walls. Click-clack, echo. Click-clack, echo. Then, after several peaceful minutes, the train emerges. The view beyond the tunnel is breathtaking. A wide valley opens below. The moon illuminates rows of vineyards and small farms resting beneath the hills. Far in the distance, tiny lights mark the beginning of coastal towns. The Pacific is getting closer, you can feel it. The conductor walks through the carriage one last time before midnight. He notices passengers looking toward the horizon. Almost there, he says softly, not the end. Just another beautiful place along the journey. That thought feels right, because this trip was never about reaching the final station. It was about everything that happened between each station. The conductor continues down the corridor. Soon, the train becomes quiet again. Most passengers are asleep. The observation lounge is nearly empty. You decide to sit there for a while longer. The large windows show the moonlit landscape passing behind you. The train follows a winding coastal river now. Its waters reflect the moon like a silver pathway leading toward the sea. A group of fishermen's boats rests quietly along the riverbank. Their lanterns glow softly. The boats move gently with the tide. The first signs of the ocean are near. The air feels different, cooler, softer. The breeze carries a faint whisper of salt. You close your eyes and take a slow breath. After thousands of miles across America, the ocean is almost within reach. The elderly painter joins you in the lounge. Tonight, he carries no notebook. No paint, only a quiet smile. Tomorrow, he says, I will finally paint the ocean. You look toward him. After all these journeys, you haven't painted it yet. He shakes his head. No, looks out at the dark horizon. Because I was waiting for the right moment. Two of you watch the moonlight on the water. Perhaps the right moment has arrived. Perhaps some things are worth waiting for. The train continues through the peaceful night. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Soon, a distant lighthouse appears. Its beam sweeps slowly across the darkness, once every few seconds. A gentle reminder that the coast is near. The lighthouse keeper's light reaches across the water, across the land, and across the path of the approaching train. For a brief moment, the train and the lighthouse share the same quiet night. Then the beam moves away, the train continues. Inside your compartment, the bed is waiting. The blanket is warm. The window shows the moonlit coast. You settle down comfortably. Tomorrow morning will bring a new view. The final destination of this peaceful journey, the endless Pacific Ocean. But for tonight, there is nowhere else to be, only here, only this moment. Only the gentle movement of the train carrying you safely through the quiet American night. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And as your eyes grow heavier, the silver train continues forward beneath the stars, following the rails toward the ocean that has been waiting patiently since the beginning of the journey. The final night aboard the train passes more peacefully than any night before. Perhaps it is because you know the journey is nearing its destination. Or perhaps it is because, after so many miles, the rhythm of the train has become something familiar and comforting. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound is no longer something you hear. It is something you feel, like a quiet song that has followed you from the first station all the way across America. Outside your window, the coastal forests continue beneath the moon. The trees are taller here, older. Their branches reach toward the sky as waves of mist drift between them. The train follows the shoreline, sometimes close to the water, sometimes climbing gentle hills above the coast. Every few minutes, the moon reveals another beautiful scene. A quiet beach with smooth white sand, a rocky cliff where waves softly meet the shore, a small fishing village where boats rest beneath warm lanterns. The Pacific Ocean is near now. Very near. In the sleeping train, passengers dream peacefully. Some know they will wake to the ocean. Others simply enjoy the final hours of this remarkable journey. The conductor walks through the quiet cars. He has done this route for many years. Tonight, he takes a little more time. He looks out each window. He remembers every landscape, every station, every passenger who has traveled these rails. At the end of the corridor, he pauses. A small smile appears on his face. Perhaps every journey is special. But some journeys stay with you forever. Hours pass gently. The moon begins lowering toward the horizon. The darkness slowly becomes softer. A faint silver glow appears in the east. Morning is approaching. Inside your compartment, the first signs of sunrise arrive. The soft light touches the walls. The little vase of wildflowers from Cedar Glen still rests on the table. The flowers have traveled hundreds of miles with you. A simple reminder of every peaceful moment collected along the way. You wake slowly, comfortably. The train is still moving, but something feels different. The air, the light, the feeling outside the window. You open the curtain, and there it is, the ocean, the Pacific Ocean, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. For a moment, you simply sit and watch. After crossing mountains and valleys, after traveling through forests and deserts, after passing countless rivers and towns, the journey has brought you here. The first morning sunlight dances across the waves. The water shines with shades of silver and gold. Seabirds glide above the shoreline. Waves roll gently onto the beaches below. The train follows the coast, giving every passenger a perfect view. Slowly, people begin waking throughout the cars. Doors open. Passengers step into the corridor. Everyone has the same expression, a quiet smile. No one needs to say anything. The view says everything. The dining car prepares one final breakfast: fresh coffee, warm pastries, fruit from nearby farms, eggs cooked perfectly. A final meal shared among travelers who began as strangers and now feel like old friends. The waiter places your breakfast beside the window. One last beautiful view, he says. You look outside. The ocean stretches farther than your eyes can see. The waves continue their endless dance. The sun climbs higher. The train moves slowly along the coast. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Even now, the rhythm remains. The journey may be ending, but the feeling will remain. Because this was never only a trip from one side of America to the other. It was a collection of quiet moments, a reminder to slow down, to notice beauty, to enjoy the path between where you begin and where you arrive. And as the silver train continues its final miles beside the Pacific Ocean, every passenger carries the same peaceful thought. Sometimes the most wonderful journeys are the ones that teach us how beautiful it is to simply keep moving forward. The morning sun rises higher above the Pacific coast. The ocean stretches endlessly beside the train, sparkling like 1,000 tiny mirrors beneath the golden light. For the first time in many days, the sound of waves joins the familiar rhythm of the rails. Click-clack, click-clack, whoosh, click-clack. The train and the ocean travel together now. Two timeless journeys moving side by side. You stand beside the large window in the observation lounge, watching the waves roll toward the shore. The coastline is peaceful. Tall cliffs rise above quiet beaches. See birds glide through the morning air. Small fishing boats move slowly across the water, leaving gentle trails behind them. Everything feels calm, almost as if the entire coast has woken up slowly just to welcome the arriving travelers. The elderly painter sits nearby. Today, he finally opens his notebook. For several moments, he does nothing. He simply watches the waves, the sunlight, the endless horizon. Then he carefully picks up his brush. "This is the moment," he whispers. His hand moves slowly across the paper, not trying to copy the ocean, only trying to remember the feeling of it. The violinist sits across the lounge, watching the waves. She gently opens her case. A soft melody begins. This time the music sounds different. It feels like a farewell, but not a sad one. a peaceful goodbye to one chapter and a welcome to the next. Passengers gather quietly around the windows. Some hold cups of coffee, some take photographs, some simply watch. Everyone understands that this moment belongs to everyone. The train approaches the final coastal station. The station is beautifully designed, white wooden walls, a red roof, flower gardens along the platform. Beyond it, palm trees sway gently in the ocean breeze. The station clock moves slowly toward the arrival time, but nobody seems impatient. The train slows, the brakes whisper softly. The silver cars glide smoothly beside the platform. Finally, the train comes to a gentle stop. The long journey across America has reached its destination. For a few moments, no one moves. Everyone simply sits with the feeling. Thousands of miles traveled, hundreds of quiet memories collected, countless beautiful views witnessed. Then the doors open. The fresh coastal air enters the train. It carries the scent of the ocean. Passengers step onto the platform one by one. The conductor stands beside the door. He shakes hands with travelers as they leave. "Thank you for traveling with us." His voice is warm. "May your next journey be just as peaceful." You step onto the platform. The ground feels different, not because it is the end, because it is the beginning of another story. The waiter waves goodbye. The attendant smiles. The little boy holds up his drawing of the train. The conductor carefully keeps it safe in his folder. The elderly schoolteacher adjusts her travel bag and looks toward the ocean. "Suppose every journey has a last page," she smiles. "But a good book always stays with you." Painter joins you nearby. He looks toward the waves. "I finally painted the ocean." You smile. "Was it difficult?" He closes his notebook. "No. It was impossible." He laughs softly. "Some things are too beautiful to truly capture." The morning continues around you. People walk along the harbor. Fishermen prepare their boats. Seagulls circle above the water. The town begins another peaceful day. Behind you, the silver train waits quietly at the platform. Soon it will begin another journey. Another group of travelers will board. Another collection of memories will be created. You take one final look at the train. The same train that carried you through America's fields, mountains, forests, rivers, and valleys. The same train that rocked you gently beneath the stars. The same train that showed you the beauty of slowing down. And you realize something important. The greatest part of the journey was never the destination. It was every peaceful moment along the way, the sunrise over the mountains, the sunset over the plains, the quiet stations, the friendly faces, the endless rails, the gentle rhythm that carried you forward. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Even now, somewhere deep in your memory, the sound continues. A reminder of a peaceful train journey across America. The afternoon arrives slowly at the coastal town. The excitement of reaching the final station begins to settle into a peaceful feeling of belonging. You are no longer a passenger rushing towards somewhere. You are simply a traveler enjoying the quiet moments after a beautiful journey. The ocean breeze moves gently through the streets. Palm trees sway above the sidewalks. Small cafes open their doors, welcoming the morning visitors with the smell of fresh bread and coffee. The town feels relaxed, almost as if it understands that some people have arrived after a very long journey and need a little time to simply breathe. You walk along the harbor. The waves move softly against the wooden docks. Fishing boats rest peacefully on the water, their ropes gently moving with the tide. A fisherman repairs a net beside his boat while humming an old tune. Nearby, children build sandcastles on the beach. Their laughter mixes with the sound of the waves. Everything feels simple. Everything feels calm. You look back toward the station. The silver train is still there. Its windows reflect the afternoon sunlight. For a moment, you remember every place it carried you. The endless fields of the Midwest, the quiet mountain passes, the moonlit forests, the rivers crossed beneath golden skis, the little towns where strangers waved like old friends. The memories seemed to return one by one. A journey across America had become something much more than a trip. It became a collection of peaceful moments. Later in the afternoon, you return near the station. The conductor is preparing the train for its next journey. Passengers are already arriving with suitcases and hopeful faces. A family boards with excitement in their eyes. A couple carries travel books and maps. An elderly man stands beside the platform, looking at the train with the same smile you probably had days ago. Everyone is beginning their own story. The conductor notices you and walks over. "Leaving us today?" You nod. He smiles. "Then remember something." "What?" He looks at the train. "The rails always lead somewhere." He pauses. "But the memories are what stay with you." You thank him. He shakes your hand warmly. Then he turns back toward his work. The whistle sounds, not a goodbye, a new beginning. The train slowly begins moving. The wheels start their familiar rhythm once again. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You stand beside the platform and watch as the silver cars roll away. The last carriage passes. The conductor raises his hand. You wave back. Soon the train becomes smaller, then smaller, until it disappears around the curve beside the ocean. But the sound remains. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. That evening, you sit beside the shore watching the sunset. The sky turns gold, then orange, then soft purple, the same colors you saw many times from the train windows. But now you are standing beneath them, feeling the ocean breeze, listening to the waves, understanding that every place has its own quiet beauty. A small lighthouse begins shining in the distance. Its beam travels slowly across the water. The same peaceful light that guided ships now watches over the coastline. You sit there for a long time. No need for conversation. No need for anything else. Just the sound of the waves, the warmth of the evening, and the peaceful memory of a journey that crossed an entire country. A journey filled with kindness. A journey filled with beauty. A journey that reminded you that sometimes the slowest paths lead to the greatest discoveries. And somewhere far away, beneath the endless American sky, a silver train continues traveling, carrying new passengers, creating new memories, following the same timeless rails. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful train journey across America may have reached its final station. But the story of the journey will continue forever in the hearts of those who traveled it. Days have passed since the train reached the Pacific coast, yet the memory of the journey remains as vivid as the morning sunlight on the ocean waves. Sometimes, when you close your eyes, you can still hear it. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The gentle sound of the rails, the peaceful rhythm that carried you through an entire continent. Life by the coast has its own beautiful pace. The mornings begin with the sound of waves reaching the shore. The afternoons are filled with warm sunlight and cool ocean breezes. The evenings arrive with colorful skis stretching above the water. But every now and then, your thoughts return to the train, not because you miss the destination, because you miss the journey itself. One morning, while walking along the harbor, you notice a familiar sight, a small group of travelers standing near the station. They are preparing to board the same silver train that carried you across America. A family with young children, an artist carrying a large canvas, an elderly couple holding hands, a young traveler with a backpack and a notebook. Each person has a different reason for going. Each person carries a different story waiting to unfold. You stand nearby for a moment, remembering the day you first boarded, the excitement, the curiosity, the unknown adventure ahead. The conductor steps onto the platform. His navy uniform is the same. His warm smile is the same. He checks the passengers' tickets and welcomes everyone aboard. Then he notices you. A familiar smile appears. Back to say hello, you nod. Just for a moment. He looks toward the train. Funny thing about journeys. What is that? Even after they end, they somehow keep going. You look at the passengers entering the train. He is right. The journey continues through every person who experiences it. The whistle sounds. The doors close gently. The train begins preparing to leave. Before it moves, the little boy from your journey appears near a window. He is older by only a few days, but he seems excited to be traveling again. He recognizes you and waves happily. Beside him is the drawing he made of the train. The conductor really did keep it. It is now carefully displayed near his window. The train begins to move slowly, smoothly. The wheels find the rails. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You watch as the silver train follows the coastline. The same coastline you first saw after crossing mountains and valleys. The same ocean that welcomed you at the end of your journey. The train becomes smaller. The sound becomes softer, but the feeling remains. Later that evening, you sit at a small cafe overlooking the harbor. A cup of warm coffee rests beside you. The sun begins to set over the Pacific. A musician nearby plays a familiar melody. For a moment, you think about all the people you met, the painter searching for the perfect moment, The violinist sharing music with strangers, the teacher carrying stories, the waiter who believed every meal should come with a beautiful view, the conductor who understood that every journey matters. They were all strangers at the beginning, but somewhere between the first station and the final shore, they became part of your story. The sky turns golden. The waves reflect the fading sunlight. A seabird flies quietly across the horizon. Everything feels peaceful. And you understand something that perhaps the train had been teaching all along. A journey is not measured only by the miles traveled. It is measured by the moments that make you stop, look around, and appreciate that you are exactly where you are meant to be. The next morning, somewhere far away, another train whistle echoes across the American landscape. Another passenger looks out a window for the first time. Another sunrise shines over another valley. Another peaceful story begins. And the endless rails continue carrying dreams, memories, and quiet adventures across America. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The journey never truly ends. Months later, the memory of the train journey still feels close. Sometimes the busiest days become quiet when a single thought returns. A mountain covered in morning mist, a golden field stretching beneath the sunset, a small station where strangers waved like friends, the sound of wheels moving steadily beneath the stars. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Those simple moments remain. One evening, while walking beside the ocean, you find yourself watching the horizon. The waves move calmly. The sky is painted with the same colors you saw from the train windows. Soft orange, gentle pink, deep blue. You realize something wonderful. The world had looked beautiful from the train because you were moving slowly enough to notice it. But the same beauty had always existed. In every town, every river, every quiet corner of America. The journey had simply taught you how to see it. A few days later, a letter arrives. The envelope is familiar. The handwriting brings back memories. It is from the retired schoolteacher you met on the train. Inside is a photograph. It shows several passengers standing together in the observation lounge on the final morning. The painter, the violinist, the waiter, the conductor, the little boy holding his train drawing. Everyone is smiling. On the back of the photograph, she has written, "Some journeys bring us to places. The best ones bring us to people." You place the photograph carefully beside your travel journal. Inside the journal are small reminders of the adventure. A station card from Cedar Glen, a pressed wildflower from the coast, the handwritten note that welcomed you on the final night, tiny pieces of a journey that crossed thousands of miles. That evening, you visit a small bookstore near the harbor. While browsing the shelves, you notice a section about travel, books about mountains, books about oceans, books about famous roads. But you find yourself searching for something else. Not a book about places, a book about moments. Because now you understand that the greatest stories are not always about where people go. They are about what they feel along the way. Outside the bookstore, the town is preparing for another peaceful evening. Street lamps begin glowing. Restaurants welcome guests. Musicians play near the waterfront. Families walk along the beach. Life continues slowly, beautifully. The next morning, you wake before sunrise. You walk toward the station one more time. Not because you are leaving, just because some places deserve another visit. The platform is quiet. The same wooden benches remain. The same flower gardens bloom beside the tracks. A new train arrives in the distance. Its headlights appear like a small star moving closer. Soon the sound reaches you. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train slows. Passengers step onto the platform. Some are beginning adventures. Some are returning home. Every person carries a story. Every person has somewhere to go. You watch them with a peaceful smile, because now you know. Every train is carrying more than passengers. It is carrying hopes, dreams, memories waiting to happen. The conductor gives a final whistle. The train leaves the station and follows the coastline. You watch until it disappears. Then you turn back toward the ocean. The sun rises above the horizon. A new day begins. And somewhere across America, the rails continue their endless song. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A song of adventure, a song of kindness. A song of peaceful journeys waiting for anyone willing to slow down and listen. The seasons begin to change along the Pacific coast. Summer slowly gives way to autumn. The mornings become cooler. The ocean breeze carries the fresh scent of rain. The palm trees still sway beside the harbor, but the hills beyond the town begin to change colors. Golden, amber, deep green, nature begins another quiet transformation. And somehow you find yourself thinking about the train again, not with sadness, with gratitude. Because the journey had shown you that every season has its own beauty. The snowy mountains, the warm valleys, the golden plains, the misty forests, every place had offered something different, every mile had been a gift. One afternoon, while sitting near the harbor, you notice a familiar sound in the distance. A train whistle, soft, clear, peaceful. You look toward the station. A silver train is arriving, not the same train from your journey, but a train following the same timeless rails. For a moment, your heart remembers everything. The first morning when you stepped aboard, the first view of the mountains, the first night beneath the stars, the first stranger who became a friend. You walk closer to the station. A new group of travelers steps onto the platform. They look excited. A young couple studies a map. An older woman carries a small suitcase decorated with travel stickers. A father holds his daughter's hand as they watch the train with wide eyes. You smile. You recognize that feeling. The feeling of standing at the beginning of an unknown adventure. The conductor steps down from the train. He greets the passengers warmly. Then he notices you. His face lights up. "I knew the rails would bring us together again someday," laughs softly. "You say that to everyone," he smiles. "Only the travelers who understand the journey." Two of you stand beside the platform for a while, watching people board, watching dreams begin. The conductor looks toward the ocean. "You know, after all these years, I still believe something." "What is that?" He watches the waves beyond the station. "World is too beautiful to rush through." His words feel familiar, like something you learned on the first day of your journey. The train prepares to depart. The passengers settle into their seats. Windows glow warmly beneath the afternoon light. Before leaving, the conductor hands you a small envelope. "What is this?" "Something I think you'll like." After the train disappears, you open it. Inside is a copy of the little boy's drawing. The silver train crossing a bridge beneath a bright blue sky. On the back, there is a note. "Thank you for being part of my first great adventure." You smile. Even after all this time, the journey is still creating connection, still creating memories, still moving forward. That evening, you return to the beach. The sun slowly sinks into the ocean. The waves reflect the colors of the sky. You sit quietly and listen. The ocean has its own rhythm. The same way the train had its own rhythm. Different sounds, different journeys, but both reminding you of the same thing. Life is not only about reaching the next place. It is about noticing the beauty while you are getting there. The stars begin appearing above the water. The lighthouse begins its nightly watch. The town grows quiet, and somewhere far away, across mountains, rivers, forests, and endless plains, a train continues traveling through America, carrying passengers, carrying stories, carrying moments that will become memories. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful journey continues, not on a map, not only on the rails, but inside every person who has ever looked out a window and wondered what beautiful thing might be waiting beyond the next horizon. Years may pass, but some journeys never truly become memories of the past. They become part of who we are. The peaceful train journey across America becomes one of those rare stories that returns whenever life feels too busy, whenever the days move too quickly, whenever the world becomes too loud. You remember the quiet, the gentle movement of the rails, the endless landscapes passing beyond the window, the kindness of people you had never met before. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound remains, not in your ears, in your heart. One autumn morning, you decide to take a walk through the old coastal station again. The air is cool. The sky is clear. The ocean waves move calmly against the shore. The station looks almost exactly the same. The flower gardens still bloom beside the platform. The wooden benches still face the tracks. The old clock still hangs above the entrance. Time has moved forward, but some beautiful things choose to stay. As you walk through the station, you notice a small display near the waiting room. Inside a glass case are photographs and stories from travelers who crossed the country by train. There are pictures of mountains, rivers, forests, small towns, and there, among them, is a familiar image. The silver train crossing a bridge beneath a golden sunset. You look closer. A small description sits below it. Every journey leaves behind a story. You smile. The words feel perfectly true. A station employee notices you looking at the display. Beautiful, isn't it? You nod. Very, she smiles. My grandfather worked on these rails for 40 years. Always said trains don't just carry people, they carry moments. You think about the conductor, the painter, the teacher, the violinist, the little boy with his drawing, everyone who shared even a small part of the journey. She continues arranging flowers near the entrance. Many travelers come here looking for a destination. Most leave remembering the journey. Those words stay with you. Later that afternoon, you sit at a small table overlooking the harbor. You open your old travel journal. The pages are filled with notes from different places, names of towns, descriptions of landscapes, little memories written in quiet moments. One page has only 3 words: slow down. Look around. You remember writing them while watching the sun rise from the train. A simple thought, but one that changed the way you saw the world. As evening arrives, the harbor lights begin to shine. Boats return from the sea. Families walk along the waterfront. Musicians play gentle songs beneath the street lamps. The town feels peaceful, the same peaceful feeling that followed the train across America. You watch the sunset one more time. The sky becomes a painting, gold, orange, purple. The ocean reflects every color. And for a moment, you imagine the train traveling somewhere beyond the horizon, maybe through a mountain pass, maybe beside a quiet river, maybe beneath a sky full of stars. Somewhere, another passenger is looking out a window. Someone is seeing a beautiful landscape for the first time. Someone is meeting a stranger who will become a friend. Someone is discovering that the journey itself is the greatest destination. The world keeps moving. The rails keep singing. The stories keep beginning. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And the peaceful train journey across America lives on, not only as a story of places traveled, but as a reminder that every ordinary day can become extraordinary when we take the time to truly see it. The years continue to move quietly forward. The coastal town changes in small ways. New cafes open near the harbor. Old buildings receive fresh paint. Children who once played along the beach grow older. But the station remains. The railway remains. And the memories carried by those rails continue to live. One peaceful morning, you receive a surprising letter. The envelope is old-fashioned, with a familiar railway symbol printed in the corner. You open it carefully. Inside is an invitation, a special anniversary journey. The same route across America, the same mountains, the same valleys, the same rivers. A celebration of the timeless adventure that has connected travelers for generations. For a moment, you simply hold the letter. The thought of returning brings a quiet happiness, not because you need to see the places again, but because you know how it feels to discover them slowly. A few weeks later, you find yourself standing once more at the station. The morning air is cool. The ocean waves move gently nearby. The silver train arrives in the distance. The same familiar whistle reaches the platform. Your heart recognizes it before your eyes do. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train stops. The doors open. Passengers step down with smiles. Some are returning travelers. Others are beginning their first adventure. The conductor walks onto the platform. His hair is a little more silver now, but his warm smile is exactly the same. I knew you would come back someday. Laughs softly. Did you know? He looks toward the train. Because people who love the journey always find their way back to the rails. You board the train again. The familiar wooden walls, the comfortable seats, the wide windows, everything feels like greeting an old friend. As the train begins moving, the coastline slowly disappears behind you. The ocean waves follow for a while. Then the landscape begins changing. Once again, America begins unfolding outside the window. But this time, something feels different. You are not searching for something new. You are appreciating what you already know. The first stop is a quiet valley. The same valley where you once watched the sunrise, the same river, the same willow trees. But now you notice details you missed before. A family of birds building a nest. Wildflowers growing beside the tracks. A small wooden fence repaired with fresh boards. The world has always been full of these tiny stories. The train continues, through forests, across bridges, along rivers. Every place feels familiar, yet somehow new. The painter is no longer traveling, but a young artist sits near the same window where he once painted. She carefully sketches the passing landscape. Perhaps one day, another traveler will remember her. The violinist's melodies are now played by another musician in the lounge, different hands. Same peaceful feeling. The waiter who served countless cups of coffee has retired. A younger attendant now walks through the carriage, offering warm drinks with the same kindness. The journey changes, but the spirit remains. That evening, as the sun begins to set over the plains, you sit beside the observation window. The sky turns golden, the fields glow. The train moves steadily forward, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You realize something important. A beautiful journey does not disappear when it ends. It continues through the people who remember it, through the stories they tell, through the kindness they share, through the moments they create for someone else. The silver train moves deeper into the evening. Ahead, the mountains wait. Behind, the ocean fades into memory. And once again, the peaceful train journey across America begins, not as a trip to a destination, but as a reminder that every mile has a story, every window has a view, and every traveler has a moment worth remembering. The second journey across America feels different from the very first. The first time, every landscape was a surprise, every station was unknown, every mile carried the excitement of discovery. But now something deeper fills the journey: recognition, appreciation, a feeling that you are not simply traveling through America, you are visiting old friends. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train moves through the early morning mist. Outside the window, the same mountains rise in the distance. Their peaks catch the first rays of sunlight. But this time you notice the small details. The tiny streams flowing down the hillsides, the birds flying between the trees, the way sunlight slowly touches the rocks, things that were always there, things that you learn to see. The dining car opens just after sunrise. The familiar smell of coffee and fresh bread fills the corridor. Passengers gather with sleepy smiles. Some are meeting each other for the first time. Some are already sharing stories. A young traveler sits across from you. He carries a camera and a notebook. "Heard this route is beautiful," he says. You smile. "It is." He looks outside. "What's the best part?" You think for a moment, then you answer. "The moments you don't expect." He smiles, not fully understanding yet. But you know he will soon. The train reaches the first mountain pass. The view opens dramatically. Snow-covered peaks stand beneath a bright blue sky. A river follows the tracks far below. The young traveler quickly reaches for his camera. You watch him capture the scene. But after taking several pictures, he lowers the camera. Actually, he pauses. "I think I like just looking better." You smile. The journey has already begun teaching him. The train continues through the mountains. A small station appears beside the tracks, the same Cedar Glen station where you once stopped. The flower boxes are still there. The rocking chairs still sit on the porch. The station master has changed, but the welcoming feeling remains. A local woman offers lemonade to passengers once again. This time you step onto the platform with a smile. The taste is exactly as you remember: cool, fresh, simple, a small reminder that some moments stay with us. The train whistle sounds. Everyone returns aboard. The journey continues. As the train moves away, you look back at the little station. It becomes smaller, then disappears. But the memory remains. Later that afternoon, you walk through the observation lounge. A group of passengers is sharing stories. A couple talks about their first trip together. A father tells his children about the places they will see. An elderly woman describes the same route she traveled 50 years ago. Everyone has a reason for being here. Everyone has a story. You sit beside the window. Outside, the landscape changes again. Golden fields stretch beneath the afternoon sun. Wild horses move across distant hills. Clouds create shadows that slowly travel across the grass. The world feels endless. The train feels timeless. That evening, as the sun begins to set, the conductor makes an announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we will once again pass through Sunset Canyon." A quiet excitement fills the train. Passengers gather near the windows. The canyon appears, golden cliffs, a winding river, the final light of day painting everything with warmth. You have seen this place before, but somehow it feels new. Because you are not the same person who saw it the first time. You understand now. Beauty is not only found in new places. Sometimes beauty is found in returning to a place and seeing it with new eyes. The train continues through the glowing canyon. The wheels keep their peaceful rhythm, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And as another evening settles across America, the silver train carries everyone forward, toward new memories, new friendships, and another unforgettable chapter waiting beyond the next curve of the rails. Night slowly arrives over the American landscape once again. The familiar golden sunset disappears behind the canyon walls, leaving behind a sky painted with deep shades of blue and violet. The silver train continues forward, steady, peaceful, unhurried, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound feels like an old song returning, a song you know by heart. Passengers settle into their evening routines. The dining car fills with the soft sounds of conversation. The observation lounge glows warmly beneath the gentle lamps. Outside, the canyon fades into open countryside where the first stars begin appearing above the horizon. You sit beside the window, watching the darkness slowly cover the land. The young traveler with the camera joins you. He looks different from the first day, quieter, more thoughtful. "I understand now," he says. You look toward him. "Understand what?" He smiles. "I came here thinking I needed to collect pictures." He looks outside. "But I think I was really collecting moments." You nod. The train has a way of teaching that lesson. A waiter passes through the lounge carrying warm drinks. Tonight's choices are cinnamon tea, hot chocolate, and fresh apple cider. You choose apple cider. The warmth spreads through your hands as you hold the cup. Outside, the train enters a wide valley covered with silver grass. Moonlight rests gently on the fields. A group of deer moves quietly across the landscape. They stop for a moment as the train passes, then continue into the darkness. No fear, no hurry. Just another peaceful meeting between travelers. The conductor walks through the carriage. He pauses near the window. "You know," he says softly, "I've crossed this country thousands of times." You listen. "But I have never taken the same journey twice." You smile. "Because the view changes," he shakes his head. "Because the traveler changes." His words remain with you, the same mountains, the same rivers, the same tracks, but a different heart looking through the window. Later, the sky dome opens again. Passengers climb the small staircase beneath the glass ceiling. Just like before, the night sky welcomes them. Stars fill the darkness. The Milky Way stretches above the moving train. Children point at constellations. Adults quietly remember their own childhood dreams. The young traveler lies back in his chair, looking upward. "Never noticed the stars so clearly before." You smile. "Sometimes we have to slow down to see things that were always there." Train moves beneath the endless sky. Below, the wheels continue their gentle rhythm. Above, the stars continue their ancient journey. Between them, a train full of people shares one peaceful night. The violinist plays a soft melody. This time, another passenger joins her with a quiet guitar. Two instruments, two strangers, one beautiful song. Nobody asks who they are. Nobody asks where they came from. For a little while, everyone is simply part of the same moment. The music fades. The stars remain. The train continues. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. As midnight approaches, passengers slowly return to their rooms. The train becomes quiet again. But unlike before, you know something important. This journey will end too. The final station will arrive. The last whistle will sound. The rails will continue without you. But the moments created along the way will remain. Because journeys are not measured only by distance. They are measured by the memories that follow us home. And beneath the endless American sky, the silver train continues moving through the night, carrying another collection of stories toward another beautiful morning. The deepest part of the night arrives quietly. The train moves through the darkness with the same gentle confidence it has carried since the first mile. Outside, the American wilderness sleeps beneath the stars. Inside, the passengers rest peacefully. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound fills the silence. A steady reminder that the journey is still moving forward. You wake briefly in the middle of the night, not because of noise, not because of a sudden movement, only because the train has entered a place where the view is too beautiful to miss. You open the curtain. Outside, a vast desert valley stretches beneath the moon. The landscape is completely different from the forests and mountains you passed earlier. Tall rock formations rise from the earth like ancient guardians. The sand glows softly under the silver moonlight. A few desert plants stand quietly across the land, perfectly adapted to this peaceful environment. The train follows a narrow path between the rocks. The shadows move slowly as the moon travels across the sky. It feels as though the entire desert is holding its breath. You step into the corridor. A few other passengers are awake too. Everyone has the same quiet expression, a feeling of wonder. The young traveler with the camera stands near the window. This time, he does not take a picture. He simply watches. "I think I'm finally learning," he whispers. You smile. "Learning what?" "That some moments are better when they only belong to you." Outside, the desert continues. A small group of wild horses moves across the valley. Their silhouettes appear briefly against the moonlit rocks. They travel slowly, peacefully, following paths that existed long before the railway was built. The train passes them like a respectful visitor. The conductor walks through the carriage. He sees everyone looking outside. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Everyone nods. He looks toward the desert. "My grandfather used to say the night reveals places the day tries to hide." The words feel perfect for this moment. The desert at night is a completely different world, quiet, mystical, peaceful. The train crosses another bridge. Far below, a small river reflects the stars above. Even in this dry land, water continues its journey slowly, patiently, the same way the train continues its own. Eventually, the desert begins to fade. The first signs of morning are still far away, but the eastern horizon has become slightly lighter. The train enters a small mountain town. The station lights glow warmly in the darkness. A few workers prepare for the early morning arrival. A baker carries fresh bread into a nearby shop. A newspaper delivery person arranges stacks of papers. A street cleaner moves quietly along an empty road. The world is beginning to wake. The train does not stop long, just enough for a few passengers to step onto the platform and breathe the cool morning air. A station worker waves. The conductor waves back. Another small connection. Another quiet memory. Soon the doors close. The train begins moving again. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You return to your compartment. The attendant has left a small note on the table. Every sunrise is a new beginning. Enjoy today's view. You place the note beside the others. The collection is growing, not just notes and photographs, feelings, memories, moments. As you rest again, the train climbs toward higher ground. Ahead, another sunrise waits. Another landscape is preparing to appear. Another peaceful chapter is ready to begin. And beneath the endless American sky, the silver train continues its timeless journey, carrying dreamers, explorers, and quiet travelers toward the next beautiful moment waiting beyond the horizon. Morning arrives slowly over the desert mountains. The darkness fades away, replaced by a soft golden light spreading across the landscape. The train climbs higher, following the winding tracks through the hills. Outside the window, the desert begins to wake. The first rays of sunlight touch the tops of the red rocks. The shadows retreat from the valleys. Small desert flowers open beneath the warm morning sky. Even in this quiet land, life is everywhere. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The rhythm of the train continues. Passengers begin waking one by one. Doors open softly along the corridor. The smell of fresh coffee returns. The sound of quiet morning conversations fills the cars. Another day of the journey has begun. You walk toward the observation lounge. The windows reveal a breathtaking view. The train is traveling along the edge of a mountain ridge. Far below, a river curves through the desert like a silver ribbon. Beyond it, endless hills stretch toward the horizon. The young traveler stands by the window. He no longer holds his camera. Instead, he carries a small notebook. "I started writing instead," he says. You smile. Looks outside. "Because pictures show what something looks like." He pauses. "But words help me remember how it felt." Train continues upward. Soon the landscape changes again. The dry desert gives way to forests of tall pine trees. The air becomes cooler. The mountains become greener. Snow remains on the highest peaks, shining beneath the morning sun. The passengers gather near the windows. Everyone is amazed by how quickly the world has transformed. Yesterday, golden deserts. Tonight, moonlit valleys. Now, fresh mountain forests. America seems to contain countless worlds within one journey. The train reaches a small mountain station. The platform is surrounded by pine trees and wildflowers. A wooden sign welcomes visitors to the quiet village nearby. Passengers step outside for a short break. The air is crisp and refreshing. You can hear birds singing among the trees. A small family-owned bakery sits beside the station. The owner offers warm blueberry muffins and fresh coffee to travelers. The smell fills the morning air. A young girl from the village stands beside her grandmother, handing flowers to passengers. "Welcome," she says shyly. Everyone smiles. The flowers are simple mountain blossoms, but the kindness behind them makes them special. The conductor checks his watch. Soon it is time to continue. The train whistle echoes through the mountains. The villagers wave goodbye, passengers wave back. The silver train begins moving slowly, quietly. The station disappears among the trees. Back inside, everyone seems a little happier, a little more connected, a little more grateful. The journey continues through a forest valley. Sunlight dances between the trees. A waterfall appears beside the tracks, dropping from a rocky cliff into a clear blue pool below. The train slows slightly so passengers can enjoy the view. Nobody speaks. Everyone simply watches. The waterfall disappears behind the trees, but the peaceful feeling remains. Later in the morning, the conductor makes an announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we will reach one of the highest points of our journey. You will have a beautiful view of the mountains and valleys below." Excitement quietly spreads through the train. Not loud excitement, the calm kind. The kind that comes from knowing something beautiful is waiting. You return to your seat beside the window. The mountains rise higher ahead. The clouds float below some of the peaks. The railway curves gently along the mountainside. The silver train continues upward, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And as the morning sun shines across the peaks, another unforgettable chapter of this peaceful train journey across America begins to unfold. The train continues climbing higher into the mountains. With every turn of the track, the view becomes more breathtaking. The valleys below grow smaller. The rivers become thin silver lines. The forests stretch endlessly across the slopes. The silver train moves carefully along the mountainside, following rails that have carried travelers through these landscapes for generations. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound echoes gently between the mountain walls. Passengers gather near the observation windows. Everyone wants to see the highest point of the journey. The young traveler stands quietly beside you. This time, he does not say anything. He simply watches. Some views do not need words. The train passes through a tunnel carved deep inside the mountain. For a few moments, the world outside disappears. The lights inside the carriage reflect on the windows. Children laugh softly as their voices echo through the tunnel. Then, suddenly, the train emerges, and the entire mountain range opens before you. The view is incredible. Snow-covered peaks rise into the bright blue sky. Clouds float below the train, creating the feeling that the silver cars are traveling above the world. Far below, green valleys stretch toward the horizon. Tiny villages sit peacefully beside winding rivers. The landscape looks endless. The conductor makes his way through the observation lounge. He smiles as he sees the passengers' expressions. "Welcome to Eagle Ridge. This is one of the most beautiful views on the route." Everyone looks outside. Even the people who have traveled this route many times seem amazed. The train slows slightly, not because it has to, because moments like this deserve time. The locomotive moves carefully along the ridge. Sunlight reflects from the snow. A golden eagle circles above the mountains. Its wings spread wide as it rides the wind. For a few seconds, the eagle flies beside the train. Then it turns toward the valley and disappears. The little girl who received flowers at the mountain station watches with excitement. "Did you see that?" Her grandmother smiles. "Yes, some memories come only once." Train continues along the ridge. A small waterfall appears between the rocks. A group of mountain goats climbs carefully across a distant slope. Pine forests cover the lower valleys. Everything feels untouched, peaceful, ancient. Inside the dining car, lunch is prepared. But many passengers are too interested in the view to leave their windows. The waiter laughs. "I may have the hardest job today, convincing people to eat when the mountains are outside." Eventually, everyone gathers for lunch. The meal is simple but comforting: warm vegetable soup, fresh bread, grilled chicken, a garden salad, and a slice of apple pie for dessert. The windows remain open to the view. The mountains become the decoration of the dining room. No restaurant in the world could offer a better scene. After lunch, you return to your seat. The train begins its slow descent. The highest point is behind you now, but the journey continues. The landscape changes once again. Snow-covered peaks slowly become green hills become forests, forests become valleys. The world is constantly changing outside the window, yet the peaceful feeling remains the same. The conductor passes by one final time. "You know," he says, "people always remember the highest mountain." He looks outside. But sometimes the quiet valleys are where the best memories are made. You look at the landscape below, a small river, a quiet village, a family walking beside a field. He is right, beauty is everywhere, not only at the highest points. The train continues downward beneath the afternoon sun, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And as the mountains slowly fade behind the silver train, another peaceful evening waits ahead. Another sky, another landscape, and another unforgettable moment waiting somewhere along the endless rails of America. The train leaves the mountains behind and begins its gentle journey into the valley below. The afternoon sunlight follows the silver cars, shining through the windows and filling the passenger cabins with a warm golden glow. The highest peaks slowly disappear behind the train, but the peaceful feeling they left behind remains. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The rhythm continues, the same rhythm that has carried everyone through deserts, forests, rivers, and mountains. Outside, the landscape becomes softer. The steep mountain walls open into wide green valleys. Small farms appear beside the railway. Red barns, wooden fences, fields of tall grass moving gently in the breeze. After the dramatic beauty of the mountains, this simple countryside feels just as special. A farmer rides a horse along a fence line, checking the land before evening arrives. A family hangs laundry outside their farmhouse. Children chase each other through a field of wildflowers, ordinary moments. But somehow, from the train window, they feel extraordinary. The young traveler sits beside you. He writes something in his notebook. "What are you writing?" He smiles. "A list." "List of what?" "Things I don't want to forget." You look outside. The quiet valley passes by, the golden sunlight, the peaceful farms, the sound of the train. You understand, some memories deserve to be protected. The train reaches a small river town in the late afternoon. The station is built from old brick and wood. Flower baskets hang from the roof. A clock tower rises above the platform. The train stops for a short break. Passengers step outside. The air smells fresh after the mountains. A small market has opened near the station. Local farmers sell fresh fruit, handmade bread, and jars of honey. A woman offers slices of apple to travelers. "From our orchard this morning," she says. "The apple is crisp and sweet." A small taste of the valley nearby, an elderly man plays a peaceful tune on a wooden flute. No stage, no audience, just music filling the afternoon air. Passengers gather quietly. The little girl from the mountain station listens carefully. When the song ends, she gives the musician one of the flowers she received earlier. The old man smiles. "Thank you." Simple exchange makes everyone smile. The whistle sounds, the break is over. Passengers return aboard. The train slowly leaves the station. The people on the platform wave. The passengers wave back. Another small goodbye, another beautiful memory. As the train moves deeper into the valley, clouds begin gathering above the hills. The sunlight becomes softer. The air feels cooler. A gentle rain begins falling. Not a storm, just a peaceful afternoon shower. Raindrops slide down the windows. The countryside outside becomes dreamy and quiet. Farmhouses glow warmly in the distance. Trees shine with fresh drops of water. The river reflects the gray-blue sky. Inside the train, everything becomes even more comfortable. Passengers wrap themselves in blankets. Hot drinks appear in the lounge. The sound of rain joins the sound of the rails. Click-clack, drip, click-clack, drip. The combination is almost like music. The violinist takes out her instrument. She plays a soft melody that matches the rainy afternoon perfectly. The young traveler closes his notebook. The painter would have loved this moment. The conductor walks through the carriage and smiles. Rainy days are special on a train. Why? Because they remind us that not every beautiful moment has to be bright. He looks toward the window. Sometimes the quiet gray skies are the ones we remember most. The rain continues as the train moves onward. Beyond the valley, another landscape waits. Another station, another story, another peaceful moment. And beneath the gentle sound of rain and rails, the silver train continues its endless journey across America. The gentle rain continues as evening slowly approaches. The valley outside the train window becomes a peaceful painting of soft colors and moving shadows. The fields shine beneath the raindrops. The The trees stand quietly along the railway. Small streams formed by the rain flow beside the tracks, carrying water toward the distant river. The silver train moves steadily through this calm landscape. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of the wheels feels even softer now, blending with the rhythm of the rain. Inside the train, the atmosphere is warm and comfortable. Passengers gather in the lounge, sharing stories from their journey. The young traveler opens his notebook. This time, he does not write about places. He writes about people. Woman who shared her apples, the musician at the station, the child who gave away her flower, the conductor who believes every mile matters. He pauses for a moment, then he adds one more line, the strangers who became friends. You smile when you see the words, because that is what the journey has truly been about. Not only landscapes, not only destinations, but connections. The train passes through another small town as evening arrives. The station lights glow warmly through the rain. A few people stand beneath umbrellas, waiting for loved ones to arrive. A father hugs his daughter after a long time apart. A woman waves goodbye to a friend leaving on the train. A young couple begins a new adventure together. Every platform has its own stories. Every stop has its own emotions. The train pauses only briefly. Then the whistle sounds, the doors close. The silver cars begin moving again. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The town disappears behind the rain-covered windows. Night begins to settle across the valley. The clouds slowly move away. The first stars appear between the breaks in the sky. The rain has left everything fresh and bright. The fields look darker. The rivers shine more clearly. The air feels renewed. Later that evening, the dining car prepares a special meal. Not because it is a holiday, not because it is a celebration, simply because the crew believes every journey deserves moments of happiness. Small candles are placed on the tables. Warm soup is served. Fresh bread fills the room with a comforting smell. Passengers who began as strangers now sit together like old friends. The elderly couple share stories from their first train trip many years ago. The young traveler talks about how the journey changed the way he sees the world. The children laugh as they compare their favorite views. The conductor sits nearby for a few minutes. He listens. He smiles. He does not interrupt, because he knows these conversations are part of the journey too. After dinner, everyone returns to the observation lounge. The rain clouds are gone. The night sky is clear. The train crosses a wide wooden bridge above a peaceful river. Moonlight reflects on the water below. The bridge creates a gentle echo. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound travels into the night. A reminder that the journey continues. You look around the lounge. The same faces that were once strangers now feel familiar. Everyone has shared a piece of their story. Everyone has received a piece of someone else's. The train keeps moving through the quiet American night. Ahead, another sunrise waits. Another landscape is preparing to appear. Another chapter is waiting beyond the next curve. And as the silver train carries everyone forward beneath the stars, one simple truth becomes clear. The most beautiful journeys are not remembered because of where they end. They are remembered because of everything that happens along the way. The night becomes calmer as the silver train moves deeper into the heart of America. The rain has completely disappeared. Only the fresh scent of the countryside remains, carried gently through the open fields outside. Above the train, the sky is filled with stars, thousands of tiny lights shining across the darkness. The passengers sit quietly in the observation lounge, watching the endless view. No one wants to miss another beautiful moment. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The rhythm continues like a peaceful lullaby. The young traveler closes his notebook. For the first time since the journey began, he has no words to write. He simply watches. Sometimes the greatest experiences are the ones we cannot fully describe. The train enters a wide grassland. The landscape opens completely. No mountains, no forests, only endless fields stretching beneath the stars. The moonlight creates silver waves across the tall grass. A herd of wild horses moves slowly across the plain. Their shadows pass beneath the moon. They look almost like dreams moving through the night. Everyone watches in silence. The little girl whispers. They look like they are flying. Her grandmother smiles. Sometimes freedom looks like that. Train continues across the open land. Far away, a small farmhouse glows with warm light. Smoke rises gently from the chimney. Someone inside is preparing for tomorrow. Someone is ending another peaceful day. The world is full of quiet stories happening beyond what we see. The conductor enters the lounge. He carries a small wooden box. Everyone looks curious. "What is that?" someone asks. The conductor smiles. "A tradition." He opens the box. Inside are small handwritten cards. Every passenger who completes this journey writes one sentence, something they learned, something they want to remember. He places the box on the table. One by one, passengers take a card. The elderly woman writes, "Take time to notice the beauty around you." Young traveler writes, "The best memories are not captured, they are experienced." The little girl carefully writes with help from her grandmother, "Trains are like stories. You never know what comes next." Everyone smiles. Finally, the conductor offers you a card. You think for a long moment, then you write, "The journey changes when we learn to enjoy every mile." Conductor reads it and nods. "That is a good one." He places all the cards back into the wooden box. Someday another traveler will read these. The thought feels beautiful, a message from one journey passing to another. The train continues, hours pass peacefully. Some passengers sleep, some continue watching the stars, some listen to quiet music. The violinist plays one final melody before resting her instrument. The notes float through the carriage, soft, gentle, almost like a goodbye to the night. Outside, the first signs of dawn begin appearing. The darkness slowly changes. The horizon becomes lighter. The stars begin disappearing one by one. Morning is coming. The train approaches a small hill. As it reaches the top, the entire landscape opens below. A river, a valley, a distant town. The first sunlight touches everything. Passengers gather near the windows. No one speaks. Everyone simply watches the sunrise. Golden light spreads across the fields. The river shines. Birds rise into the morning sky. Another beautiful day begins. The conductor stands near the front of the carriage. He looks at the sunrise. Then he looks at the passengers. Another group of travelers. Another collection of memories. Another chapter written on the rails. The train begins descending toward the valley. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And as the morning sun welcomes the new day, the peaceful train journey across America continues onward, carrying hearts full of stories toward whatever beautiful moment waits ahead. The morning continues to unfold across the American countryside. The sunrise that welcomed the new day slowly becomes a warm, golden morning. The silver train moves through a landscape filled with life. Fields shine beneath the sunlight. Rivers sparkle beside the tracks. Birds fly above the forests. The world seems to wake together with the moving train. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The passengers are quieter this morning, not because they are tired, because everyone feels connected to the journey in a special way. After so many miles together, the train no longer feels like a vehicle. It feels like a small traveling home, a place where stories were shared, where friendships were created, where strangers discovered they were not so different after all. The train arrives at a peaceful farming region. Outside the windows, endless fields stretch toward the horizon. Rows of crops move gently in the breeze. Old wooden barns stand beside quiet roads. Farmers begin their morning work as the train passes. Some wave. The passengers wave back. A simple greeting between people who may never meet again. But for a moment they share the same morning. The dining car serves breakfast, fresh eggs, warm bread, seasonal fruit, and coffee that fills the carriage with a comforting aroma. The young traveler sits with a family he met earlier. They talk about their favorite parts of the journey. The father says the mountains were his favorite. The daughter says the ocean was the most beautiful. The grandmother says the small stations were the best. Everyone has a different answer, and everyone is right, because beauty is personal. The conductor walks through the dining car. He stops beside the table. "Have you decided your favorite view yet?" The young traveler smiles. "I thought it would be the mountains." He looks around at the passengers. "But now I think my favorite view is the people I met." Conductor smiles. A quiet answer, but a meaningful one. The train continues toward another historic town. The town is surrounded by green hills and old forests. As the train approaches, passengers notice something unusual. People are gathered near the station, not a crowd, just a small welcoming group. The conductor explains. Every year, this town welcomes travelers with a little tradition. When the train stops, local musicians begin playing. Children hold small handmade signs, welcome messages, drawings, kind words. A little girl offers flowers to arriving passengers, the same tradition that has existed for generations. The passengers step onto the platform. They walk through the small market nearby. Local artists display paintings. Farmers sell homemade products. Craft workers show handmade items. Everything feels warm and genuine. The young traveler finds an old map of America. He looks at all the places the train has crossed. Mountains, rivers, deserts, coasts. He traces the route with his finger. So many miles, you smile. But every mile had a story. He nods, the train whistle sounds, the final moments at the station arrive, passengers return aboard, the musicians continue playing, the children wave. The train begins moving slowly, smoothly. The station becomes smaller, then disappears behind the trees. Inside the train, everyone carries another memory, another smile. Another moment to remember. The afternoon approaches. The landscape changes again, rolling hills appear, the sky becomes wide and bright. The railway curves gently through the countryside. The silver train follows the path ahead. There is still more America to discover, more towns, more landscapes, more stories waiting beyond the next horizon. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful journey continues. And every mile brings a new reminder. The world is full of beauty when we take the time to travel slowly enough to see it. The afternoon sun settles gently over the rolling hills. The silver train continues its peaceful path through the countryside, moving between wide valleys and quiet forests. The landscape feels endless. Every few minutes, another beautiful scene appears outside the window. A small lake reflecting the sky, a farmhouse surrounded by trees, a field filled with wildflowers. A wooden bridge crossing a peaceful stream. Each moment arrives slowly. Each moment disappears softly. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train has a way of making time feel different. Hours do not feel like hours. They feel like collections of memories. The young traveler sits beside the window, writing again. This time, he writes about the sound of the train. Sound that stayed the same while everything outside kept changing. You understand exactly what he means. The landscapes changed. The towns changed. The people changed, but the gentle rhythm of the rails remained, a constant companion through the entire journey. Later in the afternoon, the train reaches a historic railway crossing. A small museum stands beside the tracks. The conductor announces that passengers will have a short stop to explore. Everyone steps outside. The air is warm. The station area is surrounded by old trees. Inside the museum, travelers discover the history of the railway, old photographs, handwritten letters, vintage train tickets. Stories from passengers who crossed America decades ago. One photograph catches everyone's attention. It shows a family standing beside the same railway line many years ago. A father, a mother, 2 children, a small suitcase beside them. The description explains that they were beginning a new life in another part of the country. The little girl looks at the photograph. Do you think they were scared? Her grandmother smiles. Probably. Journeys are always a little scary. She pauses. But they are also full of hope. The words stay with everyone, because every traveler on the train understands that feeling, the unknown, the excitement, the hope. The museum guide gives each passenger a small paper ticket as a souvenir, a simple piece of paper, but another memory to carry. When the train whistle sounds again, everyone returns aboard. The silver train leaves the historic station. The old museum becomes smaller, then disappears. The afternoon sky begins changing colors. Golden light spreads across the hills. The train enters a valley where tall trees line both sides of the tracks. Sunlight passes through the branches, creating patterns on the ground. The scene feels almost magical. The violinist sits near the window. She watches the forest for a long time, then she begins playing. The melody is soft and peaceful. A song about movement, about memories, about the places we leave behind and the places we discover. Passengers listen quietly. The train moves through the forest, music inside, nature outside, 2 beautiful rhythms together. As evening approaches, the conductor makes another announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we will cross the Great Valley Bridge. The view at sunset is something special. A quiet excitement fills the train. People begin gathering near the windows. Cameras appear. Not everyone uses them. Many simply want to remember the moment with their own eyes. The sun slowly moves toward the horizon. The valley ahead begins glowing. The bridge waits in the distance. The silver train moves closer. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Another unforgettable view is approaching. Another peaceful memory is ready to become part of the journey across America. The silver train reaches the Great Valley Bridge just as the sun begins its final descent. The entire valley seems to pause. The fields below glow with golden light. The river winding through the valley reflects the colors of the sky. The mountains in the distance turn soft shades of orange and purple. Everyone gathers near the windows. No one wants to miss this moment. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train slowly moves onto the bridge. The sound of the wheels changes slightly as they cross the steel rails above the river. A gentle echo travels beneath the cars. Far below, the water flows peacefully toward the distant horizon. A group of birds rises from the riverbank. They circle above the water before disappearing into the evening sky. The young traveler stands silently with his notebook closed. You look at him. No writing today. He smiles. No, looks at the sunset. Because I finally understand. Some moments are not meant to be recorded. They are meant to be remembered. Bridge seems endless. For several minutes, the train travels above the valley. The view changes with every passing second. The sunlight becomes softer. The shadows become longer. The first evening stars begin appearing above the mountains. The little girl presses her hands against the window. It's like the whole world is glowing. Her grandmother smiles. Sometimes it is. Conductor walks through the lounge. He watches the passengers watching the view. He has seen this bridge thousands of times. But tonight he looks at it differently. Perhaps because every passenger brings a new way of seeing the same place. When the train reaches the middle of the bridge, the locomotive gives a gentle whistle. The sound travels across the valley. The echo returns from the mountains. A peaceful conversation between the train and the landscape. The passengers smile. Some wave toward the distant hills. Some close their eyes and simply listen. Then slowly, the train reaches the other side. The bridge disappears behind them. But nobody feels like the moment is gone. Because beautiful moments do not disappear, they become part of us. The train enters a quiet town surrounded by vineyards and orchards. The station lights are beginning to glow. The town looks peaceful beneath the evening sky. A few passengers leave here. Some continue onward. Goodbyes are exchanged. Hands are shaken. Smiles are shared. The elderly couple who traveled from the beginning prepares to leave. Before stepping onto the platform, the man turns toward everyone. I hope you all find beautiful places, his wife adds, and beautiful people. Passengers wave as they walk away. Another chapter of the journey closes. The train begins moving again. Inside the lounge, the remaining travelers sit quietly. They have learned something during this journey. Even short meetings can leave lasting impressions. The evening becomes darker. The stars become brighter. The train moves through the countryside beneath the night sky. Dinner is served. The warm lights inside the dining car create a cozy atmosphere. Passengers talk about their favorite moments, the mountains, the desert, the ocean, the small stations, the unexpected friendships. Everyone has a different memory, but everyone agrees on one thing: the journey has been special. After dinner, you return to your seat beside the window. Outside, the landscape is peaceful. A few lights shine from distant homes. A river follows the tracks. The moon reflects on the water. The silver train continues forward. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The road ahead is still waiting. More miles, more stories, more moments. And somewhere beyond the darkness, another beautiful morning is preparing to welcome the travelers aboard the peaceful train journey across America. The night settles gently over the countryside. The silver train continues moving beneath a sky filled with stars. The Great Valley Bridge is now far behind, but the feeling of that sunset remains with every passenger. Some moments are so peaceful that they follow you long after they are gone. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of the rails continues. A familiar rhythm, a comforting rhythm, a rhythm that has carried everyone through countless landscapes. Outside, the train travels beside a quiet river. Moonlight dances on the water. Tall trees stand along the riverbank, their leaves moving softly in the night breeze. Occasionally, a small cabin appears among the trees. A warm light shines through the windows. Someone inside is reading. Someone is resting. Someone is enjoying another quiet evening. The world is full of stories happening beyond the train. Inside the observation lounge, only a few passengers remain awake. The young traveler sits with his notebook open. But he is not writing, he is drawing. A simple sketch of the train window, the stars outside, the reflection of the passengers inside. You became an artist now, you ask. He laughs softly. No, just trying to remember this feeling. Feeling, not the view, not the location, the feeling. That is what this journey has taught everyone. The conductor enters the lounge carrying a small tray. On it are warm cups of tea. Night travelers need something warm, he says. Everyone thanks him. They sit together quietly. No one feels the need for conversation. The silence itself feels comfortable. The train passes through another small town. Unlike the busy cities, this place sleeps peacefully. Street lamps glow along empty roads. A dog rests on a porch. A flag moves gently in the night breeze. The train slows as it passes the station. No passengers leave, no passengers board. It is simply a moment to pass through. A reminder that every place has its own quiet life. Soon the town disappears. The countryside returns. The train begins climbing gently again, not toward mountains this time, just rolling hills covered with forests. The moonlight creates a silver path between the trees. The landscape feels almost like a dream. The violinist opens her instrument case one last time for the night. She plays a slow, peaceful melody. The notes move through the carriage. The train moves through the night. The music and the rails become one. Passengers close their eyes. Some fall asleep. Some continue watching the stars. The journey becomes almost like a moving lullaby. Hours pass. The train continues, then slowly, very slowly, a faint light appears on the horizon. Morning is coming again. The darkness begins to soften. The stars fade away. The first birds begin singing near the forests. The train approaches a wide open plain. The view changes completely. Golden grass stretches toward the horizon. Morning mist floats above the fields. A herd of deer moves quietly through the fog. The sunrise begins. Passengers wait. Curtains open, windows bright. Another morning, another beautiful landscape. The conductor makes his announcement. Good morning, travelers. Today we begin another chapter. A quiet smile spreads through the train, because everyone knows now, every chapter is worth enjoying. The train moves into the sunrise. Golden light fills the windows. The rails continue their peaceful song. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And as the silver train travels onward beneath the morning sky, America opens another page of its endless story. The morning sun rises higher above the endless plains. The golden fields outside the window seem to stretch forever. The silver train moves smoothly through the open landscape, leaving a gentle trail behind as it follows the ancient path of the railway. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The rhythm feels almost like a heartbeat, a reminder that the journey is alive. The passengers gather for breakfast while watching the countryside slowly change. The dining car is filled with warm conversation. The young traveler shares his drawings with the family he met earlier. The little girl points at one picture. That's the bridge. She smiles proudly. He nods. Yes, that was my favorite moment. Grandmother looks at the drawing. You captured the feeling. Young traveler smiles. That was what I wanted. Outside, the plains begin changing. The endless grasslands slowly become farmland. Large fields appear in neat patterns. Red barns stand beside quiet roads. Farmhouses sit beneath rows of trees. The train passes through a region where generations of families have worked the land. The conductor explains that many of these farms have existed for more than 100 years. People here understand patience, he says. They plant seeds today and wait for tomorrow's harvest. The words make everyone look outside differently. A field is not just a field. It is a story of time, a story of care, a story of hope. The train slows as it approaches a small farming town. The station is surrounded by colorful gardens. A group of local children stands on the platform. They are holding small signs. Welcome travelers, have a wonderful journey. The passengers smile. Even after so many stops, kindness still surprises them. When the doors open, a farmer brings baskets of fresh peaches. From our orchard, he says, take some for the road. Passengers thank him warmly. The peaches are sweet and full of summer flavor. Another small gift, another beautiful memory. The young traveler writes a note. The greatest treasures on a journey are often given freely. Whistle sound. The train must continue. The children wave. The farmers wave. the silver train begins moving again, slowly leaving the little station behind. Inside the train, everyone feels a little lighter, a little happier. The afternoon approaches. The sky becomes wide and bright. Clouds move slowly above the fields. A group of birds flies beside the train for a few moments. They follow the railway before turning toward the distant trees. The passengers laugh quietly. Even nature seems to be traveling with them. Later, the train reaches a quiet lake surrounded by forests. The water is perfectly still. The reflection of the sky makes it look like another world. The conductor announces that this area is famous for its peaceful sunsets. Passengers prepare their cameras, but many simply sit and wait. They have learned. Some views are best experienced without anything between you and the moment. As evening approaches, the lake begins changing colors: blue, gold, orange, purple. The forest becomes a dark silhouette against the glowing sky. The train moves slowly along the shoreline. For several minutes, the lake stays beside the windows. Nobody speaks. The only sounds are the water, the wind, and the gentle rails beneath the train. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sun finally disappears. The lake becomes quiet again. But the memory remains, another beautiful scene added to the endless collection of this journey. The silver train continues into the evening. Ahead, more landscapes wait, more towns, more people, more stories. And with every mile, the passengers discover the same simple truth. America is not only found in famous places, it is found in the quiet moments between them. The evening settles over the countryside once again. The last colors of sunset fade from the sky, leaving behind a peaceful darkness filled with stars. The silver train continues forward. No hurry, no noise, just the gentle movement of the rails carrying everyone toward the next chapter. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Outside the window, the lake slowly disappears behind the trees. The forest becomes darker. The fields become quieter. Small lights from distant homes appear like tiny stars on the ground. Inside the train, the passengers gather for another calm evening. After so many days together, the observation lounge feels like a familiar room in a shared home. People who were strangers at the beginning now greet each other with warm smiles. The young traveler sits with his notebook open. But tonight he is not writing about landscapes. He is writing about names. The names of people he met: the farmer who shared peaches, the musician who played beneath the station lights, the conductor who guided everyone across the country, the families who waved from small towns. He looks at the page and smiles. So many people. You nod. Every journey is made of people. He looks outside. I thought I was traveling to see America. He pauses. But I think I was traveling to meet America. Words remain in the quiet lounge because everyone understands. A country is not only mountains and rivers. It is the people who live beside them. The train passes through a small city at night. The buildings glow softly. Streetlights line the roads. People walk along sidewalks after dinner. A couple sits outside a cafe. A musician plays near a corner. A family laughs together in a nearby park. For only a few seconds, the train offers a glimpse into their world. Then the city disappears behind the darkness. The countryside returns. The conductor walks through the carriage. He stops near the window. Do you know what I love most about this route? You look at him. What? Every time I travel it, I discover something new. You've seen everything. He smiles. Seen the places. He looks outside. But I haven't seen every moment. Answer feels exactly right. Because no two journeys are ever the same, even on the same railway, even under the same sky. Every traveler creates a different story. Later that night, the train enters a region of tall pine forests. The trees stand quietly beneath the moonlight. A thin layer of mist covers the ground. The train lights pass through the fog, creating a soft golden path ahead. It feels like the train is traveling through a dream. The passengers become quiet. Everyone simply watches. The violinist plays a gentle melody. This time, the music sounds like a thank you to the journey, a thank you to the people, a thank you to the simple moments that became unforgettable. Train crosses another wooden bridge. Below, a river flows peacefully through the forest. The reflection of the stars moves with the water. The scene lasts only a few minutes, then it is gone, but everyone saw it, everyone felt it, everyone will remember it. Near midnight, the conductor makes a final announcement for the night. Dear travelers, tomorrow morning we will reach another beautiful part of America. Rest well. Another sunrise is waiting. Passengers slowly return to their rooms. The lights become softer. The train becomes quieter. Outside, the stars continue shining. Inside, everyone carries another collection of memories. The silver train moves steadily through the night, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And beneath the endless American sky, the journey continues, one peaceful mile at a time, toward another morning filled with new stories waiting to begin. The night slowly gives way to morning. The first light of sunrise appears beyond the horizon, painting the sky with soft shades of gold and pink. The silver train continues moving through the quiet forests, carrying everyone toward another beautiful day. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of the rails welcomes the morning. Passengers begin waking, curtains open, windows bright. The smell of fresh coffee travels through the corridors. Another day begins aboard the peaceful train. You walk toward the observation lounge. Outside, the landscape is changing again. The tall pine forests are slowly becoming rolling green hills. Morning mist rests above the valleys. Small streams shine beneath the sunlight. A group of deer stands near the edge of the forest, watching the train pass. For a brief moment, everyone shares the same view. The train moves on. The deer return to the quiet forest. The moment is gone, but the memory stays. The young traveler sits by the window with his notebook. He looks more peaceful than when the journey began. "You know something?" he says. "What?" "I came here because I wanted to find beautiful places." He looks outside. "But I think I found a different kind of beauty." You smile. "What kind?" "The beauty of slowing down." The words feel familiar, because that lesson has followed everyone from the beginning. The train arrives at a small mountain valley station. The platform is surrounded by wildflowers and tall trees. A wooden sign welcomes visitors. The station is simple, quiet, beautiful. Passengers step outside to enjoy the morning air. Nearby, a small farmer's market is opening. Local people bring fresh bread, honey, and handmade crafts. A young woman sells paintings of the surrounding mountains. You stop to look at one. It shows the valley at sunrise. The colors are soft. The feeling is peaceful, beautiful. You say. She smiles. "Thank you. Have you always painted this place?" "Yes." "Why?" She looks toward the mountains. "Because every morning here looks different." You understand immediately. Even the same sunrise is never truly the same. The conductor calls everyone back. The train is ready to leave. Passengers return with small gifts, fresh bread, flowers, local souvenirs. But the greatest gift is the memory of the peaceful morning. The whistle echoes through the valley. The villagers wave. The passengers wave back. The silver train begins moving, slowly leaving the station behind. As the train climbs away from the valley, the view becomes wider. The hills spread below. The river curves through the landscape. Clouds float gently above the peaks. The train follows the mountainside. Inside, the lounge becomes quiet. Everyone watches. Nobody wants to miss the view. The conductor stands near the front of the carriage. He looks at the passengers, at their smiles, at their peaceful faces, and he knows. This is why the journey matters, not because of the train, not because of the tracks, but because of the moments that happen between departure and arrival. The afternoon arrives. The landscape changes once again. The mountains begin fading behind the train. Ahead, a wide valley opens. Another horizon appears. Another story waits. The silver train moves forward. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And with every passing mile, the peaceful train journey across America continues, carrying travelers toward new places, new friendships, and new memories that will last long after the final station. The afternoon sun shines warmly across the valley. The silver train leaves the mountains behind and enters a vast open landscape where the horizon seems endless. The change is gentle. The tall peaks slowly disappear. The green hills become wide fields. The forests become scattered groups of trees. America continues to reveal a new face with every mile. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful rhythm remains unchanged. Outside the window, a long country road follows the railway. An old pickup truck travels slowly beside a wooden fence. A farmer waves as the train passes. A child sitting on the porch waves too. Small moments, simple moments, but they become part of the journey. The dining car opens again for afternoon refreshments. The waiter brings fresh lemonade, warm cookies, and slices of homemade pie. Passengers gather around the tables. The conversation is no longer about where everyone is going. Now they talk about where they have been. The mountain sunrise, the desert moon, the valley bridge, the quiet stations, the people they met. The young traveler looks through his notebook. Have so many pages now. Grandmother smiles. That means you have many memories. He nods. The train continues through the valley. Soon, a large river appears beside the tracks. The water moves slowly beneath the afternoon sun. A flock of birds flies above the river. The train follows the water for many miles. Passengers watch the changing scenery. The river becomes a companion, just like the rails, just like the sky. After some time, the train reaches a small historic town. The station is decorated with old photographs and flowers. A sign welcomes travelers, where every journey creates a story. Passengers step onto the platform. The town has a peaceful charm. Brick streets. Old wooden buildings, small shops with colorful signs. A bakery near the station releases the smell of fresh cinnamon rolls into the air. A bookstore displays travel journals in the window. A musician plays a gentle song outside a small cafe. The town does not feel like a tourist destination. It feels like a place where people simply live, a place with its own rhythm. You walk through the streets for a short while. An elderly shop owner notices the train ticket in your hand. Traveling across the country, you smile. Yes, he nods. My wife and I took that journey many years ago. What was your favorite part? He thinks for a moment, then he says the places were beautiful. The people were unforgettable. Answer sounds familiar because you have learned the same lesson. Before leaving, he gives you a small wooden bookmark. Carved into it are the words, "Enjoy the road, not only the arrival." You thank him, another small gift, another memory. The train whistle sounds. Everyone returns aboard. The town waves goodbye. The silver train begins moving once again. As the station fades into the distance, you hold the wooden bookmark carefully. It joins the other memories collected along the way, the pressed flowers, the handwritten notes, the small tickets, the drawings, all reminders of a journey that became much more than travel. Evening slowly approaches. The sky begins changing colors. The fields outside glow with golden light. The train continues toward the western horizon. More miles remain. More stories wait. More peaceful moments are hidden beyond the next curve. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And beneath the endless American sky, the silver train continues its timeless journey, carrying everyone forward toward another unforgettable chapter. The evening arrives slowly over the open countryside. The golden sunlight spreads across the fields, creating long shadows beside the railway. The silver train moves quietly through the peaceful landscape. There is a special feeling in the air. The feeling that comes when a beautiful day is coming to an end, but the journey is still continuing. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of the rails follows everyone like a familiar song. Inside the train, passengers gather near the windows. They have learned that the best views often arrive without warning. A small hill appears ahead. The train climbs gently. At the top, the entire valley opens below. A river curves through the land. Small farms sit beneath the evening sky. The last rays of sunlight touch the rooftops of distant houses. Everyone becomes quiet. The young traveler reaches for his notebook. Then he stops. He smiles. No writing, you ask. He shakes his head. This time. Why? Because I don't want to look down. He keeps watching the view. I want to be here. You smile. He has learned the lesson of the journey. Some moments are more valuable when we experience them completely. The train slowly descends into the valley. The sunset fades. The first stars appear above the countryside. Soon, the lights of a small town become visible in the distance. The train approaches another station. This station is different. It sits beside a beautiful old lake. The platform lights reflect on the water. A few fishermen are returning home. Families walk along the shoreline. The town feels peaceful. The train stops. Passengers step outside. The air is cool and fresh. A local musician plays near the station entrance. His guitar creates a soft melody that mixes with the sound of the water. A woman nearby sells handmade candles. She lights one and places it on the table. Town does this every evening, she explains. Why? To remember that every day has something beautiful. Passengers listen quietly. The candle flames move gently in the evening breeze. A small tradition, a simple reminder, but everyone feels its meaning. The little girl from the journey places a tiny flower beside one candle. Her grandmother smiles. Another memory, the girl nods. Another one. Whistle sounds. The train must continue. Passengers return aboard. The candles remain glowing beside the lake. The silver train begins moving again, slowly, quietly. The town disappears behind the trees. Inside the train, the atmosphere feels warmer than before. Everyone carries another small piece of the places they visited. A sound, a smell, a smile, a story. Later that night, the observation lounge becomes a place of reflection. Passengers share their favorite moments. One person chooses the ocean, another chooses the mountain. Someone else chooses a small station that lasted only 10 minutes. The conductor listens, then he asks, "You know why everyone chooses different moments?" Nobody answers. He smiles. Because the journey gives everyone exactly what they need. The words stay with everyone. Outside, the train continues beneath the stars. The moon rises above the fields. The river follows beside the tracks. The wheels continue their gentle rhythm. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The road ahead remains open. More landscapes wait. More stories are still unwritten. And the peaceful train journey across America continues, carrying every traveler toward the next beautiful moment waiting beyond the horizon. The night grows deeper as the silver train continues across America. The small lake town is now far behind. The candles beside the water have become another beautiful memory among many. Outside the window, the countryside rests beneath the moonlight. The fields are quiet. The rivers shine. The stars watch silently above the moving train. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful sound of the rails continues through the darkness. Inside the train, the atmosphere is calm. After so many days together, the passengers have created their own little world. A world of shared stories, a world of kindness, a world where strangers became companions. The young traveler sits beside the window with his notebook. This time he is not drawing places, he is writing a letter. "Who is that for?" you ask. He smiles. "My future self." He continues writing. "I want to remember this version of me." You nod, because journeys do that. They show us parts of ourselves that we sometimes forget. The train enters a quiet forest. Tall trees stand on both sides of the tracks. The moonlight falls between the branches. The shadows move as the train passes. It feels like traveling through a peaceful dream. A few passengers look outside. Nobody speaks. Everyone understands that silence can be beautiful. The conductor walks through the carriage. He stops near the window. "You know, tomorrow we will reach one of the final sections of this route." A quiet feeling fills the lounge. The journey is moving closer to its end. Nobody wants to think about goodbye, but everyone knows every journey has a final station. The conductor continues. Many people believe the end of a journey is a sad thing. He looks outside. But I think the end is what makes every moment important. Everyone listens. If a journey never ended, we might stop appreciating it. His words are simple, but they carry meaning. The train continues through the night. Later, a small announcement is made. Tonight, passengers are invited to the observation lounge for a final gathering. Slowly, people arrive. The lights are lowered. The windows reveal the stars. The violinist brings her instrument. The young traveler brings his drawings. The little girl brings her collection of flowers. The grandmother brings her stories. Everyone brings something from the journey. The conductor places the wooden memory box on the table, the same box that collected everyone's messages. He opens it. Inside are dozens of handwritten cards. Each one represents a moment, a lesson, a feeling. He reads a few aloud. Take time to notice the quiet places. Kindness can be found anywhere. The road teaches us patience. Stranger today can become a friend tomorrow. Passengers smile. Each sentence feels familiar. Each sentence carries a piece of the journey. The violinist begins playing. The melody is different tonight. It feels like a farewell, not a sad farewell, a grateful one. The train continues moving beneath the stars while the music fills the lounge. For a while, nobody thinks about arrival. Nobody thinks about the end. Everyone simply enjoys the moment. The final miles are still ahead. The last sunrise is still waiting. The last views are still hidden beyond the horizon. The silver train keeps moving. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And beneath the endless American sky, every traveler realizes something important. A journey does not become special because it lasts forever. It becomes special because, for a little while, it brings people together. The final night aboard the silver train passes peacefully. The music slowly fades. The passengers return to their rooms carrying full hearts and countless memories. Outside, America continues moving past the windows, dark forests, quiet rivers, sleeping towns, open fields beneath the stars. The train travels through the night just as it did on the first day, steady, calm, unhurried, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. But tonight the sound feels different, because everyone knows the journey is coming closer to its final chapter. You wake before sunrise. The train is already moving through a beautiful landscape. A soft blue light covers the world outside. The horizon begins to brighten. Morning is coming. You walk to the observation lounge. A few passengers are already there. No one says much. Everyone simply watches. After all these miles, everyone has learned the value of quiet moments. The young traveler sits near the window. His notebook is closed. Finished writing, you ask. He smiles. I think so. Looks outside. Because I don't want to spend the last morning trying to save the moment. I want to live it. You smile. He finally understands. The train begins climbing a gentle hill. At the top, the view opens. A vast valley appears below. A river crosses through the land. Small towns shine in the early morning light. The sunrise touches everything slowly. The passengers gather near the windows. It is not the biggest mountain, not the widest river, not the most famous place. But somehow it feels perfect, because everyone knows this is their last sunrise together. The conductor enters the lounge. He removes his hat and looks at the passengers. Good morning, travelers. His voice is warm. Today we reach our destination. A quiet feeling fills the room, not sadness, gratitude. The train continues through the valley. Breakfast is served one final time. The dining car feels different. Everyone sits together. No empty seats, no strangers. Only friends sharing one last meal. Stories are repeated. Memories are remembered. Laughter fills the room. The little girl shows everyone her collection of flowers. The young traveler shows his final drawing. The conductor receives a card from the passengers. Written together, it says, "Thank you for showing us that the journey matters as much as the destination." Conductor looks at the card for a long moment. He smiles. "Thank you for reminding me why I do this." Outside, the final landscapes appear. The train passes through one last small town, one last river, one last forest. Everyone watches carefully, not because they have never seen these things, because they know they may never see them this way again. The whistle sounds. The final station is approaching. The silver train begins slowing down. The wheels become quieter. The familiar rhythm changes. Click, clack, click, clack. The passengers begin gathering their belongings, but nobody rushes. Everyone takes a final look around the seats, the windows, the corridors, the places where memories were created. The train arrives at the station. The doors open. Warm sunlight enters the carriage. The journey across America has reached its destination. Passengers step onto the platform. They say goodbye. Hands are shaken. Smiles are shared. Promises are made to stay in touch. Some journeys end with a goodbye. Others end with a new beginning. The conductor stands beside the train. He watches the travelers leave. Another group has completed the route. Another collection of stories has been created. You look back at the silver train one final time. The same train that carried you through mountains, deserts, forests, rivers, and valleys. It looks peaceful, almost as if it is waiting for the next adventure, the next traveler, the next story. And as the morning sun shines over the station, one final thought remains. The greatest journeys are not remembered because of where we arrive. They are remembered because of who we become along the way. The station slowly becomes quieter after the arrival of the silver train. Passengers walk away carrying their bags, their souvenirs, and most importantly, their memories. The platform that was once filled with excitement now returns to its peaceful rhythm. But something has changed. Everyone who stepped off that train is different from the person who stepped on. The journey has left something behind, a new way of seeing the world, a deeper appreciation for simple moments, a reminder to slow down. You stand on the platform for a little longer, watching the train, watching the conductor, watching the last passengers say goodbye. The young traveler approaches you. He carries his notebook carefully. Think this is where we say goodbye. You smile. Maybe. He looks surprised. Maybe. You look toward the train. Some people leave our lives, but the memories they create stay with us. He nods. He understands. The journey was never only about traveling together. It was about sharing a small part of life with people who happened to be on the same road. The young traveler shakes your hand. Thank you. What? For helping me understand that traveling isn't about collecting places. He looks around the station. It's about collecting moments. You smile. Then he walks toward the town, carrying his drawings and his new memories. The little girl and her grandmother wave goodbye from a distance. The grandmother calls out, "Keep enjoying the journey." You wave back. The conductor stands beside the train. The silver cars shine beneath the morning sunlight. He looks at you. Will you travel again? You think for a moment. Then you smile. Maybe, he laughs. Good answer. Conductor steps aboard, the doors close, the engine begins to prepare. A familiar sound returns, the sound that started everything. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train slowly begins moving. You watch as it leaves the station. The silver cars become smaller. The whistle echoes across the valley. Then finally the train disappears beyond the horizon. But the journey does not feel finished, because the rails continue, the stories continue, the memories continue. Later that day, you explore the town near the station. It is a peaceful place, old streets, small cafes, friendly people. A river flowing nearby. You walk slowly, not searching for anything, just enjoying the moment. You stop beside a small park. There is a bench facing the railway line. You sit down. Soon, another train passes in the distance. A different train, different passengers, different stories beginning. You watch the windows. Someone is reading. Someone is looking outside. Someone is smiling. Someone is starting their own adventure. And you realize something beautiful. Every train carries more than passengers. It carries dreams. It carries hopes. It carries moments that people will remember forever. That evening, you open your travel journal one final time. The pages are filled: mountain mornings, desert nights, quiet villages, ocean views, kind strangers, unexpected friendships. You write one final sentence. The journey across America taught me that the world is full of beauty when we take the time to notice it. You close the journal. The sun sets over the town. The sky turns golden. The river reflects the evening light. Everything feels peaceful. Everything feels complete. But somewhere far away, a silver train moves along the rails. A new passenger looks out of the window. A new story begins. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And the peaceful train journey across America continues forever, not only on the tracks, but inside the hearts of everyone who has ever traveled, dreamed, and discovered the beauty of the road ahead. Days turn into weeks after the great train journey across America. Life returns to its normal rhythm: morning coffees, quiet evenings, small daily routines. But something feels different. The world looks the same, yet you see it differently. A simple walk through a park feels like a journey. A sunrise feels like a gift. A conversation with a stranger feels like a new story waiting to be discovered. The train journey changed the way you experience ordinary moments. One peaceful morning, you sit near the window of your home with a cup of coffee. Outside, birds sing. The trees move gently in the breeze. The sky slowly changes colors. You remember the train, the mountains, the rivers, the endless fields, the people who shared the road with you. A small smile appears. Some memories never become old. They become part of you. Later that day, a package arrives. You are surprised. There is no return address. Inside, you find a small wooden box, the same style as the conductor's memory box. You open it carefully. Inside are several handwritten cards. Your heart recognizes them immediately. They are the messages from the journey, the memories collected by everyone aboard the silver train. At the top is a note from the conductor. A journey is never truly finished when the memories continue. You read the cards one by one. The farmer's message: be patient. The best things take time to grow. Musician's message: a beautiful song is created when different sounds come together. The grandmother's message: never become too busy to notice the small wonders around you. Young traveler's message: look with your heart, not only your eyes. You hold the cards quietly. So many people, so many stories, one journey. That evening, you decide to visit the old station again. The same station where everything began. The platform is peaceful. The flowers are blooming. The old clock continues ticking. You sit on the same wooden bench. For a while, you simply listen: the sound of the wind, the distant ocean waves, the quiet movement of the town. Then you hear it, a familiar sound, a train whistle. You look toward the tracks. Another silver train approaches. Your heart smiles, not because you need to leave again, but because you understand what the train represents: possibility, adventure, new beginning. The train stops. Passengers step onto the platform. Some are excited, some are nervous, some are traveling for the first time. You notice a young person standing near the entrance. They are holding a camera and looking around with curiosity, a familiar feeling. The same feeling the young traveler had at the beginning of your journey. You smile. Maybe every traveler needs someone to remind them. The journey is not about rushing to the destination. It is about noticing everything along the way. The conductor steps down from the train, a new conductor this time. But the same warm smile. He welcomes the passengers, the doors close, the train prepares to leave. You watch from the platform, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The silver train begins moving. Another adventure begins. Another collection of memories starts forming. Another group of strangers prepares to become friends. And as the train disappears into the distance, you realize something. The most beautiful journeys do not end at the station. They continue in the stories we tell, in the lessons we carry, and in the way we choose to see the world every day. The seasons continue to change around the quiet coastal town. Spring arrives with fresh flowers beside the old railway station. The trees become green again. The mornings become warmer. The ocean breeze carries the peaceful smell of the sea. Life continues moving forward, just like the trains that pass through the station every day. But some memories remain unchanged. The great journey across America is still a story people love to hear. Sometimes on quiet evenings, you open your old travel journal and read the pages again. The words bring back the sounds, the sights, the feelings, the gentle rhythm of the rails, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. It almost feels like you are back on the train. One afternoon, while walking near the station, you notice something new. A small wooden sign has been placed beside the waiting area. It reads, "The Journey Wall, Stories from Travelers Across America." Curious, you walk closer. The wall is covered with photographs, drawings, and handwritten memories from passengers who traveled the railway. There are pictures of mountains, pictures of rivers, pictures of small towns. But the most beautiful parts are the words written by ordinary travelers. I learned that strangers can become friends. I discovered that quiet moments are the ones I remember most. I found beauty in places I never expected. You smile. The journey continues through the stories of others. A station worker notices you reading. You traveled this route before, didn't you? You look surprised. Did you know? She points toward one of the photographs. There is a picture of the silver train crossing the Great Valley Bridge. Below it is a quote, your quote. Journey changes when we learn to enjoy every mile. You smile. I didn't know it was here, she nods. Many travelers leave something behind. Sometimes it is a photograph. Sometimes it is a story. Sometimes it is just a small kindness. You look around the wall, so many memories, so many journeys, all connected by the same railway. That evening, you sit near the platform as the sun begins setting. A family waits for the evening train. A couple checks their tickets. An elderly man reads a book. A child watches the tracks with excitement. You see yourself in all of them, the person waiting, the person wondering, the person ready for something new. The train arrives. The familiar whistle fills the air. The doors open. Passengers step aboard. New stories begin. The child looks out the window as the train prepares to leave. You wave. The child waves back. A small connection, a tiny moment. But maybe years later, that child will remember the stranger who waved from the platform. The train starts moving slowly, quietly. The wheels find their rhythm. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You watch until the last carriage disappears. The station becomes quiet again. But the silence does not feel empty. It feels full, full of stories, full of possibilities, full of journeys waiting to happen. As you walk home beneath the evening sky, you realize something important. Every person is traveling through life on their own invisible railway. There are unexpected stops, beautiful views, difficult climbs, peaceful valleys, and moments when we meet people who change our journey forever. The destination matters, but the journey is where life truly happens. And somewhere across America, another train continues moving beneath the stars, carrying new travelers, creating new memories, beginning another peaceful story on the endless road ahead. The years continue passing, but the railway remains a symbol of connection. The coastal station becomes a place where people come not only to catch trains, but to remember. Travelers from different parts of America visit the journey wall. They read the stories. They share their own. Some leave photographs, some leave handwritten notes. Some simply sit on the old wooden bench and watch the trains pass. The station becomes more than a stop. It becomes a place where memories meet. One quiet morning, you receive another letter. The envelope carries the familiar railway symbol. You open it with curiosity. Inside is an invitation, not for another journey, something different, a celebration. The railway company is honoring the people whose stories became part of the route's history. Your story has been chosen to be included. For a moment, you simply sit there, thinking about how everything began. A simple decision, a single train ticket, a journey across America. And now, years later, that journey is still touching people's lives. The celebration takes place at the old station. People arrive from many different places, travelers, railway workers, artists, families, everyone connected by the same road. The platform is decorated with flowers and small lights. Old photographs hang along the walls. The silver train arrives one more time. The whistle echoes through the station. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound brings back everything, the mountains, the deserts, the rivers, the quiet nights beneath the stars. The conductor who guided the first journey is there too. His hair is now completely silver, but his smile has not changed. He walks toward you. I knew the rails would bring us together again. Laugh, you always say that, he smiles. Because it is always true. Two of you stand beside the train, watching new passengers step onto the platform, watching new stories begin. During the celebration, the memory box is brought out again. The same wooden box, the same collection of handwritten messages. But now, there are many more. Thousands of travelers have added their thoughts over the years. One message catches your attention. I came looking for places and found people, says. The slow road showed me the beauty I was missing. Window is a chance to see the world differently. Conductor looks at the collection. This is what the railway truly carries. You look at him. What? He smiles. Passengers. Stories. The evening arrives. The celebration continues beneath the stars. A musician plays beside the station. Families share food. Travelers tell stories. The atmosphere feels exactly like the journey itself, warm, peaceful, connected. Later, you walk toward the platform alone. The ocean waves can be heard in the distance. The lighthouse shines across the water. The train rests quietly beside the station. For a moment, everything feels still. You place your hand on the side of the silver train. A small goodbye, a thank you, a reminder. The journey gave you more than memories. It gave you a new way of seeing life. The train prepares to leave. The conductor steps aboard. Before the doors close, he looks back. Remember, you smile. Enjoy every mile. He nods. The train begins moving. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The silver train travels into the night, carrying new passengers, creating new friendships, beginning new stories. And as the lights of the train disappear beyond the horizon, one truth remains. The greatest journeys are never truly over. They continue every time someone chooses to slow down, look around, and appreciate the beautiful road ahead. Many years pass, but the sound of the railway never truly leaves the coastal town. Every morning, the first train arrives with the sunrise. Every evening, the last train leaves beneath the stars. The station continues to welcome travelers from across America. Some come with excitement. Some come with questions. Some come searching for something they cannot explain. Many discover what every great traveler eventually learns. The journey itself is the treasure. One autumn afternoon, you return to the station once again. The leaves around the platform have changed colors, golden, orange, red, the same season that once marked the beginning of your memories. You sit on the old wooden bench and watch the world move around you. A young couple checks their tickets. A family takes pictures. A writer sits nearby, creating a story in a notebook. Everyone is waiting for their own adventure. A station employee approaches you. You come here often. You smile. Yes, look toward the tracks. Because every time I visit, I remember something important. Employee sits beside you. Watch a train passing in the distance. That life is a journey too, she smiles. The answer feels right. The afternoon train arrives. Passengers step onto the platform. Among them is an older man carrying a small suitcase. He looks around the station with a curious expression. Something about him feels familiar. He walks toward the journey wall slowly. He reads the messages. Then he stops. His eyes become wide. On the wall is a photograph of the silver train crossing the Great Valley Bridge. Below it is the same message. The journey changes when we learn to enjoy every mile. Man smiles, he touches the photograph gently. Remember this journey. You look at him. You traveled this route, he nods. Many years ago. It beautiful, he laughs softly. More beautiful than I expected. He pauses. But the people were what made it special. You smile. Another traveler who learned the same lesson. He tells you about his journey, the small towns he visited, the people he met. The moments he still remembers, different year, different passengers, same feeling. The railway connects generations. Stories from yesterday meet stories from today. The man opens his suitcase. Inside is an old notebook. The pages are worn from time. I wrote one sentence every day of that trip. He shows you the final page. The handwriting is faded, it says. Never rush through a beautiful moment. You smile. Those words could have been written by anyone who truly understood the journey. The evening approaches, the station lights turn on. The ocean breeze becomes cooler. The old man prepares to leave. Before walking away, he turns back. Keep visiting this place. You smile. Places remember people too. Then he disappears into the crowd. You sit quietly for a while thinking about his words. The station remembers. The railway remembers. The stories remain. A whistle sounds in the distance. Another train approaches. Another adventure begins. The silver cars shine beneath the evening lights. Passengers board. Doors close. The train begins moving. Click-clack. 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 You watch it disappear, and you realize something beautiful. A journey is not measured by how far we travel. It is measured by how deeply we experience the moments along the way. The rails continue. The trains continue. The stories continue. And across America, beneath endless skies and countless stars, the peaceful journey goes on forever. The railway continues to breathe with life. Years pass, generations change, but the peaceful sound of the train remains the same. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Across America, the silver train continues its journey, through mountains that touch the sky, through valleys covered with morning mist, through forests where sunlight dances between the trees, through small towns where friendly faces still wave from the platforms. The train carries more than people. It carries memories. It carries dreams. It carries moments that become stories. One quiet winter morning, you return to the station again. Snow covers the rooftops. The old clock above the entrance still works. The flowers beside the platform have been replaced with small evergreen trees decorated with lights. The station looks peaceful beneath the winter sky. You walk toward the old wooden bench, the same bench where you once watched the beginning of countless journeys. You sit down. The cold air feels refreshing. The silence feels comfortable. Then you hear it, a familiar sound, a distant whistle. Your heart recognizes it immediately. The silver train is arriving. Slowly, the train enters the station. Snowflakes fall gently around it. The lights from the windows shine warmly through the winter morning. The doors open. Passengers step onto the platform. Families, travelers, adventurers, people beginning new chapters of their lives. Among them is a young woman carrying a small notebook. She looks around the station with excitement. She walks toward the journey wall. You watch as she reads the stories. She stops at the photograph of the silver train crossing the Great Valley Bridge. She reads the message beneath it. Journey changes when we learn to enjoy every mile. She smiles. You recognize that expression, the same curiosity, the same hope, the same feeling of standing at the beginning of something unknown. She notices you nearby. Have you traveled this route before? You smile. Yes. It worth it. You look toward the train, then toward the tracks stretching into the distance. Than I ever imagined. She looks at the station. What's the best part? You think carefully. The answer is easy now. The moments you don't plan. She writes that down. You laugh softly. Forget to enjoy the journey. She closes her notebook. I won't. Conductor announces the departure time. The young woman boards the train. You watch as she finds her seat beside the window, the same place where countless travelers have watched America pass by. The whistle sounds. The train begins moving. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You watch the silver cars slowly disappear into the snowy distance. And for a moment, you imagine all the stories beginning inside that train. A child seeing mountains for the first time. A couple discovering a new town. A traveler finding courage, someone learning to slow down, someone finding peace. Every window holds a different story. Every passenger carries a different dream. The train disappears beyond the horizon, but the sound remains, not in the distance, inside your heart. That evening, you return home. You place your old travel journal beside the wooden memory box. The collection is complete: photographs, tickets, notes, drawings, memories, everything from a journey that changed your life. You open the final page of your journal. There is only one empty space left. You pick up your pen and you write. The road never truly ends. It simply becomes a part of us. You close the journal. Outside, snow continues falling gently. The world is quiet, peaceful, beautiful. Somewhere far away, a train moves through the night, carrying new passengers, creating new memories, beginning new stories. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful train journey across America continues forever, not only across the land, but across every heart that chooses to slow down, look around, and enjoy the beautiful moments along the way. The winter passes quietly. Snow melts from the mountains. Rivers begin flowing with new energy. The first flowers of spring appear beside the railway tracks. Once again, America changes its colors. The world moves forward, and the silver train continues. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound remains a peaceful reminder that every ending creates a new beginning. The coastal station becomes even more special over time. Travelers still visit the journey wall. Children still watch trains with excitement. Older passengers still share stories from journeys they took many years ago. The station has become a place where past and future meet. One spring morning, you walk through the station and notice something new. A small room has been opened beside the waiting area. A sign above the door reads, "The Traveling Stories Library." You enter. Inside are shelves filled with journals, photographs, and letters from travelers. Thousands of stories, thousands of journeys, each one different, each one meaningful. A librarian welcomes you. Many people leave their stories here after traveling. You look around. Why? She smiles. Because everyone believes their journey is only one story. She touches one of the books. But when many stories come together, they become something much bigger. You pick up a journal from a shelf. The first page reads, "I boarded the train looking for adventure. I left understanding gratitude." Another book says, "I thought I was traveling across America. I discovered I was traveling through my own memories." Another, "The places were beautiful, but the kindness was unforgettable." You smile. The same lessons appear again and again. Different travelers, different years, same truth. The journey changes people. Later that afternoon, you sit beside the tracks. A young boy sits nearby with his father. The boy watches every passing train carefully. "You think trains have story?" he asks. His father smiles. "Why do you ask?" "Because every time one leaves, it feels like someone is starting an adventure." You hear the words and smile. The boy understands something many adults forget. A train is not only metal and wheels. It is a doorway to new experiences, a doorway to new memories. The evening train arrives. The boy waves excitedly. Passengers wave back. A woman inside the train looks out the window and smiles. A small connection between two strangers, a moment that may be remembered for years. The train leaves. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You watch it disappear. The sky turns orange. The ocean reflects the sunset. The station lights slowly turn on. Everything feels peaceful. You realize that the greatest gift of the journey was not the places you visited, not the photographs you collected, not the miles you traveled. The greatest gift was learning how to notice life. A sunrise, a conversation, a stranger's kindness, a quiet moment beside a window. The world had always been beautiful. The journey simply taught you how to see it. That night you walk home beneath the stars. The sound of the train slowly fades, but the feeling remains, because some journeys do not end when we arrive. They continue in the way we live, in the choices we make, in the kindness we share, in the moments we choose to appreciate. And somewhere across America, beneath a sky full of stars, the silver train continues moving, carrying new travelers, creating new memories, writing new chapters, forever continuing the peaceful journey across America. The years continue to pass, but the spirit of the railway never grows old. The coastal station becomes known across America as a place where travelers come to remember the importance of slowing down. People no longer visit only to catch a train. They visit to feel connected, to listen, to reflect, to remember. The old wooden bench beside the platform becomes one of the most loved places in the station. Many travelers sit there before beginning their journey. Some close their eyes and listen to the distant sound of the ocean. Some watch the tracks and imagine the places waiting beyond the horizon. Some simply enjoy a quiet moment before life moves forward again. One peaceful morning, you sit on that bench once more. The sky is clear, the air is fresh, the station is calm. A young man approaches carrying a small suitcase. He looks nervous. He checks his ticket several times. You recognize that feeling, the feeling of beginning something unknown. You are traveling far, you ask. He smiles. Across the country. First time, he nods. Excited. Also a little afraid. You look toward the railway tracks. That's normal. Why? Because every meaningful journey begins with a little uncertainty. He thinks about your words, then he sits beside you. I want to see everything. You smile. That is a wonderful goal. Remember something. What? You don't have to see everything. Just remember what truly matters. Young man listens carefully. The train whistle sounds in the distance. The silver train approaches. The same peaceful sound. The same gentle rhythm. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The young traveler stands. His adventure is beginning. Before boarding, he turns back. Thank you, you smile. Enjoy every mile, he laughs softly. I will remember that. Train doors close. The young man finds a window seat. The train begins moving slowly, quietly. You watch as another story begins. The silver cars move beyond the station, beyond the town, beyond the horizon. And you think about all the travelers who have started their journeys from this platform. The young couple searching for a new beginning. The artist looking for inspiration. The family creating memories together. The person searching for peace. The person searching for courage. Everyone carrying a different dream. Everyone traveling their own path. That evening you return home and open the memory box. Inside are all the reminders of the journey. The wooden bookmark. The handwritten cards. The old tickets. The photographs. The little flower that the child gave during the train ride. Time has changed many things. But these memories remain. You place one final item inside the box. A new note you write. Every traveler deserves a beautiful journey. Every moment deserves to be remembered. You close the box. Outside, the evening sky fills with stars. The world becomes quiet, but somewhere far away, the railway continues singing click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A train moves through the darkness. A passenger looks through the window. A new landscape appears. A new friendship begins. A new memory is created. And the peaceful train journey across America continues. Not because the tracks never end, but because the stories never stop. Time continues to move forward. The coastal station grows older, but its heart remains young. The wooden walls are repaired. The flowers are replanted every spring. The old clock keeps ticking above the entrance. And every day the railway welcomes another group of dreamers. The silver train still arrives with the same peaceful whistle click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. For many travelers, the station is the beginning of an adventure. For others, it is a place to return and remember. One summer evening. You visit the station during sunset. The sky is painted with warm colors: orange, gold, purple. The ocean reflects the changing light. The platform is quiet. You sit on the old wooden bench and watch the tracks. A station worker approaches carrying a small package. This came for you. You look surprised. For me, she nods. The package is wrapped simply. Inside is an old photograph. You recognize it immediately. The silver train crossing the Great Valley Bridge. But there is something different. On the back, there is a handwritten message. The traveler who taught us to enjoy the road. You turn the photograph over again. Below the message is a name, the young traveler, the one who carried the camera and notebook during the journey. You smile. He remembered. The years have passed, but the connection remained. You read the rest of the note. I spent many years traveling after that first journey. I visited cities, mountains, oceans, and deserts. But the lesson I learned on that train stayed with me. The world is beautiful when we slow down enough to see it. You hold the photograph carefully. Another story, another reminder. The next morning you receive another message. This time it is an invitation to a special event. A group of former passengers has created a yearly gathering. A celebration of the journeys that changed their lives. You decide to attend. The gathering takes place near the railway station. People arrive from across America. Some you recognize, some you have never met. But everyone shares something. They were part of the same journey. The old conductor arrives. He walks slowly now, but his smile is still bright. The crowd welcomes him warmly. He looks around. So many travelers. He laughs softly. I spent my life guiding trains. These people guided me too. Everyone listens. He continues. The railway taught me something important. Every person sitting beside a window has a story. Every person carrying a suitcase has a dream. Every person stepping onto a train is beginning a new chapter. The crowd becomes silent because everyone understands. The celebration continues through the evening. People share their favorite memories. Someone talks about the desert night. Someone remembers the mountain sunrise. Someone describes the little station where strangers shared apples. Someone remembers the sound of rain against the train window. Different memories. Same journey. Later, as the sun sets, everyone gathers near the tracks. A special train arrives, not for travel, only for remembrance. The doors open. People step inside. They walk through the familiar carriages, the seats, the windows, the places where countless stories began. You stand beside the window where you once watched America pass by. For a moment, everything returns: the mountains, the valleys, the rivers, the endless roads, the peaceful nights beneath the stars. It feels like no time has passed. The train remains still. But the memories are moving, and you realize a journey is not only the distance between two places. A journey is the collection of moments that transform us. The evening ends. The train lights shine beneath the stars. Everyone says goodbye, but nobody feels sad because they know something now. Some connections do not disappear. Some stories do not end. They simply become part of the endless journey of life. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And across America, the peaceful train journey continues forever. The following years bring many changes to the world. New cities grow. New roads are built. New technologies become part of everyday life. But some things remain timeless: the open sky, the sound of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the peaceful rhythm of a train traveling across America. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The silver train continues its journey, not because people need to travel faster, but because some journeys are meant to be slow, meant to be felt, meant to be remembered. One early morning, you return to the station again. The sunrise is just beginning. A soft golden light spreads across the platform. The old clock moves forward. The flowers beside the tracks move gently in the breeze. Everything feels familiar. But today feels different. A group of children arrives at the station with their teacher. They are on a school trip. Their eyes are full of excitement. They look at the train as if they are seeing a piece of magic. One child asks, "How many stories can a train carry?" The teacher smiles. "Then we can count." Children look confused. A train carries passengers. But they are learning something deeper. A train carries memories. It carries first adventures. It carries dreams. It carries moments people never forget. You listen quietly. The words remind you of your own journey: the first ticket, the first morning, the first view from the window, the first stranger who became a friend. The train arrives. The children cheer. The whistle echoes across the station. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The doors open. The students enter with excitement. They choose their seats near the windows. They point at the passing landscape. They laugh. They ask questions. They begin creating their own memories. You watch them and smile, because every generation discovers the journey in its own way. The train leaves the station, slowly moving toward the horizon. The children wave from the windows. You wave back. Another connection, another small moment, another story beginning. Later that afternoon, you visit the Traveling Stories library. The room is now larger than before. New shelves have been added. Thousands of journals fill the walls. You find a new book placed on the table. The title catches your attention: A Peaceful Train Journey Across America. You open the cover. Inside are stories from travelers who followed the same railway. Each person describes what they discovered. Some found courage, some found peace, some found friendship, some simply learned to appreciate the present moment. You turn the pages slowly. Every story is different, yet every story carries the same message: slow down, look around, be grateful. Outside the library window, another train passes. The sunlight reflects from the silver cars. For a moment, it feels like the first journey all over again. The same sound, the same feeling, the same endless road ahead. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. That evening, you stand beside the platform as the sun disappears. The station lights turn on. The ocean waves move gently in the distance. You realize something beautiful. The journey was never just about crossing America. It was about discovering a new way to live, to notice the quiet beauty, to appreciate ordinary moments, to understand that every person you meet is carrying a story. And as another train disappears into the evening sky, one final thought remains: the world is always moving. But the happiest travelers are the ones who remember to look out the window. The peaceful train journey across America continues, forever moving, forever inspiring, forever carrying stories from one heart to another. Seasons continue to change, and the railway continues its endless journey. Spring becomes summer, summer becomes autumn, autumn becomes winter, and once again the world begins a new cycle. But the silver train remains a constant presence, a quiet symbol of movement, connection, and discovery. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. One evening, many years after the first journey, you return to the station during a peaceful snowfall. The platform is almost empty. The lights shine softly through the falling snow. The old station clock moves slowly above the entrance. Everything feels calm. You sit on the familiar wooden bench, the same bench that witnessed countless departures and arrivals. You think about all the people who passed through this place, the travelers beginning adventures, the families reuniting after years apart, the dreamers searching for something new, the people simply looking for a quiet moment away from the busy world. Every person had a reason. Every person had a story. A gentle wind moves across the platform. Then in the distance, a familiar sound, a train whistle. Your heart smiles. The silver train appears through the snow slowly, quietly, beautifully. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train stops at the station. The doors open. Passengers step outside. Among them is an elderly woman carrying a small wooden box. She looks around the station carefully. Then she notices you. Have we met before? You smile. Maybe through a story. She laughs. That sounds like something a traveler would say. She sits beside you. After a moment, she opens the wooden box. Inside are old photographs. She shows you one. It is a picture of the silver train crossing a mountain valley many years ago. I was on that train. You look at the photograph. Ago, she smiles. I was young then. She tells you about her journey, the people she met, the places she saw, the lessons she learned. Then she says something that feels familiar. I thought I was traveling to find beautiful places. She looks at the falling snow. But I discovered something else. Most beautiful part of any journey is the person we become along the way. You smile. Those words could have belonged to anyone who truly understood the road. The station announcement sound. Her train is ready to continue. She closes the wooden box. Before leaving, she gives you a small photograph. Keep this. You look surprised. Every journey needs someone to remember it. Boards the train, the doors close, the whistle sounds. The silver train begins moving, slowly disappearing into the snowy night. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. You look at the photograph in your hand, another memory, another connection, another reminder that stories never truly disappear. Later that night, you return home. You place the photograph inside the wooden memory box. The collection continues growing, even after all these years, because a true journey has no final page. Every person we meet adds a sentence. Every place we visit adds a chapter. Every moment we appreciate adds meaning to the story. Outside your window, the snow continues falling. The world becomes quiet. Somewhere far away, the silver train moves beneath the stars. A child watches the landscape. A traveler writes in a journal. A family shares a meal. A stranger smiles at another stranger. New memories are being created. New stories are beginning. And the peaceful train journey across America continues forever. 1 mile at a time, one story at a time, one beautiful moment at a time. The years continue flowing like a quiet river. The railway tracks remain beneath the open sky, connecting places that are separated by thousands of miles but united by countless stories. The silver train continues its peaceful path. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Many people now know about the legendary journey across America, not because it was the fastest route, not because it visited only famous places, but because it reminded people of something simple. Life is more beautiful when we slow down enough to experience it. One summer morning, a new generation of travelers arrives at the coastal station. Among them is a young boy carrying an old camera. He walks slowly through the station, looking at everything with curiosity. The walls, the photographs, the journey wall, the traveling stories library. He stops in front of the famous photograph of the silver train crossing the Great Valley Bridge. Reads the words below. The journey changes when we learn to enjoy every mile. He takes a picture of it. A station worker notices. Do you like that story? The boy nods. Yes. Thinks for a moment. because it feels like the people in the picture were happy. Worker smiles, maybe they were. Boy looks toward the tracks. I want to travel like that someday. Worker points toward the train platform. Maybe someday is closer than you think. At that moment, the silver train arrives. The boy's eyes become wide. The same feeling appears again. The feeling every traveler knows. Excitement, wonder, a little bit of nervousness. The doors open. Passengers step out. Some are smiling, some are carrying souvenirs. Some are already talking about the places they visited. The boy watches carefully. Every person has a story. The train prepares to leave again. The boy's family boards. They are beginning their own journey across America. As the train starts moving, the boy sits beside the window. The station becomes smaller. The platform disappears. Town fades into the distance. And just like countless travelers before him, he looks outside, waiting, watching, discovering the first landscape appears. Green fields beneath the morning sun, birds flying above the trees. A river shining beside the tracks. The boy takes a photograph, then another. But after a while, he lowers the camera, because he remembers something he read at the station. Some moments are meant to be captured. Some are meant to simply be lived. The train continues. The family meets other passengers. A musician, a teacher, a retired railway worker, a young artist, different people, different lives, but the same journey. During lunch, everyone shares stories. The boy listens carefully. He learns that the retired railway worker once helped maintain the same railway line decades ago. The musician traveled across the country searching for inspiration. The artist paints landscapes from every place she visits. The teacher brings students to help them understand history beyond books. The boy realizes something. Every traveler is carrying a different reason for being there. The train moves through another beautiful valley. The sun begins setting. The passengers gather near the windows. The boy looks around. Everyone is quiet. Everyone is watching. Everyone is sharing the same moment, and he finally understands. The magic of the journey is not only seeing new places, it is sharing those moments with others. The evening sky turns golden. The silver train continues toward the horizon. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A new traveler has begun a new story. A new memory is being created. And the peaceful train journey across America continues, passing from one generation to another, carrying dreams, carrying stories, carrying the endless beauty of the road ahead. The young boy's journey continues. Every morning he wakes before sunrise, not because someone tells him to, but because he does not want to miss a single moment. He opens the curtain beside his window. A new landscape waits outside. Sometimes it is a quiet forest covered in morning mist. Sometimes it is a wide open field glowing beneath the sun. Sometimes it is a small town slowly waking up. Every view feels like a gift. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The rhythm of the train becomes his favorite sound. A sound that tells him he is moving forward. A sound that reminds him there is always something new to discover. During the journey, the boy keeps a small journal. At first, he writes only about places. Mountains are huge. The river is beautiful. The sunset is amazing. But as the days pass, his words begin to change. He starts writing about people. The old man in the dining car told me stories about his childhood. The musician played a song that made everyone smile. The family beside us shared their breakfast with strangers. He begins to understand. The most important memories are not always the biggest sights. Sometimes they are the smallest moments. One afternoon, the train stops near a quiet valley. The passengers have a short break. Everyone steps outside. The air is fresh. Wildflowers move gently in the breeze. The boy walks away from the crowd and looks across the valley. For the first time, he does not reach for his camera. He simply watches. A butterfly lands on a flower. Clouds move slowly across the sky. The wind creates waves in the grass. It is a simple moment, but it feels unforgettable. His father walks beside him. Beautiful, isn't it? The boy nods. Yes. After a pause, he says, I think I understand now. Understand what? Why people love this journey. His father smiles. Tell me. Boy looks around. Because it teaches us to notice things we usually miss. His father puts a hand on his shoulder. A proud smile appears. The whistle sounds. The journey must continue. The passengers return aboard. The valley slowly disappears behind the train, but the feeling remains. That evening, the boy shares his journal with another passenger. An elderly traveler reads the pages carefully. You have learned something many people spend their whole lives trying to learn. Boy looks curious. What? The traveler smiles. How to truly see. Boy thinks about those words, how to truly see, not just look, not just pass by, but truly see. The night arrives. The train moves beneath a sky filled with stars. Inside the carriage, people relax. Some read, some talk quietly, some watch the darkness outside. The boy sits by the window. His camera rests beside him. But tonight, he does not use it. He simply watches the reflection of the stars on the glass. The train moves through the night. The world outside is silent. The world inside is peaceful. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And somewhere far ahead, another sunrise is waiting. Another landscape, another lesson, another beautiful moment. The boy closes his journal and writes one final sentence for the day. A journey is not about how many places you visit. It is about how many moments you truly remember. Then he closes his eyes. The silver train continues forward, carrying a new traveler, creating a new story. Continuing the peaceful train journey across America, one unforgettable mile at a time. The morning arrives quietly. A soft golden light enters through the train windows. The young boy wakes up and immediately looks outside. A completely new world is waiting. The landscape has changed overnight. The forests are gone. The mountains are far behind. Now, endless golden plains stretch toward the horizon. The sky feels enormous. The land feels endless. For a moment, the boy simply sits and watches. No camera, no journal, just his eyes. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The silver train moves through the open plains. The wheels create the same peaceful rhythm that has carried countless travelers before him. At breakfast, the boy meets a new passenger, an old railway engineer sitting alone near the window. The engineer notices the boy's curiosity. "You like trains?" The boy smiles. "I think I do." The old man laughs. "Most people like where trains take them." He looks outside. "But some people love the train itself." Boy asks, "Why?" The old engineer thinks for a moment. "Because a train teaches patience. Doesn't jump from one place to another. Moves slowly. Lets you see the world changing." Boy looks through the window. The plains slowly become hills. The hills slowly become valleys. The journey reveals everything step by step. The old engineer continues. "When I was young, I repaired railway tracks across this country." "You saw all of America," the old man smiles. "I saw pieces of it. Those pieces were enough." Boy writes that sentence in his journal. Pieces of the world can be enough when we truly appreciate them. Later that day, the train reaches a historic railway town. The station is surrounded by old buildings and beautiful gardens. Passengers step outside. The town welcomes them with a small festival. There are local musicians, food stalls, handmade crafts, people laughing and sharing stories. The boy walks through the market with his family. He notices something. Everyone seems happy. Not because something extraordinary is happening, but because people are together. A musician plays a simple melody. A group of children dances nearby. An artist paints the station. A baker shares fresh bread with visitors. The boy takes out his camera. He takes one picture, not of a building, not of a landscape. A picture of people smiling. That becomes his favorite photograph. Before leaving, the boy visits a small bookstore near the station. Inside, he finds an old travel book. On the first page, someone wrote, "The best journeys change the way we see home." He thinks about that. Before this trip, home was only one place. Now he understands. Home can also be a feeling, a memory, a person you meet along the way. The train whistle sounds. Everyone returns aboard. The festival becomes smaller. The town disappears. The open road returns. As evening approaches, the boy sits beside the window again. His father asks, "Are you tired?" The boy smiles. "No." "Why?" "Because every day feels different." His father looks outside. That's the beauty of traveling. Sunset begins. The sky becomes a painting. The fields glow. The train moves toward the horizon. The boy opens his journal. He writes, "Today I learned that every place has a story. You just have to slow down enough to hear it." Silver train continues through the evening light. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Another day ends. Another memory is created. And the peaceful train journey across America continues, carrying new dreams toward tomorrow's sunrise. The night arrives gently over the endless American plains. The last colors of sunset disappear and the first stars begin appearing above the moving train. The silver train continues forward, steady, peaceful, unhurried. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The young boy sits beside the window, watching the reflection of the stars on the glass. He thinks about everything he has seen. The mountains, the rivers, the small towns, the people, the simple moments that became unforgettable. His journal is now filled with pages, but he still feels like the journey has only just begun, because he has discovered something important. A journey is not measured by the number of places you visit. It is measured by how deeply you experience each moment. Later that evening, the passengers gather in the observation lounge, the same place where travelers have shared stories for generations. A musician plays a soft melody. Families talk quietly, people exchange memories from the day. The old railway engineer sits beside the boy. "You have been writing a lot." Boy smiles. "Yes." "What are you writing about?" The boy looks around the room. "People." The old man nods. "Good. Why?" "Because places change." He looks at the passengers. "But the kindness people share stays with us." Boy remembers every person he has met, the farmer who shared fruit, the artist who painted the valley, the stranger who offered advice, the passengers who shared their stories. Each one added a small piece to his journey. Outside, the train enters a quiet forest. Moonlight passes between the trees, the shadows move across the windows. The world feels peaceful, almost like a dream. The musician begins playing another song. This one is slower, a song about roads, about memory, about the places we leave behind and the places we carry inside us. The passengers become silent. Everyone listens. Everyone remembers something. A first journey, a special person, a beautiful place, a moment they never forgot. The boy closes his eyes. For a moment, he imagines all the travelers who came before him, the people who sat in these same seats, who looked through these same windows, who listened to the same sound, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Thousands of stories, one railway, one endless journey. The next morning, the train will reach the ocean, the final destination of this adventure. But nobody talks about the ending, because everyone has learned something. The destination is only one small part of the story. The real magic happens between the beginning and the end. Before sleeping, the boy opens his journal one last time for the day. He writes, "The train does not just take us somewhere. It teaches us how to travel." He closes the book. The lights in the carriage become softer. The train continues through the night. Outside, the stars shine. Inside, travelers rest. The silver train moves toward tomorrow, toward the ocean, toward a final sunrise, toward the last chapter of a journey that will always be remembered. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And beneath the endless American sky, the peaceful train journey across America continues. The final morning of the great journey begins. Before sunrise, the young boy wakes up. For a moment, he forgets where he is. Then he hears it, the familiar sound, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A smile appears on his face. The sound of the train has become like a friend. He slowly opens the curtain. Outside, a soft blue light covers the world. The landscape is changing again. The forests have disappeared. The plains have become rolling hills, and far in the distance, a thin line of sparkling water appears, the ocean, the final destination of the journey. The boy stands near the window, watching silently. After so many miles, after so many stories, he finally reaches the place where the land meets the endless sea. His father joins him. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The boy nods. "Yes." But this time he says something different. "It is beautiful because of everything that came before it." His father smiles. He understands. The ocean is not just an ending. It is the final page of a story filled with thousands of moments. The train moves closer to the coastline. The smell of the sea enters the air. Seagulls fly above the tracks. Palm trees appear beside the railway. Small beach towns welcome the morning. Passengers gather near the windows. Everyone knows the journey is almost complete. But instead of sadness, there is peace. Everyone is grateful. The dining car serves a final breakfast. The tables are filled with laughter and memories. Passengers exchange contact information. Promises are made. Maybe we will meet again. Maybe another journey. Maybe another train. Young boy looks around. The people who were strangers at the beginning now feel like old friends. The old railway engineer gives him a small gift, a miniature train made of wood for your collection. Boy holds it carefully. "Thank you." The old man smiles. "Remember what the train taught you," boy thinks. "To slow down. Yes. Look around. Yes. To appreciate every moment." The old man nods. "Exactly." Train begins its final approach. The station near the ocean comes into view, a beautiful coastal station surrounded by flowers and palm trees. The waves can be heard in the distance. The whistle sounds one final time, the silver train slows, the wheels become quieter, click, clack, click, clack. The train stops, the doors open. Warm ocean air fills the carriage. Passengers step onto the platform, some take pictures, some simply stand quietly. Everyone is feeling the same thing, the journey is over. But the memories are beginning their forever life. The boy steps onto the platform, he looks back at the train. The same train that carried him across mountains, valleys, forests, and plains. He places his hand on his journal. It is full of words, full of pictures, full of moments. He opens the last page and writes, "I started this journey wanting to see America. I ended it learning how to see life." He closes the journal. The ocean waves move gently. The sun shines above the water. The silver train rests peacefully at the station. For a while, everyone stays. Nobody wants to rush away, because they understand now. Some moments deserve time. Some memories deserve silence. Some journeys become a part of who we are. And as the sun rises above the ocean, the peaceful train journey across America reaches its destination. But the story does not truly end, because every traveler carries the journey forward in their memories, in their kindness, in the way they see the world. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of the train may fade into the distance, but the journey will always continue. The ocean morning becomes a memory that everyone carries. The silver train remains at the coastal station for a while, shining beneath the warm sunlight. Passengers stand beside it, taking one final look. A journey that began with a single ticket has become a collection of countless moments. The boy walks along the platform with his wooden train in his hand. He watches the waves. He watches the seagulls flying above the water. He watches travelers saying their goodbyes, and he realizes something. The journey was never only about reaching this place. The journey was about everything that happened before: the first sunrise, the first conversation, the first unexpected friendship, the first moment when a stranger became someone familiar. All those small moments created something much bigger: a story, a memory, a feeling. The old railway engineer stands beside the train one last time. He looks toward the ocean. "Many years ago, I thought trains were about destinations." Boy looks at him. "What do you think now?" The old man smiles. "I think trains are about connections, between places, between people. Sometimes," he pauses, "between who we were and who we become." Boy remembers those words. He knows he will carry them for the rest of his life. Nearby, other passengers begin their own new adventures. Some leave the station to explore the coastal town. Some prepare for their return journey. Some sit quietly, enjoying their final moments beside the ocean. Everyone has a different plan, but everyone shares the same feeling: gratitude. The conductor makes one final announcement. "Dear travelers, thank you for joining this journey. Remember, every road has a story. Every window has a view. Every person you meet can change your journey." Passengers smile. The words feel like the perfect ending. The silver train slowly prepares to leave the station. A new group of travelers will soon board. A new story will begin. The boy watches as the doors close, the engine starts. The familiar sound returns: click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train begins moving along the coastline, slowly, quietly, beautifully. The boy waves, the passengers wave back. The train follows the tracks beside the ocean. The sunlight reflects from the windows. For a moment, it looks almost magical. Then the train moves farther away, smaller. Smaller, until it disappears beyond the curve. The boy stands there for a long time, not because he is sad, because he is thankful. That evening, he sits near the beach with his journal. The ocean waves move gently. The sky fills with stars. He writes about the journey one final time. A train can carry hundreds of people, but every person carries a different story. He looks at the wooden train beside him. Then he writes another sentence: "The most beautiful places are not only the ones we visit. They are the moments we share along the way." He closes the journal. The journey across America is complete, but somewhere another traveler is buying a ticket. Another person is looking for adventure. Another story is waiting. Another train is preparing to leave. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And across America, beneath the endless sky, the peaceful train journey continues forever, not only on the railway tracks, but in the hearts of everyone who believes that every mile has a story. The years pass quietly after the great journey. The young boy grows older. The small wooden train remains on his desk. The old journal stays safely on his bookshelf. Whenever he looks at them, he remembers the silver train, the mountains, the rivers, the endless fields, the people who shared their stories, the moments that changed him. Life takes him to many different places. He visits new cities. He meets new people. He experiences new adventures. But no matter where he goes, he carries one lesson from that journey. Slow down, look around, appreciate the moment. Years later, he returns to the coastal station, not as a child, not as a passenger, but as someone who wants to share the story with others. The station has changed slightly. The walls have new photographs. The journey wall has grown larger. The traveling stories library now contains thousands of books, but the old wooden bench remains. The same place where travelers wait, the same place where dreams begin. He sits there for a while listening, remembering, then he notices a group of children arriving. Their teacher is showing them the station. One child asks, "Why is this place famous?" The teacher smiles. "Because many people discovered something important here. The journey matters as much as the destination." Children look toward the tracks. A train whistle sounds. Everyone becomes excited. The silver train approaches. The children watch with wonder, the same wonder he once had. He smiles. Because he understands something now. Every generation gets its own chance to discover the magic. The train stops. Passengers step out. Some are tired, some are excited, some are smiling because they are carrying memories. A family walks past. A musician carries an instrument. An artist holds a sketchbook. A traveler carries a small suitcase. Each person has a story. Each person is beginning or ending a chapter. The former young traveler walks toward the journey wall. He adds something new, a handwritten note. Not about the places he saw, not about the miles he traveled, but about the lesson he learned. The note says, "The world is full of beautiful destinations, but the greatest discoveries happen inside us while we are traveling there." He steps back and reads it one more time. It feels complete, but he knows the story will continue, because someone else will read those words someday. Someone else will feel inspired. Someone else will buy a ticket. Someone else will look out a train window and discover their own story. That evening, he sits beside the tracks as the sun sets. The ocean glows in the distance. The station lights begin shining. The sound of another train approaches. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. He closes his eyes for a moment. The sound takes him back to the first journey, back to the first window, back to the first feeling of wonder. He smiles because some journeys never leave us. They become part of who we are. The silver train passes through the station. New passengers wave. He waves back. Another connection. Another memory, another story. And as the train disappears into the evening light, one final truth remains. A peaceful journey is not remembered because it takes us somewhere far away. It is remembered because it teaches us how to be present wherever we are. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful train journey across America continues, forever moving, forever inspiring, forever alive in the hearts of travelers everywhere. The story of the silver train travels farther than anyone expected. Over time, people begin sharing their own memories of the journey. A photograph here, a handwritten note there, a small story told to a friend, a family conversation around the dinner table. The journey becomes something larger than one person's experience. It becomes a reminder that every person has a story worth telling. The coastal station continues welcoming travelers from every corner of America. The old wooden bench remains beside the platform. The journey wall continues growing, and the sound of the train remains the same. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. One autumn morning, a young woman arrives at the station carrying a notebook. She walks slowly through the entrance. She looks at the photographs. She reads the messages. She visits the traveling stories library. She is searching for inspiration. She is a writer, but lately she has struggled to find new ideas. She hopes the journey will help her discover something. She sits on the old bench. A station worker notices her notebook. Writing a story, the young woman smiles, trying to. What kind of story? She looks toward the railway tracks. I don't know yet, worker smiles. Maybe the journey will tell you. Young woman thinks about those words. Maybe the journey will tell you. The train arrives. The silver cars shine beneath the morning sun. She boards. She finds a seat beside the window. The train begins moving. Click-clack. Click-clack, click-clack. At first, she tries to write about the landscapes, the mountains, the rivers, the forests. But after a few days, something changes. She stops writing about places. She starts writing about people. The old man who shared his childhood stories. The family who invited strangers to join their dinner. The musician who played when everyone needed comfort. The child who smiled at every passing station. She discovers the same lesson that many travelers before her discover. The heart of the journey is not the view outside the window. It is the humanity inside the train. One evening she sits in the observation lounge. The sky outside is filled with stars. The train moves quietly through the darkness. A passenger asks her, "What are you writing?" She smiles. "A story about a train." "About the train?" She shakes her head. "No, about the people who ride it." Passenger nods. "That sounds like the right story." The journey continues, days pass, new landscapes appear, new conversations begin. New memories are created. And slowly the young writer understands something. She did not board the train searching for a story. The story was already waiting for her. It was in every smile, every conversation, every quiet moment, every mile. When the journey finally ends, she returns to the coastal station. She opens her notebook. The pages are full, but the story does not feel finished, because she knows a true story never really ends. It simply finds another person to continue it. She places a copy of her writing in the traveling stories library. Another story added, another voice remembered, another chapter connected to the endless railway. That evening she watches the silver train leave the station. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train disappears beyond the horizon, but the stories remain. And across America, the peaceful train journey continues. One traveler, one memory, one beautiful moment at a time. The story collection at the coastal station keeps growing. Every year, thousands of travelers pass through the platform. Some leave behind photographs, some leave behind letters, some leave behind only a few words written on a small piece of paper. But each one becomes a part of the railway's endless story. The station workers carefully protect every memory. They understand that these are not just pieces of paper, they are pieces of people's lives. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. One peaceful morning, a family arrives at the station. A mother, a father, and their young daughter. The little girl holds her father's hand tightly. It is her first long train journey. She looks around with wide eyes. Is the train really going across the whole country? Her father smiles. Yes, so we will see everything, maybe not everything. Then why are we going? He looks at her and says, because sometimes we discover the most important things when we are looking for something else. Girl thinks about those words. Before boarding, the family visits the journey wall. The little girl reads the messages left by other travelers. She sees drawings made by children, photographs taken by families, notes written by people from different generations. She finds one small message written by a child many years ago. Look out the window. The world is always changing. She smiles. It feels like the message was written just for her. The train arrives, the family boards. They find their seats beside the window. The little girl presses her face close to the glass. The station begins moving away. The buildings become smaller. The town disappears. The journey begins. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. During the first few hours, she cannot stop asking questions. What is that mountain? Who lives in that house? Where does that river go? Her parents answer as much as they can, but soon she starts discovering answers by herself. She watches farmers working in fields. She sees birds flying above forests. She notices small towns waking up. She sees people waving as the train passes. Every view becomes a new discovery. One evening, the family sits in the dining car. They meet another traveler, an elderly woman traveling alone. The little girl asks, "Are you traveling alone?" The woman smiles. "Yes." "You're not lonely?" The woman looks around the train, at the passengers, at the windows, at the passing landscape. "No." "Why?" "Because a journey has a way of bringing people together." Little girl smiles. She understands. Later that night, she gives the woman a small drawing she made. It shows the silver train moving beneath the stars. The woman becomes emotional. "Thank you." Girl smiles. "It's a memory." Woman carefully places it inside her bag. Another small moment, another connection. The train continues through the night. The family sleeps peacefully. The little girl dreams about mountains, oceans, and places she has not yet seen. The silver train keeps moving, carrying another generation of travelers, creating another collection of memories. And somewhere in the future, perhaps another child will find her drawing in the traveling stories library. Perhaps they will smile. Perhaps they will feel inspired. Perhaps they will begin their own journey. Because that is the true magic of the railway. Stories do not disappear, they travel from person to person, from heart to heart, from one generation to the next. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful train journey across America continues forever. The little girl's journey becomes a memory she carries for the rest of her life. Years later, she still remembers the first morning she saw the silver train. She remembers the sound of the wheels, the view from the window, the strangers who became friends, the kindness of people she met along the way. Some memories become more valuable as time passes, like a favorite song, like an old photograph, like a story that is told again and again. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The railway continues. New travelers arrive. New stories begin. The silver train keeps moving across America, through every season, through every generation. One peaceful morning, the little girl, now grown, returns to the coastal station. She carries the same drawing she once gave to the elderly woman. It is carefully preserved. The paper has become older. The colors have faded slightly. But the memory remains bright. She walks through the station. The journey wall is larger now. The traveling stories library has expanded into several rooms. Thousands of stories fill the shelves. She enters quietly. Inside, she finds a familiar section, a collection of children's memory. She searches through the books, then she finds it. A small envelope. Inside is her old drawing, the silver train beneath the stars. Beside it is a note. A child's kindness became a memory that traveled farther than the train itself. She smiles. She never knew that a simple drawing could mean so much. But that was the magic of the journey. Small moments often create the biggest memories. Later, she sits beside the old wooden bench, the same bench where countless travelers waited, the same place where dreams began. A young boy sits nearby. He is holding a train ticket. He looks nervous. She recognizes that feeling. Journey, the boy nods. Yes. You excited? He smiles. Very. You a little scared? He laughs softly. Maybe. She looks toward the tracks. That's part of the adventure. Boy looks curious. What is the best part of traveling? She thinks for a moment. Then she answers, the things you never expected. Boy remembers her words. A train whistle sounds. The silver train approaches. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The boy stands. His journey is beginning. The doors open. Passengers step aboard. Stories begin moving. She watches from the platform as the train slowly leaves. The boy looks out the window. She waves. He waves back. A small moment, a simple connection. But perhaps many years later he will remember it. And perhaps he will share the same kindness with another traveler. Because journeys are built from these small moments. A smile, a conversation, a helping hand. A memory shared between strangers. The evening arrives. The station becomes quiet. The ocean waves move gently nearby. The stars appear above the railway tracks. And somewhere across America, the silver train continues moving. Inside the windows are hundreds of stories, some just beginning, some nearing their end, some waiting to be discovered. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful train journey across America continues, not because the railway goes on forever, but because every new traveler keeps the story alive. The railway continues to write its story. Years become decades, decades become memories. But the silver train remains a symbol of connection across America. The tracks have carried millions of passengers, yet every person who boards still experiences something unique, because no two journeys are ever truly the same. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. One calm morning, the coastal station welcomes a special visitor. An elderly man arrives carrying a small suitcase. He walks slowly through the station. He stops near the journey wall. He looks at the photographs, the drawings, the handwritten messages. A quiet smile appears on his face. A station worker notices him. Are you looking for something? The man nods. Yes. What? He looks around. A memory. Worker smiles. Many people find memories here. Man walks toward an old photograph. It shows the silver train crossing a valley bridge. He touches the picture gently. I was there. Worker looks surprised. On this journey, the man nods. Many years ago. He opens his suitcase. Inside is an old journal. The cover is worn. The pages are filled with handwriting. I wrote something every day during that trip. Worker asks why. The man smiles. Because I knew one day I would want to remember how I felt. He opens the journal. The first page describes his excitement. The middle pages describe the people he met. The final pages describe the lesson he learned. World is larger than we imagine, but kindness makes it feel smaller. Worker reads the sentence quietly. That's beautiful. The old man closes the journal. I thought I was traveling to see America. He looks toward the train tracks. But America showed me something else. What? That every person has a story. The afternoon train arrives. The station becomes alive. Travelers enter. Families say goodbye. Friends greet each other. The old man watches everything, the same way he watched years ago. A young passenger walks past carrying a camera. Another carries a guitar. Another carries a notebook. He smiles. The same dreams, different people, the same journey. The silver train prepares to leave. The old man steps aboard. He is taking the journey once again, not because he needs to reach a destination, but because he wants to feel the road. The whistle sounds click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The train moves forward. The old man sits beside the window. The landscape begins changing. The station becomes smaller. The ocean disappears. The open road returns. He smiles as he watches America pass by, the mountains, the rivers, the towns, the endless sky. Everything feels familiar, but somehow everything feels new. Because every journey creates a different memory, every moment has its own meaning. As the sun sets, the old man opens his journal. He writes one final sentence. The most beautiful places are not only found on maps. They are found in the moments we share with others. He closes the book. Outside, the silver train continues into the evening, carrying another traveler, creating another story, adding another chapter to the endless journey. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And across America beneath the stars, the peaceful train journey continues forever. The silver train continues traveling through the changing seasons. Spring flowers bloom beside the tracks. Summer sunlight shines through the window. Autumn leaves cover the forests. Winter snow creates a peaceful white world. Yet the rhythm remains the same. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A sound that has comforted generations of travelers. A sound that reminds people they are moving forward. One evening, many years later, a new group of passengers boards the silver train. Among them is a young artist carrying a small collection of paintings. She has spent years searching for inspiration. She has painted cities, buildings, famous landmarks. But she feels something is missing. She hopes this journey will help her discover what she has been looking for. As the train leaves the station, she sits beside the window. At first, she paints what she sees, the wide rivers, the tall mountains, the endless fields. Her paintings are beautiful, but something still feels incomplete. During the journey, she meets an elderly passenger sitting across from her. He notices her paintings. "You are very talented," she smiles. "Thank you. I feel like my paintings are missing something." Old man looks at the landscape. "What do you think is missing?" she thinks. "I don't know," he smiles. "Maybe you are painting what you see, but not what you feel." The words stay in her mind. The next morning, she changes the way she paints. She does not only paint the mountain. She paints the quiet feeling of standing beneath them. She does not only paint the river. She paints the peaceful sound of the water. She does not only paint the train. She paints the memories created inside it. Slowly, her artwork changes. The passengers notice. "Your paintings feel different now." She smiles. "I think I finally understand." Understand what? The world is not beautiful because of what it looks like. It is beautiful because of what it makes us feel. Journey continues. The train passes through a small village surrounded by forests. The artist steps outside during a short stop. She sees children playing, an old couple walking together, a farmer feeding birds. Nothing extraordinary, but everything feels meaningful. She creates a painting of the village, not because it is famous, because it is peaceful. When the train leaves, she looks back. The village becomes smaller, but the feeling remains. Weeks later, when the journey ends, the artist returns home. She creates a new collection of paintings. She names it The Journey Within. People love the artwork, not because it shows perfect places, because it shows real moments, the smile of a stranger, the warmth of a shared meal, the quiet beauty of an ordinary morning. One painting becomes especially famous. It shows the silver train moving beneath a sky full of stars. In the corner, she writes, "Every window holds a story. Every traveler carries a dream." Years later, that painting is placed in the Traveling Stories library. Another memory joins thousands of others. Another person adds their voice to the endless story. And once again, the silver train continues across America, carrying dreamers, carrying explorers, carrying people who are searching for something. Sometimes they find a place, sometimes they find a person, and sometimes they find a new way to see the world. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful train journey across America continues forever. The years continue moving forward, just like the silver train moving along the endless railway. Many stories have been created, many travelers have come and gone, many memories have been left behind. But the heart of the journey remains unchanged. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful sound of the train continues beneath the American sky. One quiet evening, the coastal station prepares for a special gathering. Travelers from different generations arrive. People who once rode the silver train many years ago. People who recently completed their first journey. Families, artists, writers, children, everyone comes together for one reason: to celebrate the stories created along the railway. The old journey wall is now filled completely. Thousands of messages cover the walls, thousands of memories, thousands of moments. A station worker stands before the crowd. Many years ago, this was just a railway station. She smiles. Today, it is a home for stories. Everyone looks around. They see photographs of mountains, paintings of valleys, drawings from children, letters from travelers. Every piece represents a moment that mattered. The old conductor arrives. He walks slowly now, but his eyes are still full of happiness. The crowd welcomes him. He looks at the station, at the people, at the memories. Then he says, "When I first started working on the railway, I thought my job was to take people from one place to another." He pauses. "But I was wrong." Everyone listens. "My real job was to help people discover moments they would never forget." Station becomes silent. His words touch everyone. Train journey is not only about distance. It is about the conversations we have, the kindness we share, the views we notice, the memories we create. Crowd smiles, because everyone has experienced those things. Later that evening, a special train arrives, the silver train, the same train that carried countless stories across America. The lights shine warmly. The windows reflect the evening sky. People step inside one more time. They walk through the familiar carriages. They touch the seats. They look through the windows. They remember. The young boy who once traveled with a camera is now an adult. The little girl who gave away her drawing is now sharing stories with children. The writer who searched for inspiration became famous for her journey stories. The artist who learned to paint feelings continues inspiring others. Different lives, different paths. But one connection: the silver train. As everyone gathers inside the observation lounge, a final message is placed in the wooden memory box. It reads, "A journey is never truly finished. Every person who carries the memory keeps the journey alive." The box is closed. The music begins. The train remains still for a moment. Everyone simply enjoys being together. No destination, no schedule, no rush. Only the peaceful feeling of remembering. Outside, the stars begin appearing. The ocean waves move gently. The station lights glow softly. Everything feels calm. Everything feels complete. The conductor looks through the window. "Do you hear that?" someone asks. "What?" He smiles. "Journey." Everyone listens, and there it is, the quiet rhythm, the sound that started everything. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of rails, the sound of memories, the sound of countless stories continuing forward. The silver train does not need to travel tonight, because everyone understands something important. The greatest journeys are not only the ones we take, they are the ones that change us forever. And across America, beneath the endless sky, the peaceful train journey continues. Not just on the tracks, but inside every heart that remembers the beauty of the road. The night becomes quieter at the coastal station. The special gathering slowly comes to an end. Passengers step outside beneath the stars. Some say goodbye. Some promise to meet again. Some simply stand beside the silver train for a few more moments, not wanting the feeling to disappear. The ocean breeze moves gently across the platform. The lights of the station shine softly. Everything feels peaceful, almost like the world itself is taking a moment to remember. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of the railway continues in everyone's imagination. The next morning, the silver train prepares for another journey. A new group of travelers arrives. Some are excited, some are nervous, some are searching for something they cannot explain. A young traveler stands near the entrance holding a ticket. He looks at the train with curiosity. The conductor notices him. First journey, the young traveler nods. Yes, conductor smiles. Then remember one thing. What? Do not only watch where you are going. Watch everything along the way. Young traveler smiles. I will. Doors open. The passengers board. The silver train begins another adventure, slowly, quietly, beautifully, click-clack. Click-clack, click-clack. The station becomes smaller, the coastline fades. The open road begins again. Inside the train, new conversations start, new friendships form, new memories are created. A child sees mountains for the first time. A couple discovers a hidden village. A writer finds a new idea. A traveler finds peace. The same railway, the same beautiful country, but a completely new story. And that is the true magic of the journey. It is never exactly the same. Because the people inside the train are always different. Their dreams are different. Their hopes are different. Their reasons for traveling are different. Yet the railway welcomes everyone. Years from now, these new travelers may return. They may visit the old station. They may add their own messages to the journey wall. They may tell someone else. The most beautiful part of the trip was not where I arrived. It was everything I experienced along the way. Silver train moves beneath the morning sky, through fields, through forests, through mountains, through valleys, carrying stories that have not yet been written, carrying memories that have not yet been created. And somewhere inside that moving train, someone looks out of the window and smiles, because they have discovered the same truth that countless travelers discovered before them. Life is not only about reaching the destination. Life is about noticing the beauty of every mile. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful train journey across America continues, forever moving, forever inspiring, forever carrying stories from one heart to another. The silver train continues into the distance. The morning sun rises above the landscape. Golden light touches the fields, the rivers sparkle. The mountains stand quietly beneath the endless sky. Another day begins on the railway. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Inside the train, a new traveler looks through the window. He watches the changing world outside. At first, he thinks about where the train is going. But slowly, he begins to notice something else. The way sunlight falls on a small village. The way farmers wave as the train passes. The way strangers share stories during a simple meal. The way silence can sometimes be more beautiful than words. He begins to understand. The journey is teaching him, not through books, not through instructions, but through moments. Days pass. The train crosses valleys and forests. It follows rivers and climbs hills. Every place leaves a small mark on the hearts of the passengers. Some passengers write in journals, some take photographs, some simply sit quietly and remember, because they know these moments will become memories. Years later, when they look back, they may not remember every mile, they may not remember every station, but they will remember how they felt, the laughter, the kindness, the peaceful mornings, the nights beneath the stars, the feeling of watching America pass by through a train window. That is the true gift of the silver train. It does not only carry people across a country, it carries them closer to themselves. One evening, as the sun begins to set, the passengers gather near the windows. No one speaks, everyone watches. The sky turns orange, the land becomes quiet, the train moves forward slowly, steadily, peacefully. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound becomes a gentle song, a song of roads traveled, a song of friendships created, a song of memories that will never disappear. And somewhere far away, another person is preparing for their own journey. Another ticket is purchased, another suitcase is packed, another story is waiting. The railway never truly ends, because every traveler who steps aboard becomes part of something greater, a never-ending collection of human experiences, a beautiful chain of moments connected by the sound of the rails. So whenever the silver train moves beneath the American sky, carrying dreamers toward new horizons, it carries the same message: slow down, look around, be grateful, enjoy every mile. Because the greatest adventures are not only found at the places we reach, they are found in the moments we live along the way. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And the peaceful train journey across America continues forever. The silver train keeps moving beneath the endless American sky. The years continue to pass, the passengers continue to change, but the spirit of the journey remains the same. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The railway has become more than a path across the country. It has become a place where people discover memories they never expected to find. One quiet evening, as the sun begins to set over the mountains, a final group of travelers gathers in the observation lounge. They have spent many days together. At the beginning, they were strangers. Now they share stories like old friends. A musician plays a gentle melody. A family shares their favorite moments. A writer reads a few pages from her journal. An artist shows sketches of places they visited. Everyone brings a small piece of the journey. The conductor stands near the window and watches them. He smiles, because he knows this is what the railway was always meant to create, not just movement, connection. A young passenger asks him, "How many times have you traveled this route?" The conductor thinks for a moment. "More times than I can count." Passenger laughs. "Don't you get tired of seeing the same places?" The conductor looks outside, the mountains, the rivers, the fields, the changing sky. Then he smiles. Every sunrise is different. Every cloud is different. Every passenger brings a different story. No journey is ever truly the same. Young passenger looks out the window. He understands the world may look familiar, but every moment is new. The train continues through the night. The stars shine above the quiet landscape. Inside the carriage, people rest peacefully. Some sleep, some dream, some watch the darkness outside. The silver train carries them forward, not rushing, not racing, just moving. The next morning, the passengers wake to a breathtaking view. A valley covered in mist, mountains rising in the distance, a river flowing beneath the early sunlight. Everyone gathers near the windows. No one speaks. They simply watch, because some moments are too beautiful for words. The young passenger opens his journal. He writes, "I came looking for places, but I found moments. I came searching for adventure, but I found peace." He closes the book. The train continues. The journey continues. The stories continue. And somewhere across America, another person is looking at the railway map. Another person is dreaming of travel. Another person is waiting for the moment when they will hear that familiar sound for the first time. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of the silver train. The sound of memories being created. The sound of a journey that will never truly end. Because the most beautiful journeys are not the ones we leave behind. They are the ones we carry with us forever. And beneath the endless American sky, the peaceful train journey across America continues. One traveler, one story, one unforgettable moment at a time. The silver train moves slowly through the morning light. The journey has lasted many days, but the feeling inside the train is still fresh. Every passenger knows something special is happening, not because they are traveling across a great distance, but because they are learning to appreciate the distance between moments. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Train enters a quiet countryside. Outside the windows, small farms appear. Old wooden houses stand beside green fields. People work peacefully under the morning sun. A passenger points toward the landscape. "Look at that." Everyone turns. There is nothing extraordinary, no famous landmark, no great monument, just a farmer waving beside a field. But everyone smiles, because they understand now. Beauty does not always announce itself. Sometimes it appears quietly. Sometimes it waits for someone to notice. The young traveler writes this in his journal. The world is full of hidden treasures. We only find them when we stop searching for something bigger. Later that afternoon, the train stops at a small station surrounded by trees. The stop is not on most tourist maps, but the passengers are welcomed warmly. Local people bring fresh food. Children share handmade drawings. Musicians play songs near the platform. For a short time, strangers become a community. The young traveler watches everyone together. He realizes something. The journey has created a small world inside the train, a world where people listen, a world where people share, a world where everyone has time for one another. When the train prepares to leave, the villagers wave goodbye, the passengers wave back. The station becomes smaller, the trees disappear, the railway continues. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. That night, the passengers gather for their final evening together. They know tomorrow they will reach another destination. They know their paths will separate, but nobody feels sad, because everyone understands. Some people enter our lives for a short time, but even a short connection can leave a lasting memory. The musician plays one final song. The writer shares one final page. The artist shows one final painting. The family tells one final story and everyone listens. The conductor watches quietly. He knows this moment is the true meaning of the journey, not the miles, not the destinations, the moments between them. Before sleeping, the young traveler looks out the window. The stars follow the moving train. The darkness outside feels peaceful. He places his hand on his journal. So many pages, so many memories. He whispers, "Thank you." He is not sure who he is thanking. The train, the people, the journey, maybe everything. The silver train continues through the night, carrying dreams, carrying stories, carrying hearts that have changed along the way. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And as the first light of tomorrow waits beyond the horizon, the peaceful train journey across America moves forward, toward another sunrise, toward another memory, toward another beautiful moment waiting to be discovered. The first light of morning slowly appears. A soft golden glow spreads across the horizon. The silver train moves quietly through the peaceful landscape. The passengers wake one by one. Some look outside the window. Some prepare their morning coffee. Some sit silently, enjoying the calm beginning of a new day. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. A familiar rhythm continues, the sound that has followed them through mountains, valleys, forests, and fields. The young traveler opens his journal again. He looks at the many pages he has written. At the beginning of the journey, his pages were filled with places. Now they are filled with feelings. He writes, "At first, I wanted to see the world. Now I understand that the world was teaching me how to see." Closes the journal. The words feel like a small treasure. Later that morning, the train reaches a wide open landscape. The sky seems endless. The horizon stretches farther than the eye can see. The passengers gather near the windows. Everyone is quiet. There is something peaceful about watching the world slowly move. A child asks her mother, "How far does the train go?" Her mother smiles, "As far as the tracks take it." Child thinks for a moment. "Then where do the tracks end?" The mother looks outside. "Maybe they don't." Answer makes the child smile, because some journeys are not meant to have a final ending. They are meant to continue through memories. During lunch, the passengers share their favorite moments. One person remembers the mountain sunrise. Another remembers the small village festival. Another remembers a conversation with a stranger. Everyone has a different favorite memory. But everyone agrees on one thing. The journey changed them. The train moves closer toward its next destination. Outside, the landscape slowly transforms again. Green fields become golden. Golden fields become rocky hills. The endless variety of America passes by the windows. Every mile tells a different story. Every view creates a new memory. As evening arrives, the conductor walks through the train. He greets the passengers one last time. The journey is approaching another important stop. Many passengers will leave. New passengers will join. The conductor knows this is how life works. People come into our lives. They share a part of the road. Then they continue on their own path, but the memories remain. The young traveler shakes the conductor's hand. "Thank you for this journey." Conductor smiles. "I did not create the journey." He looks toward the passengers. "Of you did." Traveler understands. A journey is created by the people who experience it, by the stories they share, by the kindness they show, by the moments they choose to remember. The train slows as it approaches the station. The lights of the town appear in the distance. Passengers prepare their bags, but nobody feels like they are simply arriving. They feel like they are carrying something new with them. A new perspective, new memories, a new appreciation for the world. The doors open. Some passengers step outside. Some continue onward. Goodbyes are exchanged. Smiles are shared. The silver train begins moving again. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The station fades behind them. The tracks continue forward, and the peaceful train journey across America moves into another chapter. Because every ending is only the beginning of another beautiful story. The silver train continues into the evening. The station behind them becomes a small memory. The lights disappear. The town becomes a quiet silhouette. And once again, the endless railway stretches ahead. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Inside the train, new passengers settle into their seats. New conversations begin. New stories slowly unfold. The young traveler sits beside the window and watches. He realizes something beautiful. The journey never truly belongs to one person. Every passenger adds something. Every smile, every conversation, every shared moment. Together, they create the story of the railway. The next morning, the train enters one of the most peaceful parts of the journey, a region filled with tall forests and quiet rivers. Mist floats above the water, birds fly between the trees. The sunlight moves gently through the leaves. The passengers become silent. Everyone watches. No one wants to miss a second. An elderly woman sitting nearby whispers. Places like this remind us that the world is still full of wonders. The young traveler nods. He writes those words down because he knows he will want to remember them. During the afternoon, the train stops beside a small lake. Passengers are allowed to step outside. The air is fresh. The water is calm. The mountains reflect on the surface like a painting. A group of travelers sits near the shore. They do not talk much. They simply enjoy being there. The young traveler looks around. He sees people from different backgrounds, different ages, different dreams. Yet everyone is sharing the same peaceful moment. He understands another lesson. The world feels smaller when people take time to connect. Before the train leaves, a child places a small stone beside the railway platform. "What are you doing?" someone asks. The child smiles. "I'm leaving a memory." Everyone smiles because they understand. Sometimes memories do not need to be big. Sometimes a small moment is enough. The train begins moving again. The lake disappears behind the trees. The journey continues. That night, the young traveler opens his journal. He reads the first page. The person who started the journey wanted to see America. The person writing now has learned to feel America. He adds one more sentence. A journey does not change the world around us. It changes the way we look at the world. He closes the journal. The train moves beneath the stars. The windows reflect the peaceful lights inside the carriage. Passengers rest. Dreamers dream. Travelers continue. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound moves through the darkness, a gentle reminder that life is always moving forward. There will always be new roads, new faces, new places, new stories waiting. And somewhere ahead, beyond the next mountain and the next valley, another beautiful moment is waiting for the travelers of the silver train. The peaceful train journey across America continues, 1 mile at a time, one memory at a time, one heart at a time. The journey continues beneath a sky full of stars. The silver train moves quietly through the night. The world outside is dark and peaceful. Inside the carriage, travelers rest after another day of discovery. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of the wheels becomes a gentle lullaby, a sound that has comforted generations of passengers, a sound that reminds them they are safe, moving forward and part of something greater. The young traveler wakes early the next morning. Before anyone else is awake, he sits beside the window. The first rays of sunlight appear. A new landscape slowly reveals itself. A wide river flows beside the tracks. Tall mountains stand in the distance. Birds fly above the water. Everything feels untouched. For a moment, he forgets about time. He forgets about schedules. He simply watches, and he realizes something. This is what the journey gave him. Not just memories of places, but moments of peace. Moments where the world felt quiet. Moments where he felt completely present. Later, the train passes through a historic railway town. The station is small but beautiful. Old buildings surround the platform. Flowers grow beside the tracks. The town has welcomed travelers for generations. As passengers step outside, they discover a small museum near the station. Inside are stories from people who traveled through the town, old photographs, handwritten letters, maps, tickets from decades ago. The young traveler reads a message written by someone long ago. "I came here as a stranger. I left with memories that felt like home." He smiles, because he understands those words. A place can become special because of the moments we experience there, not because it is famous, not because it appears on a map, but because it becomes part of our story. Before leaving, the passengers gather near the platform. A local musician plays a peaceful song. Everyone listens. The melody fills the station. For a few minutes, time feels slower. Nobody is rushing. Nobody is thinking about tomorrow. Everyone is simply enjoying now. The conductor looks at the passengers and smiles. He has seen this moment many times. Different towns, different travelers, same feeling. The train whistle sounds. The journey must continue. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The silver train leaves the station. The people of the town wave goodbye. The passengers wave back. Another connection is created. Another memory is saved. As the evening arrives, the young traveler looks through his journal. The pages are almost full. He has written about places, people, feelings, lessons. He turns to the final blank page. He does not write yet. He waits, because he knows the journey still has more to teach him. Outside, the train moves beneath the changing sky. The mountains become shadows, the stars begin to appear, the railway stretches forward, endless, peaceful, beautiful. And somewhere ahead, another sunrise is waiting. Another story is beginning. Another traveler is discovering the magic of the road. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The peaceful train journey across America continues, forever carried by the sound of the rails and the memories of everyone who travels upon them. The silver train moves forward into another peaceful morning. The sun rises slowly above the horizon. Golden light enters the windows. The passengers begin another day of discovery. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The young traveler opens his journal again. The final blank page is still waiting. He smiles. He knows the journey has given him many lessons, but he also knows there is always one more moment to remember. Outside the window, the train enters a beautiful mountain passage. Tall cliffs rise on both sides. A river follows the railway. Water flows gently over smooth stones. The passengers gather near the windows. Everyone watches in silence. The view is breathtaking, but the young traveler notices something else. He notices the expressions on people's faces, the child looking with wonder, the couple holding hands, the older passengers remembering their own journeys, the strangers smiling at each other. The view is beautiful, but the shared moment is even more beautiful. A passenger nearby says, "Years from now, we may forget the exact places we saw." She looks around the carriage, "But we will remember how we felt." Young traveler writes those words down because they are true. The train continues through the mountains. Inside the carriage, passengers begin sharing stories from their lives. A farmer talks about his childhood. A teacher talks about students who inspired her. A musician talks about songs created during his travels. Everyone has something to share. Everyone has a story. The young traveler listens carefully. He realizes that every person is like a book. Some pages are joyful, some pages are difficult, some pages are filled with dreams, but every story matters. That evening, the train reaches a quiet valley. The passengers step outside and watch the sunset. The sky changes colors. The mountains become golden. The river reflects the last light of the day. Nobody wants to leave this moment. Nobody takes it for granted. The young traveler finally opens the last page of his journal. He writes, "I began this journey searching for places. I discovered people. I began looking for views. I discovered memories. I began as a traveler. I returned as someone who understands the beauty of every moment." He closes the journal. His journey is nearly complete, but his heart feels full because he knows something now. The greatest journeys do not end when the train stops. They continue in the stories we tell, in the kindness we share, in the way we see the world. The silver train begins moving again. The valley slowly disappears. The stars appear above the railway. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound continues through the night, carrying dreams, carrying memories, carrying the endless story of travelers across America. And as the train moves toward tomorrow's sunrise, one truth remains. Every mile has a story. Every window has a memory. Every journey has a meaning. The peaceful train journey across America continues. Forever, the final chapters of the journey begin quietly. The silver train continues moving beneath the wide American sky. The same tracks, the same peaceful rhythm. But the travelers are different. Every journey brings new faces, new dreams, new memories. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The young traveler wakes early. He looks at his journal resting beside him. Almost every page is filled. He turns through the memories he collected. The first day, the first mountain, the first friendship, the first moment he understood that the journey was not about arriving. It was about living every moment along the way. Outside the window, the landscape begins changing. The final destination is getting closer. But instead of feeling sad, he feels grateful. Because now he understands something important. An ending is simply another kind of beginning. At breakfast, the passengers gather one more time. They share stories. They laugh. They remember the moments they experienced together. The musician plays a gentle song. The family shares their favorite photographs. The artist shows her final painting. It is a picture of the silver train moving beneath a sunrise. Everyone looks at it. The painting feels familiar, not because they have seen the exact place, But because they have felt the same emotion, peace, wonder, hope, the conductor walks through the carriage. He looks at the passengers. Some will leave today, some will continue traveling, but all of them will carry the journey with them. A young passenger asks, "Will the train always continue?" The conductor smiles. "Yes." "How?" "Because every time someone boards the train, a new story begins." Answer stays with everyone. The train moves closer to the final station. The ocean appears in the distance. The sound of waves mixes with the sound of the railway. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The passengers gather near the windows. They watch silently. They know this moment will become a memory. The train slows. The station approaches. The same coastal station where countless stories began and ended. The doors open. Passengers step onto the platform. They look back at the silver train. Some take pictures, some wave, some simply smile. The young traveler stands still for a moment. He places his hand on his journal. The journey changed him, not because he traveled across America, but because he learned how to appreciate life. He walks toward the old wooden bench, the same bench that has witnessed thousands of departures. He sits down. He listens. The ocean waves, the station sounds, the distant voices. Then he hears it, the familiar rhythm, click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. Another train is arriving. Another journey is beginning. He smiles because now he knows the story was never only about one train. It was about every person who chooses to explore, every person who chooses to connect, every person who chooses to slow down and notice the beauty around them. The peaceful train journey across America has reached one destination. But the journey itself will continue forever. In memories, in stories, in every traveler who looks out of a train window and feels a sense of wonder. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The railway continues, the stories continue, and the peaceful train journey across America lives on. The morning arrives softly at the coastal station. The ocean waves move gently. The flowers beside the platform dance in the breeze. The old station clock continues ticking, just as it has for generations. Tick, tick, tick. Another beautiful day begins. The young traveler sits on the wooden bench, watching the silver train prepare for its next adventure. He no longer feels like he is saying goodbye. He feels like he is witnessing a beginning. A new group of passengers arrives, a family carrying suitcases, a young couple holding hands, an artist with a sketchbook, a writer with a notebook, a child holding a small toy train. The young traveler smiles. He sees himself in all of them, the same excitement, the same curiosity, the same hope of discovering something new. The conductor walks onto the platform. He notices the young traveler sitting there. "You came back." Traveler smiles. "Yes." Looks at the train. "Because some places feel like home." Conductor nods. "That is what a great journey does. It gives us places we can return to." Traveler looks at the railway, at the tracks stretching toward the horizon, at the train waiting patiently. He thinks about all the people who have traveled these rails, the millions of moments, the countless stories, the friendships that started between strangers, the memories created between destinations. He realizes something. The railway is not only made of steel and wood, it is made of human experiences. Every laugh, every conversation, every goodbye, every reunion, together they created something timeless. The passengers begin boarding. The child with the toy train looks back at the real silver train with amazement. The young traveler walks toward him. "You like trains?" The child smiles. "Yes." "Where are you going?" The child thinks. "Everywhere." Young traveler laughs. "That is a wonderful answer." Child holds his toy train tightly. "Have you traveled on this train before?" The traveler nods. "Many years ago." "It amazing." He looks toward the ocean, then toward the railway. "More than I imagined." The child smiles. "Why?" The traveler answers. "Because I thought I was going to see the world." He pauses. "But the journey helped me see myself." Child's eyes fill with wonder. Maybe one day he will understand those words. The final boarding call sounds. The train doors close. The engine begins to move. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The silver train leaves the station. The child waves from the window. The traveler waves back. Two different generations, one shared moment. The train moves along the coastline. The sunlight shines on the windows. The ocean reflects the passing train. Slowly it disappears into the distance. But the sound remains. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The traveler sits quietly on the bench. He closes his eyes. He remembers everything, the mountains, the valleys, the strangers who became friends, the lessons hidden inside every mile. And he understands the greatest truth of all: a journey is not something we finish, it is something we carry. The peaceful train journey across America continues, not only across the country, but across time, from one traveler to another, from one story to another, forever. The years continue to pass. The coastal station remains peaceful. The old wooden bench still stands beside the platform. The journey wall continues to grow, and the silver train continues its endless path across America. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The story of the railway becomes known by more and more people, not as a story about a train, but as a story about life. People begin to understand that every journey has a deeper meaning. A child traveling for the first time, a person searching for a new beginning, an old traveler remembering the past, a dreamer looking for inspiration. Everyone boards the same train, but everyone leaves with a different story. One evening, as the sun begins to set, a young woman arrives at the coastal station. She carries no suitcase, only a small notebook. She sits on the wooden bench and watches the tracks. A station worker asks, "Waiting for someone?" She smiles. "No." "Then what brings you here?" She looks toward the horizon. "I'm looking for a story." Station worker smiles. "You came to the right place." Woman walks through the station. She sees the journey wall. She reads the messages left by travelers. She enters the traveling stories library. She discovers thousands of voices, thousands of memories, thousands of moments that once belonged to strangers, but now belong to everyone. She opens her notebook. She writes, "A place can be built with bricks and steel, but a home is built with memories." She looks around. She understands why this station feels different, because it is filled with pieces of people's hearts. That night, the silver train arrives. The woman boards. She finds a seat beside the window. The journey begins. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. She watches the world move slowly outside. She watches the sunrise. She watches the rivers. She watches the mountains. But most importantly, she watches the people. She listens to their stories. She learns about their dreams. She discovers their hopes. And day by day, her notebook fills, not with descriptions of places, but with moments: a stranger offering help, a child laughing, a family sharing food, a musician playing a song, a quiet conversation between two people who had never met before. When her journey finally ends, she returns to the coastal station. Her notebook is full. She places it inside the traveling stories library. Another story added, another memory preserved, another voice connected to the endless journey. Before leaving, she writes one final message on the journey wall: the greatest places are not only found by traveling far, they are found when we open our hearts along the way. She steps back. The message joins thousands of others, different handwriting, different languages, different lives, but one shared feeling: gratitude. The silver train leaves the station again. The whistle echoes across the coast. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sun disappears beyond the ocean. The stars appear above the railway. And the peaceful train journey across America continues, not because the tracks go forever, but because there will always be someone ready to begin a new story. The final chapter of the silver train begins. For many years, the railway carried countless dreams. It carried children seeing the world for the first time. It carried travelers searching for answers. It carried families creating memories. It carried people who started as strangers and left as friends. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of the train became more than a sound. It became a reminder that every moment matters, that every person has a story. Every journey changes us in ways we cannot always see. The coastal station remains beside the ocean. The journey wall remains filled with thousands of messages. The traveling stories library remains full of memories, and the silver train continues to wait for new travelers. One final evening, as the sun sets over the horizon, the station becomes quiet. The waves move gently. The sky turns golden. The railway tracks shine beneath the fading light. A young traveler stands on the platform and watches the train. He thinks about all the stories that came before: the first traveler, the old engineer, the artist, the writer, the children, the families, everyone who added a small piece to the journey. He smiles because he understands now. The train was never just a way to travel across America. It was a way to discover the beauty of life itself. The conductor gives one final announcement: dear travelers, remember, not rush through the world. Time to see. Time to listen. Time to appreciate the people and moments around you. Passengers step aboard, the doors close, the engine starts click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The silver train begins moving slowly, peacefully, beautifully. The lights of the station become smaller. The ocean disappears behind the horizon. The train follows the endless railway beneath the stars. Inside the windows are new dreams, new stories, new memories waiting to happen. And somewhere far away, another person is looking at a railway map. Another person is preparing for an adventure. Another person is about to discover the magic of the journey. Because every ending creates a new beginning. Every goodbye creates a new hello. Every journey leaves behind a story. The silver train continues forward, not only across America, but through the hearts of everyone who believes in the beauty of traveling. The mountains remember it. The rivers remember it. The valleys remember it. And the travelers remember it. The sound slowly fades into the night. Click-clack. Click-clack, click. And beneath the endless American sky, the peaceful train journey reaches its final page. A journey of discovery, a journey of friendship, a journey of memories, a journey that will never truly end. The end.